Bosworth Summit Pond by L.T.C. Rolt. With the exception of the lock-keepers in their lonely cottages by the cold Bosworth and Cannon's Hanger locks, and of the infrequent boatmen who navigate its narrow, tortuous course, very few people are familiar with the little-used North Midlands section of the Great Central Canal. Many have crossed over it and perhaps caught a brief glimpse of its still, reed-fringed waters as they hurried northward by those great main road and rail routes which stride so arrogantly across the Midland shires. Yet they are seldom sufficiently interested to inquire whither this forgotten water road leads. Again, antiquaries and those who make it their hobby to collect village churches will be familiar with the splendid brooch spire of St. Peter's, Cold Bosworth, which, standing foursquare to the winds of the Wolds, is such a prominent local landmark. But when they stand in the nave to admire the remarkable 14th century rood screen, or the delicate tracery of the clerestory windows, they do not realize that the waters of the Great Central Canal lie directly beneath their feet. In fact, the Church of St. Peter stands upon that great belt of limestone which extends from the Dorset coast to the Yorkshire border, and which here forms the central watershed of England. As a glance at a contoured map will show, the erosion of the small streams, which may carry the rainwater from the church roof to the Humber, the Wash or the Bristol Channel, has considerably narrowed the ridge at this point. Consequently, it was here that the canal engineers decided to cut the watershed by a tunnel over a mile long. Just above the lock, called Bosworth Top, and within a few hundred yards of the churchyard wall, the canal disappears underground. But as both lock and tunnel portal are hidden in the thick undergrowth of the Bosworth wood, a stranger standing in the churchyard would be unaware of their existence. Before he leaves the precincts of St. Peter's, I would draw the visitor's attention to a tombstone standing on the north side of the churchyard. The stone itself is of no particular merit, while it bears no inscription to attract the eye of the collector of curious epitaphs. It may therefore easily escape notice. Although a frequent visitor to the church, I must confess that I never noticed it myself until my attention was drawn to it by Fawcett's story. It was then that I appreciated that the inscription, though simple, is after all somewhat singular. It reads, "Here lies the body of Mary Grimsden, of Cannon's Hanger in this parish, aged 25 years. Here lies also the body of John Fortescue Lofthouse, of Coppice Farm, Cold Bosworth, died 14th February 1841, aged 31 years. In death, they were not divided." The fact that the date of Mary Grimsden's death is not given might conceivably be due to an error on the part of the village mason, but that two ostensibly unrelated persons should be buried in a common grave and accorded an epitaph usually reserved for those who have enjoyed many years of conjugal felicity should strike the reflective as peculiar. Henry Fawcett was one of those men who love messing about in boats, to use a popular phrase, and as he was a man of independent means with no domestic ties, he was a confirmed bachelor, he was able to indulge his passion to the full throughout his long lifetime. Although I accompanied him on several occasions, even I had no idea of the extent of his voyaging until, after his death, there came into my possession a number of manuscript volumes in which, minutely detailed in his cramped, characteristic hand, he had kept a complete record of his travels. From this it appeared that there were few harbours in the Mediterranean or along the northwestern seaboard of Europe with which he was not familiar. As may be imagined, the log recorded many adventures, some of them experiences that would have induced many less intrepid sailors to leave the sea for solid earth. There is thus something oddly ironical in the fact that the man who single-handed could ride out an equinoctial gale in the Bay of Biscay without a qualm should have been scared almost out of his wits on the narrow landlocked waters of the Grand Central Canal at Cold Bosworth in the heart of the English Midlands. It happened in 1932, on what was fated to be his last voyage. In the autumn of 28, Fawcett had returned to England a sick man. He lay in hospital all that winter, and when at last he was able to get about again, he realized bitterly that his seagoing days were over. But he would not leave the water. "I shall have to stick to fresh water," he told me ruefully. He sold his yawl Deirdre and bought one of those long, narrow canal boats, which he proceeded to convert into a comfortable, motor-driven houseboat. The last time I saw him was during the winter of '31, when he had a snug berth on the Trent and Mersey Canal. He then seemed in good health and spirits and told me of his intention to move south in the spring. I had no further news of him until the following June, when I heard with some surprise that his boat, the Wildflower, was up for sale. A week or so afterwards I read the announcement of his death in the Times. Because Fawcett recorded his last voyage in his usual scrupulous manner, and thanks to my intimate knowledge of the district, it has been easy for me to reconstruct the story of his experience at Cold Bosworth. He was accompanied by a friend unknown to me, who was referred to in the log as Charles. The journey from the Trent and Mersey to the Great Central was accomplished in good weather and without any untoward incident, and a fine May morning found them beginning the long climb up the Cannon's Hanger locks towards Cold Bosworth summit level. Charles, it appears, had to return to London for a couple of days on business, so it was agreed that when they reached a convenient mooring point, Fawcett should wait his return. Because it is connected by branch line with Rugby, Cold Bosworth was selected. Fawcett consulted the lock-keeper at Cannon's Hanger as to a convenient mooring, and was advised to tie up below Bosworth Top Lock. By midday they had reached the summit, and here they paused for lunch before entering the tunnel. Navigating a boat through a canal tunnel is always a strange experience, but Fawcett seems to have found the passage of Bosworth Tunnel singularly unpleasant. Not only was the narrow cavern of crumbling brickwork as cold and dark as a vault after the warmth and brilliance of the May sunshine, but water streamed from the roof and descended in cascades from the chimneys of the ventilation shafts. He had the utmost difficulty in keeping a straight course, for the damp atmosphere exhaled an evil-smelling mist which obscured the farther end of the tunnel and rendered the headlight on the bow ineffective. All he could see ahead was the lambent white curtain patterned confusingly with shifting shadows. At one moment he thought he saw Charles leaning dangerously over the gunwale at the bow, and called out, fearing he would strike his head against the tunnel wall. But Charles answered from the aft cabin close at hand, and the shadow presently vanished. At length a wan disk of daylight appeared, and they presently emerged from the mists into the bright sunlight of the short pound between the tunnel mouth and Bosworth Top Lock. The canal here is well sheltered by the slopes of Bosworth Wood. On the one hand the trees grow down to the water's edge, but on the towing path side a narrow border of smooth green turf intervenes. It looks an ideal mooring, and Fawcett wondered why the lock-keeper at Cannon's Hanger should have advised him to lie below the lock. Not only did this appear less inviting, but it was farther from the village. His recommendation seemed even less explicable when, having brought the Wildflower alongside the bank, Charles discovered rusty mooring rings buried beneath the turf. Obviously it was here that in the days of horse-drawn traffic the horses were detached and led over the hill, while the boats were laboriously legged through the tunnel. Now the horse path had become a little-used footway climbing up the wooded slope towards the village, and in places almost blinded by the thick undergrowth of briar and hazel. It was up this path that Charles set forth half an hour later, just in time to catch the afternoon train from that sleepy station called Cold Bosworth and Marlborough Road. Fawcett was too well accustomed to his own company to feel lonely or at a loss after the departure of his friend. When he had brewed himself a pot of tea, he filled his pipe, got out his rod, and sat out on the deck fishing. Though he caught nothing, he was well content, for the contemplation of his motionless float was little more than an excuse for the enjoyment of a fine evening. The westering sunlight threw golden moted rays between trees resplendent with new leaf, and the wood was loud with bird-song. The smoke of Fawcett's pipe made a thin blue column in the windless air, yet when the sun left the wood and the shadows began to gather round the mouth of the tunnel, it grew chilly, and he went below. He cooked himself a liberal supper, wrote up the log for the day, and then, with a sigh of contentment, turned in to his comfortable bunk. But for some unaccountable reason he was denied his customary sound sleep. After a fitful doze, during which he tossed and turned uneasily, he suddenly awoke to full consciousness, and the dawn was already breaking before he slept again. Two distracting sounds contributed to this wakefulness. One was a soft, recurrent thudding, as though some resilient object floating in the water occasionally nudged the hull of the boat. The other was a faint but desolate wailing, rising and falling in mournful, irregular cadences, and sounding, now close about the boat, and now infinitely far off. It seemed to come from the direction of the tunnel, and though Fawcett could see through his cabin window a pattern of branches in motionless silhouette against the moonlight, he concluded it must be some trick of the wind blowing over the top of one of the ventilation shafts. With the aid of a boat-hook he might, he reflected, dispose of one of these disturbances at all events. Yet, for some reason, he felt singularly disinclined to leave his bed. He excused himself on the grounds that the night seemed to be remarkably cold for the time of year. The following day passed uneventfully. After his comfortable night, Fawcett slept late, and consequently it was nearly noon when, breakfast disposed of, he set off for Cold Bosworth to replenish his stores in the village shop. On his return, he spent the rest of another glorious afternoon happily engaged on the numerous small jobs which can always be found on a boat. Charles was due to return the following morning, and this was a good opportunity to get everything shipshape before they continued their journey. Tomorrow there must be no lying late abed, so he turned in early, and this time fell almost immediately into a deep sleep. Whether what followed was a dream or not must be left for the reader to judge. He suddenly found himself standing on the stern of the Wildflower and peering into the mouth of the tunnel. He had no idea why he was doing so or what he expected to see, for though the moon was bright, the blackness of the tunnel was impenetrable. The night was calm and beautiful, the moon's silvered water reflecting dark arabesques of leaf and branch with mirror-like perfection. Yet somehow the whole scene seemed to have become charged with that sense of imminent terror which is the prelude of nightmare. Still, he continued to stare wide-eyed into the blackness, seeing nothing and hearing only the hollow echoing plash of the water which dripped from the tunnel roof. But at length he perceived a thickening of the shadows beneath the curving abutment wall, and presently saw a figure, more shade than substance, move down to the margin to crouch and stare into the still water. It moved without sound, and only the face showed pale in the moonlight. For a time the figure seemed to grope beside the water, and Fawcett knew, without knowing why he knew, that it sought for something which it feared to find. Then, with a swift movement which suggested that it had been startled by some sound inaudible to Fawcett, the figure rose and turned to peer intently into the tunnel. It was at this moment that the feeling of ominous expectancy, which all this while had been gathering like a thundercloud in Fawcett's mind, suddenly assumed most hideous shape. Something rose out of the water, something monstrous that the reason most vehemently questioned, yet which possessed the semblance of human shape. Mercifully it could not be clearly seen. The face, if face there was, seemed to be hidden by dark hair as by a veil, but the phosphorescence of corruption dimly suggested a nakedness of obscene distension. The dark watcher on the bank, with a gesture of despair, made to turn away, but stumbled. Upon the instant his fearful antagonist fell upon him with such lithe and intent purpose that the issue of the brief and soundless encounter was never in doubt, and soon the waters had closed over them both. Now, long before this, Fawcett should have awakened with a shout to find himself trembling and sweating in his bed, but he maintains that there was no awakening, that his fear gradually ebbed away until he realized that he was in truth shivering in his pyjamas on the aft deck of the Wildflower. I have little doubt that the physical and mental rigours of this experience were at least partly responsible for his early death, for there is no further entry in the log, and I conjecture that it was his friend Charles who took the Wildflower on to Horton Junction, where she lay until she was sold. My recollection of Fawcett convinced me that he had experienced something more than a nightmare, accompanied by a risky feat of somnambulism, and it was this conviction which took me to Cold Bosworth. I will not weary the reader with all the details of a search which took me from the lock-keeper at Cannon's Hanger, through the dusty files of the Marlborough Messenger, to the tomb in the churchyard to which I have already referred. The lock-keeper at Cannon's Hanger proved to be uncommunicative and sceptical, though he admitted that the summit pound east of the tunnel was said by the boatmen to be disturbed, and that on this account they would never tie up there. Old Tom Oakey at Bosworth Locks, however, was more loquacious. They do say, he vouchsafed, that summat be troubled by a chap which drownded hisself there a long time back, and it was this observation which was really the starting point of my research. The story begins not with the chap what drownded hisself, but with Mary Grimsden. She lived with her widowed mother in a small cottage pulled down many years ago, which stood on common land on the fringe of Cannon's Hanger Woods. They appear to have been of gypsy stock, and Rebecca Grimsden is described as a herbalist. From this and other references I gather that she must have been a formidable old woman, who, had she lived at an earlier period, might well have suffered death as a witch. It seems that Mary took after her mother, but this did not prevent young John Lofthouse from falling a victim to her dark good looks. The Lofthouses were substantial yeoman farmers who had held Coppice Farm for generations, so that it is easy to understand why the infatuation of the heir with a cottager of doubtful antecedents and dubious occupation soon set tongues a-wagging. Eventually, news of the affair reached the ears of his family, and the young man, who by this time may have realized the extent of his folly, undertook to see his Mary no more. Yet rumour hinted that the girl was with child by young John, and that she intended by this means to retaliate against her faithless lover and his family. But from this embarrassing eventuality, the family of Lofthouse was spared by an unforeseen and surprising circumstance. At dusk, on a fine evening in August of 1840, Mary Grimsden walked out of the little cottage at Cannon's Hanger and never returned. Despite a most extensive search, no trace of her could be found, and though he had forsworn her, it was remarked that John Lofthouse appeared to be deeply affected by her loss. Though old Rebecca Grimsden persisted that she had been the victim of foul play, the village seems to have come to the conclusion that Mary's gypsy blood had got the better of her. Hardly had the talk aroused by this affair died down when, in February of the following year, on the night of the 14th to be exact, it found fresh and startling matter in the disappearance of John Lofthouse. But this time the mystery was soon solved. A local boatman who had delivered a cargo of lime for Coppice Farm and who was working late down the Bosworth locks claimed to have seen on the towpath the figure of young Mr. John walking swiftly and alone in the direction of the tunnel. Acting upon the strength of this evidence, it was decided to drag the canal beginning at the east portal of the tunnel. This led almost immediately to a discovery of a most shocking nature. For not only was the body of John Lofthouse recovered, but entangled with it in the grappling irons was another. Because the latter had been long dead, it was unrecognizable, nor was it possible to determine the cause of death. Death, in such a form, is never pleasant to behold, but this discovery seems to have had a singularly disconcerting effect upon the beholders. Though the canal had been dragged without result at the time of Mary's disappearance, Rebecca Grimsden identified a ring recovered with the body as having belonged to her daughter. Had it not subsequently been confirmed by other, more reliable witnesses, it is doubtful if this evidence of identification would have been admissible, for to judge from her conduct at the inquest, the old woman was out of her mind. Usually grim enough, there is a peculiar quality of the macabre about the account of the proceedings at this inquest. In the first place, when ordered to view the bodies of the deceased, the jury was so affected that proceedings had to be suspended for a time. When the hearing was eventually resumed, Rebecca Grimsden's interruptions made matters worse, for she seemed to be labouring under the ghastly illusion that she was attending her daughter's nuptials. Together with other singular observations which are not recorded, she kept reiterating that she had fulfilled her promise to provide her daughter with a bridegroom, an assertion which proved so disquieting that the coroner was compelled to order her removal from the court. Despite evidence that John Lofthouse had become increasingly morose since Mary Grimsden's disappearance, an open verdict was returned in both cases, perhaps in deference to the feelings of the young man's family. Yet why that family should have consented to the burial of their son in a common grave with a gypsy girl, and why they caused to be erected over it so curious a memorial, is not explained. I have formed my own conclusion, which I prefer not to discuss. Why we shall never know what occurred on that sultry August night so long ago when Mary Grimsden disappeared, I may mention in conclusion a discovery of my own which I consider significant. I was exploring the wood which gives Coppice Farm its name when I came across a circular wall of old brickwork, and upon investigation found that it protected the mouth of one of the ventilation shafts of Bosworth Tunnel. The wall was not so high that an active man might not thereby rid himself of a heavy and unwelcome burden, and as I leant over the parapet, I could hear, as from a well, the drip of water far below. I returned in the gathering dusk of that winter evening past the east portal of the tunnel and along the towing path. The water looked black and was very still under the shadow of the trees. Though I would assure the reader that I am not a credulous man, I have to admit that I felt disinclined to stop and look about me, but hurried on, keeping as far as possible from the water's edge, and must confess to a feeling of profound relief when I reached the lower level below the top lock. The Garside Fell Disaster by L.T.C. Rolt. Yes, sir, I'm an old railwayman, I am, and proud of it. You see, I come of a railway family, as you might say, for I reckon there've been boothroyds on the railway, in the signal cabin, or on the footplate mostly, ever since old Geordie Stevenson was about. We haven't always served the same company. There were 4 of us. My 2 elder brothers followed my father on the North Western, but I joined the Grand Trunk, and Bert, our youngest, he went east to Grantham. He hadn't been long there before he was firing on one of Patrick Stirling's 8-foot singles, the prettiest little locos as ever was, or ever will be, I reckon. He finished up driver on Ivart's Atlantics, while Harry and Fred were working jumbos and precursors out of Crewe. I could have had the footplate job myself easy enough if I'd a mind. Took it in with my mother's milk, I did, if you follow my meaning. But, and sometimes, I'm not so sure as I don't regret it, I married early on, and the old woman persuaded me to go for a more settled job. So it was the signal box for me. A driver's wife's a widow most of the week, see, unless he happens to click for a regular local turn. The first job I had on my own was at Garside on the Carlisle line south of Highbeck Junction, and it was here that this business, as I was speaking of, happened. A proper bad do it was, and the rummest thing as ever I had happen in all my time. Now, you could travel the railways from one end to the other, Scotland and all, but I doubt you'd find a more lonesome spot than Garside, or one so mortal cold in winter. I don't know if you've ever travelled that road, but all I know is it must have cost a mint of money. You see, the Grand Trunk wanted their own road to Scotland, but the East Coast lot had taken the easiest pick, and the North Western had the next best run through Preston and over Shap. So there was nothing else for them but to carry their road over the mountains. It took a bit of doing, I can tell you. And I know, for when I was up there was plenty of folks about who remembered the railway coming. They told me what a game it was, what with the snow and the wind, and the clay that was like rock in summer and a treacle pudding in winter. Garside Box takes its name from Garside Fell, same as the tunnel. There's no station there, for there isn't a house in sight, let alone a village. And my cottage was down at Frithdale, about half an hour's walk away. It was what we call a section box, just a small box, the signals, and 2 lie-by roads, one on the up and one on the downside, where goods trains could stand to let the fast trains through if need be. Maybe you know how the block system works, how you can only admit one train onto a section at a time. Well, it would have been an 8-mile section, heavily graded at that from Highbeck to Ennisthwaite, the next station south, and it might have taken a heavy goods anything up to half an hour to clear it. That's why they made 2 sections of it by building Garside Box, just midway between the 2. It was over 1,000 feet up, not far short of the summit of the line, in fact. Looking south from my box, I could see that summit, the top of the long bank up from Ennisthwaite. Just north of the box was the mouth of the tunnel, 1.5 miles of it under Garside Fell. If ever you should come to walk over those mountains, you couldn't miss the ventilation shafts of the tunnel. It looks kind of queer to see those great stone towers a-smoking and steaming away up there in the heather, miles and miles from anywhere, with not a soul for company, and all so quiet. Not that they smoke now as much as they did, but I'll be coming to that presently. Well, as I've said before, you could travel the length and breadth of England before you'd find a lonelier place than Garside. Job Micklewright, who was a ganger on the section, would generally give me a look up when he went by, and if I switched the goods into the lie-by, more often than not the fireman or the guard would pass the time of day, give me any news from down the line, and maybe make a can of tea on my stove. But otherwise, I wouldn't see a soul from the time I came on till I got my relief. Of course, there was the trains, but then you couldn't call them company, not properly speaking. Hundreds and hundreds of folks must have passed me by every day, and yet there I was, on my own, with only a few old sheep for company, and the birds crying up on the moor. Funny that, when you come to think of it, isn't it? Mind you, I'm not saying it wasn't grand to be up there on a fine day in summer. You could keep your town life then. It made you feel as it was good to be alive, what with the sun a-shining and the heather all out, grasshoppers ticking away, and the air fairly humming with bees. Yes, you got to notice little things like that. And as for the smell of the moor in summer, why, I reckon I can smell it now. It was a different tale in winter, though. Cold? Fair makes me shiver to think on it. I've known the wind set in the northeast for months on ends, what we call a lazy wind. Blows through, you see, too tired to go round. Sometimes it blew that strong it was all you could do to stand against it. More than once I had the glass of my windows blown in, and there were times when I thought the whole cabin was going, what with the roaring and rattling and shaking of it. Just you imagine climbing a signal ladder to fix a lamp in that sort of weather. It wasn't easy to keep those lamps in, I can tell you. Then there was the snow. You don't know what snow is down here in the south. The company was well off for ploughs, and we'd no lack of good engines, even on those days, but it used to beat them. Why, I've known it snow for 2 days and a night, blowing half a gale all the time, and at the end of it there's been a drift of snow 20 feet deep in the cutting up by the tunnel. But in spite of all the wind and the snow and the rain, Lord, how it could rain. It was the mists I hated most. That may sound funny to you, but then no signalman can bear mist and fog. It kind of blinds you, and that makes you uneasy. It's for the signalman to judge whether he shall call out the fogmen, and that is a big responsibility. It may come up sudden after sundown in autumn. You calls your fogmen, and by the time they come on, it's all cleared off, and they want to know what the hell you're playing at. So another time you put off calling them, but it don't clear. And before you know where you are, you've got trains overrunning signals. We had no fogmen at Garside. There was little occasion for them, but we kept a box of detonators in the cabin. All the same, I didn't like a fog no more for that. They're queer things, are those mountain mists. Sometimes all day I'd see one hanging on the moor, perhaps only 100 yards away, but never seeming to come no nearer. And then all of a sudden, down it would come, so thick that in a minute, no more, I couldn't see my home signals. But there was another sort of fog at Garside that I liked even less, and that was the sort that came out from the tunnel. Ah, now that strikes you as funny, doesn't it? Maybe you're thinking that with such a lonesome job, I took to fancying things. Oh, I know. If you're a nervy chap, it's easy to see things in the mist as have no right to be there, or to hear queer noises when, really, it's only the wind shouting around and humming in the wires. But I wasn't that sort. And what's more, I wasn't the only one who found out that there was something as wasn't quite right about Garside. No, you can take it from me that what I'm telling you is gospel, as true as I'm sitting in this bar talking to you. No doubt you've often looked at the mouth of a railway tunnel and noticed how the smoke comes a-curling out even though there may not be a sight or sound of traffic. Well, the first thing I noticed about Garside Tunnel was that for all its ventilation shafts, it was the smokiest hole I'd ever seen. Not that this struck me as queer, at least not at first. I remember, though, soon after I came there, I was walking up from Frithdale one Monday morning for the early turn, and saw that number 2 shaft way up on the fell was smoking like a factory chimney. That did seem a bit strange, for there was precious little traffic coming through on a Sunday in those days. In fact, Garside Box was locked out, and they worked the full 8-mile section. Still, I didn't give much thought to it until one night about 3 weeks later. It was almost dark, but not so dark that I couldn't just see the tunnel mouth and the whitish-looking smoke sort of oozing out of it. Now both sections were clear, mind. The last train through had been an up Class A goods, and I'd had the out of section from Highbeck South box a good half-hour before. But, believe it or not, that smoke grew more and more as I watched it. At first I thought it must be a trick of the wind blowing through the tunnel, though the air seemed still enough for once in a way. But it went on, coming out thicker and thicker, until I couldn't see the tunnel itself at all, and it came up the cutting toward my box for all the world like a wall of fog. 1 minute, there was a clear sky overhead. The next minute, gone. And the smell of it was fit to choke you. The railway tunnels are smelly holes at the best of times, but that smell was different somehow, and worse than anything I'd ever struck. It was so thick round my box that I was thinking of looking out my fog signals when a bit of a breeze must have got up, for on a sudden it was gone as quick as it came. The moon was up, and there was the old tunnel plain in the moonlight, just smoking away innocent-like as though nothing had happened. Fair made me rub my eyes. "Alf," says I to myself, "you been dreaming." But all the while I knew I hadn't. At first I thought I'd best keep it to myself, but the same thing happened 2 or 3 times in the next month or so, till one day, casual-like, I mentioned it to Perce Shaw, who was my relief. He'd had it happen too, it seemed, but like me, he hadn't felt like mentioning it to anyone. "Well," I says to him, "it's my opinion there's something queer going on, something that's neither right nor natural. But if there's one man who should know more than we do, it's Job Micklewright. After all," I says, "he walks through the blinking tunnel." Job didn't need much prompting to start him off. The very next morning it was, if I remember rightly, the old tunnel was smoking away as usual when out he comes. He climbs straight up into my box, blows out his light and sits down by my stove warming himself, for the weather was sharp. "Cold morning," I says. "Ah," he says, rubbing his hands, "strikes cold, it does, after being in there." "Why?" I asks. "Is it that warm inside there, Job?" "Certainly looks pretty thick. Reckon you must have a job to see your way along." Job said nothing for a while, only looked at me a bit old-fashioned, and went on rubbing his hands. Then he says, quiet-like, "I reckon you won't be seeing much more of me, Alf." That surprised me. "Why?" I asks. "'Cause I've put in for a shift," he says. "I've had enough of this beat." "How's that, Job?" I says. "Don't you fancy that old tunnel?" He looked up sharp at that. "What makes you talk that road?" he asks. "Have you noticed something too, then?" I nodded my head and told him what I'd seen, which was little enough, really, when you come to weigh it up. But Job went all serious over it. "Alf," he says, "I've been a good chapel man all my life. I never touch a drop of liquor. You know that. And you know as I wouldn't tell you the word of a lie. Well then, I'm telling you, Alf," he says, "as that tunnel's no fit place for a God-fearing man. What you've seen's the least of it. I know no more than you what it may be, but there's something in there that I don't want no more truck with, something I fear worse than the Day of Judgment. It's bad, and it's getting worse. That's why I'm going to flit." First I noticed nothing funny except it was a bit on the smoky side and never seemed to clear proper. Then I found it got terrible stuffy and hot in there, especially between 2 and 3 shafts. Very dry it is in there, not a wet patch anywhere. And one day, when I dodged into a manhole to let a train by, I found the bricks was warm. "That's a rum do," I says to myself. Since then, the smoke, or the fog, or whatever it may be, has been getting thicker. And maybe it's my fancy, or maybe it's not. But it strikes me that there's queer things moving about in it, things I couldn't lay name to, even if I could see them proper. And as for the heat, it's proper stifling. Why, I could take you in now, and you'd find as you couldn't bear your hand on the bricks round about the place I know of. This last couple or 3 days has been the worst of all, for I've seen lights a-moving and darting about in the smoke, mostly round about the shaft openings. Only little ones, mind, but kind of flickering like flames, only they don't make no sound. And the heat in there's fit to smother you. I've kept it to myself till now. I haven't even told the missus, for I thought if I let on folks would think I was off my head. What it all means, Alf, only the Lord himself knows. All I know is I've had enough. Now, I must say, in spite of what I'd seen, I took old Job's yarn with a pinch of salt myself, until a couple of nights after. And then I saw something that made me feel that maybe he was right after all. It had just gone dark, and I was walking back home down to Frithdale, when, chancing to look round, I saw there was a light up on the fell. It was just a kind of dull glow shining on smoke, like as if the moor was afire, somewhere just out of sight over the ridge. But it wasn't the time of year for heather burning. The moor was like a wet sponge. And when I looked again, I saw without much doubt that it was coming from the tunnel shaft. Mind you, I wouldn't have cared to stake my oath on it at the time. It was only faint-like, but I did not like the look of it at all. That was the night of February the 1st, 1897. I can tell you that because it was exactly a fortnight to the night of the Garside disaster, and that's a date I shall never forget as long as I live. I can remember it all as though it was yesterday. It was a terrible, rough night, raining hard, and the wind that strong over the moor you could hardly stand against it. I was on the early turn that week, so the missus and I had gone to bed about 10. The next thing I knew was her shaking and shaking at my shoulder and calling, "Alf, Alf, wake up, there's summat up." What with the wind roaring and rattling around, it was a job to hear yourself think. "Well, what's up?" I asks, fuddled like. "Look out of the window," she cries out. "There's a fire up on fell, summat's up, I tell you." Next minute, I was pulling on my clothes, for there wasn't any doubt about it this time. Out there in the dark, the tunnel shafts were flaming away like ruddy beacons. Just you try to imagine a couple of those old-fashioned iron furnaces flaring out on the top of a mountain at the back of beyond, and you'll maybe understand why the sight put the fear of God into us. I set off up to Garside box just as fast as I could go, and most of the menfolk out of the village after me, for many of them had been wakened by the noise of the storm, and those who hadn't soon got the word. I had a hurricane lamp with me, but I could hardly see the box for the smoke that was blowing down the cutting from the tunnel. Inside I found Per Shaw in a terrible taking. His hair was all singed, his face was as white as that wall, and "My God," or "You can't do nothing," was all he'd say, over and over again. I got through to Enithet and Highbeck South and found that they'd already had the section blocked from Perce. Then I set the detonators on the down line just in case and went off up to the tunnel, but I couldn't do no good. But with the heat and the smoke, I was suffocating before I'd got 100 yards inside. By the time I got back to the box, I found that Job Micklewright and some of the others had come up, and that they'd managed to quiet Perce enough to tell us what had happened. midnight, it seems, he took an upgoods from Highbeck South box, and a few minutes later got the entering section. 10 minutes after that, he accepted the down night Mountaineer from Enithet. That was one of our crack trains in those days, night sleeper with mails, first stop Carlisle. Now, it's a bank of 1 in 70 most of the way up from Highbeck, so it might take a heavy goods quarter of an hour to clear that section. But when the 15 minutes was up and still no sign of her, Perce began to wonder a bit. Thought she must be steaming bad. Then he caught the sound of the Mountaineer beating it up the bank from Enithwaite, well up to her time, for the wind was set that road. But he didn't see no cause then to hold her up, Highbeck having accepted her. But just as he heard her top the bank and start gathering speed, a great column of smoke came driving down the cutting, and he knew that there was something wrong, for there was no question of it being anything but smoke this time. Whatever was up in the tunnel, it was too late to hold up the Mountaineer. He put his home on, but she'd already passed the distant, and he doubted whether her driver saw it in the smoke. The smoke must have warned him, though, for he thought he heard him shut off and put on the vacuum just as he went into the tunnel, but he was travelling very fast, and he must have been too late. He hoped that the noise he heard, distant-like, was only the wind, but running as she was, she should have cleared Highbeck South Box in under 4 minutes. So when the time went by and no out-of-section came through, what he must have felt waiting there for that little bell to ring twice and once, he sent out the section blocked both roads and went off up the line to see what he could do. What exactly happened in the tunnel, we shall never know. We couldn't get in for 24 hours on account of the heat, and then we found both trains burnt out, and not a mortal soul alive. At the inquiry, they reckoned a spark from the goods loco must have set a train afire while she was pulling up the bank through the tunnel. The engine of the Mountaineer was derailed. They thought a driver, seeing he couldn't pull up his train in time, had taken the only chance and put on speed, hoping to get his train by, but that burning wreckage had fouled his road. Perce got no blame, but then we only told him what we knew, and not what we thought. Perce and I, and especially Job Micklewright, might have said a lot more than we did, but it wouldn't have done no good, and it might have done us a lot of harm. The 3 of us got moved from Garside after that. Mighty glad we were to go, too. And I've never heard anything queer about the place since. Mind you, we talked about it a lot between ourselves. Perce and I reckoned the whole thing was a sort of warning of what was going to happen. But Job, who was a local chap born and bred, he thought different. He said that way back in the old days, they had another name for Garside Fell. Holy Mountain, they called it, though to my way of thinking, unholy would have been nearer the mark. When he was a larlin, it seems, the old folks down in Frithdale and roundabout used to tell queer tales about it. Anyway, Job had some funny idea in his head that there was something in that old mountain that should never have been disturbed, and he reckoned the fire kind of put things right again. Sort of a sacrifice, if you follow my meaning. I can't say I hold with such notions myself, but that's my tale of what the papers called the Garside Fell disaster, and you can make of it what you like.
Boomerang by Oscar Cook. Warwick threw himself into a chair beside me, hitched up his trousers, and leaning across, tapped me on the knee. You remember that story about Mendingham which you told me? He asked. I nodded. I wasn't likely to forget that affair. Well, he went on, I've got as good a one to tell you. I had it straight from the filly's mouth, so to speak, and it's red hot. I edged away in my chair, for there was something positively ghoulish in his delight, in the coarse way in which he referred to a woman, and one who, if my inference were correct, must have known tragedy. But there's no stopping Warwick. He knows or admits no finer feelings or shame when his thirst for copy is aroused. Like the little boy in the well-known picture, he won't be happy till he's quenched it. I ordered drinks, and when they had been served and we were alone, bade him to get on with his sordid story. It's a wild tale, he began, of 2 planter fellows in the interior of Borneo, and as usual, there's a woman. The woman, I couldn't refrain from asking, thinking of his earlier remark. The same, he replied, a veritable golden-haired filly, only her mane is streaked with grey, and there's a great livid scar or wheal right around her neck. She's the wife of Leopold Thring. The other end of the triangle is Clifford Macy. And where do you come in? I inquired. Warwick closed one eye and pursed his lips. As a spinner of yarns, he answered sententiously. Then, with a return to his usual cynicism, the filly's down and out, but for some silly religious scruples, feels she must live. I bought the story, therefore, after verifying the facts. Shall I go on? I nodded, for I must admit I was genuinely interested. The eternal triangle always intrigues. Set in the wilds of Borneo, it promised a variation of incident unusually refreshing in these sophisticated days. Besides, that scar was eloquent. Warwick chuckled. The 2 men were partners, he went on a small experimental estate far up in the interior. They had been at it for about 6 years and were just about to reap the fruits of their labours very handsomely. Incidentally, Maisie had been out in the colony the full 6 years, and the strain was beginning to tell. Thring had been home 18 months before, and on coming back had brought his bride, Rona. That was the beginning of the trouble. It split up the partnership, brought in a new element, meant the building of a new bungalow. For Maisie, I asked. Yes, and he didn't take kindly to it. He'd got set. And then there was the loneliness of night after night alone while the others, you understand. I nodded. Well, Warwick continued, the expected happened. Maisie flirted, philandered, and then fell violently in love. He was one of those fellows who never do things by halves. If he drank, he'd get fighting drunk. If he loved, he went all out on it. If he hated, well, hell was let loose. And Mrs. Thring? I queried, for it seemed to me that she might have a point of view. Fell between two stools, as so many women of a certain type do. She began by being just friendly and kind, you know the sort of thing, cheering the lonely man up, drifted into woman's eternal game of flirting, and then began to grow a little afraid of the fire she'd kindled. Too late, she realized that she couldn't put the fire out, either hers or Maisie's, and all the while she clung to some hereditary religious scruples. Thring was in many ways easygoing, but at the same time possessed of a curiously intense strain of jealous possessiveness. He was generous too. If asked, he would share or give away his last shirt or crust. But let him think or feel that his rights or dues were being curtailed or taken, and well, he was a tough customer of rather primitive ideas. Rona, that's the easiest way to think of the filly, soon found she was playing a game beyond her powers. Hers was no poker face, and Thring began to sense that something was wrong. She couldn't dissemble, and Maisie made no attempt to hide his feelings. He didn't make it easy for her, and I guessed from what the girl told me, life about this time was for her a sort of glorified hell, a suspicious husband on one hand, and an impetuous devil-may-care lover on the other. She was living on a volcano, which might explode at any minute, I quietly nodded. Warwick nodded. Exactly. Or whenever Thring chose to spring the mine. He held the key to the whole situation, or should I say, the time fuse. The old story, but set in a primitive land full of possibilities. You got me? For answer, I offered Warwick a cigarette, and taking one myself, lighted both. So far, I said, with all your journalistic skill, you've not got off the beaten track. Can't you improve? He chuckled, blew a cloud of smoke, and once again tapped my knee in his irritating manner. Your cynicism, he countered, is but a poor cloak for your curiosity. In reality, you're jumping mad to know the end, eh? I made no reply, and he went on. Well, matters went on from day to day till Rona became worn to the proverbial shadow. Thring wanted to send her home, but she wouldn't go. She owed a duty to her husband. She couldn't bear to be parted from her lover, and she didn't dare leave the two men alone. She was terribly, horribly afraid. Maisie grew more and more openly amorous and less restrained. Thring watched whenever possible with the cunning of an iguana. Then came a rainy, damp spell that tried nerves to the uttermost, and the inevitable stupid little disagreements between Rona and Thring, mere trifles, but enough to let the lid off. He challenged her. And she, I couldn't help asking, for Warwick has, I must admit, the knack of keeping one on edge, like a blithering but sublime little idiot, admitted that it was all true. For nearly a minute I was speechless. Somehow, although underneath I had expected Rona to behave so, it seemed such a senseless, unbelievable thing to do. Then at last I found my voice. And Thring, I said simply. Warwick emptied his glass at a gulp. That's the most curious thing in the whole yarn, he answered slowly. Thring took it quietly as a lamb. Stunned, I guessed. That's what Rona thought, what Maisie believed when Rona told him what had happened. In reality, he must have been burning mad, a mass of white-hot revenge controlled by a devilish cunning brain. He waited. A scene or a fight, and Maisie was a big man, would have done no good. He would get his own back in his own time and in his own way. Meanwhile, there was a lull before the storm. Then, as so often happens, fate played a hand. Maisie went sick with malaria, really ill, and even Thring had to admit the necessity for Rona to nurse him practically night and day. Maisie owed his eventual recovery to her care, but even so, his convalescence was a long job. In the end, Rona too crocked up through overwork, and Thring had them both on his hands. This was an opportunity better than he could have planned. It separated the lovers and gave him complete control. Obviously, the time was ripe for Thring to score his revenge. The rains were over. The jungle had ceased wintering and spring was in the air. The young grass and vegetation was shooting into new life. Concurrently, all the creepy, crawly insect life of the jungle in the state was young and vigorous and hungry too. These facts gave Thring the germ of an idea which he was not slow to perfect, an idea as devilish as man could devise. Warwick paused to press out the stub of his cigarette, and noticing that even he seemed affected by his recital, I prepared myself as best I could for a really gruesome horror. All I said, however, was, "Go on." "It seems," he continued, "that in Borneo there's a kind of a mammoth earwig, a thing almost as fine and gossamer as a spider's web, as long as a good-sized caterpillar, that lives on waxy secretions. These are integral parts of some flowers and trees and lie buried deep in their recesses. It's one of the terrors of these particular tropics, for it moves and rests so lightly on a human being that one is practically unconscious of it, while, like its English relation, it has a decided liking for the human ear. On account of man's carnivorous diet, the wax in this has a strong and very succulent taste." As Warwick gave me those details, he sat upright on the edge of his easy chair. He spoke slowly, emphasizing each point by hitting the palm of his left hand with the clenched fist of his right. It was impossible not to see the drift and inference of his remarks. "You mean," I began. "Exactly," he broke in quickly, blowing a cloud of smoke from a fresh cigarette which he had nervously lighted. "Exactly, it was a devilish idea, to put the giant earwig on Macy's head just above the ear. And then?" I knew the fatuousness of the question, but speech relieved the growing sense of ticklish horror that was creeping over me. "Do nothing, but rely on the filthy insect running true to type. Once in Macy's ear, it was 1,000-to-1 chance against it ever coming out the same way. It wouldn't be able to turn. To back out would be almost an impossibility, and so, feeding as it went, it would crawl right across inside his head, with the result that the picture Warwick was drawing was more than I could bear. Even my imagination, dulled by years of legal dry-as-dust affairs, saw and sickened at the possibilities. I put out a hand and gripped Warwick's arms. "Stop, man," I cried hoarsely. "For God's sake, don't say any more. I understand. My God, but the man Thring must be a fiend." Warwick looked at me, and I saw that even his face had paled. "Was," he said meaningly. "Perhaps you're right. Perhaps he was a fiend. Yet, remember, Macy stole his wife. But a torture like that, the deliberate creation of a living torment that would grow into madness. Warwick, you can't condone that." He looked at me for a moment, and then slowly spread out his hands. "Perhaps you're right," he admitted. "It was a bit thick, I know, but there's more to come." I closed my eyes and wondered if I could think of an excuse for leaving Warwick. But in spite of my real horror, my curiosity won the day. "Get on with it," I muttered, and leant back, eyes still shut, hands clenched, with teeth gritted together as if I myself were actually suffering the pain of that earwig slowly, daily creeping farther into and eating my brain. I waited. Warwick wasn't slow to obey. "I've told you," he said, "that Rona had to nurse Macy, and even when he was better, though still weak, Thring insisted on her looking after him, though now he himself came more often. One afternoon, Rona was in Macy's bungalow, alone with him. The houseboy was out. Rona was on the veranda. Macy was asleep in the bedroom. Dusk was just falling. Bats were flying about. The flying foxes, heavy with fruit, were returning home. The inevitable house rats were scurrying about the floors. The lamps hadn't been lit. An eerie, devastating hour. Rona dropped some needlework and fought back tears. Then from the bedroom came a shriek. "My head! My ear! Oh God, my ear! Oh God, the pain!" That was the beginning. The earwig had got well inside. Rona rushed in and did all she could. Of course, there was nothing to see. Then, for a little while, Macy would be quiet because the earwig was quiet, sleeping or gorged. Then the vile thing would move or feed again, and Macy once more would shriek with the pain. And so it went on, day by day. Alternate quiet and alternate pain each day for Macy. For Rona, a hell of nerve-rending expectancy. Waiting, always waiting for the pain that crept slowly and crawled and twisted and writhed and moved ever so slowly through and across Macy's brain. Warwick paused so long that I was compelled to open my eyes. The face was ghastly. Fortunately, I couldn't see my own. And Thring, I asked. Came often each day, pretended sorrow and served out spurious dope. Rona found the coloured water afterwards. He cleverly urged that Macy should be carried down to the coast for medical treatment, knowing full well that he was too ill and worn to bear the smallest strain. Then, when Macy was an utter wreck, broken, completely in mind and body, with hollow, hunted eyes, with ever-twitching fingers, with a body no part of which he could properly control or keep still, the earwig came out at the other ear. As it happened, both Thring and Rona were present. Macy must have suffered an excruciating pain, followed as usual by a period of quiescence. Then, feeling a slight ticklish sensation on his cheek, put up his hand to rub or scratch. His fingers came in contact with the earwig and its fine gossamer hairs. Instinct did the rest, you follow. My tongue was still too dry to enable me to speak. Instead, I nodded, and Warwick went on. He naturally was curious and looked to see what he was holding. In an instant, he realized. Even Rona couldn't be in doubt. The hairs were faintly but unmistakably covered here and there with blood, with wax, and with grey matter. For a moment, there was absolute silence between the three. At last, Macy spoke. "My God," he just whispered. "Oh, my God. What an escape." Rona burst into tears. Only Thring kept silent, and that was his mistake. The silence worried Macy, weak though he was. He looked from Rona to Thring, and at the critical moment Thring couldn't meet his gaze. The truth was out. With an oath, Macy threw the insect, now dead from the pressure of his fingers, straight into Thring's face. Then he crumpled up in his chair and sobbed till even the chair shook. Again, Warwick paused till I thought he would never go on. I'd heard enough, I'll admit, and yet it seemed to me that at least there should be an epilogue. "Is that all?" I tentatively asked. Warwick shook his head. "Nearly, but not quite." Rona had ceased weeping and kept her eyes fixed on Thring. She dared not go and comfort Macy now. She saw him examine the dead earwig, having picked it up from the floor to which it had fallen, turn it this way and that, then produce from a pocket a magnifying glass, which he used daily for the inspection and detection of leaf disease on certain of the plants. As she watched, she saw the fear and disappointment leave his face, to be replaced by a look of cunning and evil satisfaction. Then, for the first time, he spoke. "Macy," called in a sharp, loud voice. Macy looked up. Thring held up the earwig. "This is dead now," he said. "Dead. As dead as my friendship for you, you swine of a thief. As dead as my love for that whore who was my wife. It's dead, I'll tell you, dead, but it's a female. You get me? A female. And a female lays eggs, and before it died, he never finished. His baiting at last roused Macy, endowing him with the strength of madness and despair. With one spring, he was at Thring's throat, bearing him down to the ground. Over and over they rolled on the floor, struggling for possession of the great hunting knife stuck in Thring's belt. One moment Macy was on top, the next Thring. Their breath and oaths came in great trembling gasps. They kicked and bit and scratched, and all the while Rona watched, fascinated and terrified. Then Thring got definitely on top. He had one hand on Macy's throat, both knees on his chest, and with his free hand he was feeling for the knife. In that instant, Rona's religious scruples went by the board. She realized she only loved Macy, that her husband didn't count. She rushed to Macy's help. Thring saw her coming and let drive a blow at her head, which almost stunned her. She fell on top of him just as he was whipping out the knife. The edge caught her neck. The sudden spurt of blood shot in Thring's eyes and blinded him. It was Macy's last chance. He knew it, and he took it. When Rona came back to consciousness, Thring was dead. Macy was standing beside the body, which was gradually swelling to huge proportions as he worked weakly but steadily at the white ant exterminator pump, the nozzle of which was pushed down the dead man's throat. Warwick ceased. This last had been a long, unbroken recital, and mechanically he picked up his empty glass as if to drain it. The action brought me back to nearly normal. I rang for the waiter, the knob of the electric bell luckily being just over my head. While waiting, I had time to speak. I've heard enough, I said hurriedly. To last me a lifetime. You've made me feel positively sick. But there's just one point. What happened to Macy? Did he live? Warwick nodded. That's another strange fact. He still lives. He was tried for the murder of Thring, but there was no real evidence. On the other hand, his story was too tall to be believed, with the result, well, you can guess. A lunatic asylum. For life, I asked. Warwick nodded again. Then I followed his glance. A waiter was standing by my chair. 2 double whiskey and sodas, I ordered tersely, and then, with shaking fingers, lighted a cigarette. His Beautiful Hands by Oscar Cook. I was not grumbling. I had given that up a long while. I was merely contemplating the rain, wondering what a whole dry day would be like. And I came to the conclusion that such a phenomenon was impossible, at least until the 40 days of St. Swithin were up, that the age of miracles was past. And then, without warning, I shuddered and felt that cold, creepy feeling which premonites a horror spread over me, or rather down me, from my head to my feet. A presence was drawing near. I realized that immediately and almost as quickly knew whose that presence must be. It must be Warwick, he being the only living soul capable of awakening such sensibility in me. I turned reluctantly from watching the rain to look at the far end of the club smoking room. Warwick had just entered the door and was approaching. Before he reached me, I had pressed the bell knob in the wall close to my chair. I knew the necessary adjunct to Warwick's presence was inevitable. He spread himself over a chair, which he drew close to mine, lighted one of his beastly Philippine cigarettes, blew a mouthful of smoke into my face, and leaning forward with hands on knees, elbows out at right angles, barked out, "Well." For a moment or so, I said nothing. I knew that ambiguous monosyllable, half question, half assertion, and the tone in which it was made. A story was coming, and it would not be a pleasant one. While I was silent, the waiter arrived. 2 whiskies and soda, I ordered. Doubles, supplemented Warwick. I nodded and looked him squarely in the eyes, paid him in his own coin. Well, I asked, and waited for him to make the next move. A yarn, he said succinctly and succulently, as good as any I've heard for many a day. He chuckled. I continued to face him squarely. A beastly one, I slowly asserted, judging from your tone. He nodded, and at that moment the waiter returned. Warwick took his glass, and I took mine. To his beautiful hands, he toasted. They've earned me 50 guineas, and so saved my bacon for a few days. Would you like the yarn, or... I made a gesture, so non-committable as to mean assent. At least, that's how Warwick read it. Listen, he began, looking round to see that we were alone, and drawing his chair still closer to mine. It's a tale of revenge and passion. With a capital purple P, I interpolated. Warwick paid no heed. About as sweetly gruesome and gruesomely diabolic as I know. He put out the half-smoked cigarette, took a long pull at his whiskey and soda, and began. Did you see that piece in the paper today about the sculptor Johnny who lost his right arm? I nodded. Well, it's that sort of story, only... I put out a hand quickly to interrupt him. If I must hear the story, I'd hear it properly with full names and details, not shorn of its curtains and suspense. Warwick took the hint. I'm going too fast, he muttered. But even now, it rather gets me, and... Well, it's like this. About 2 years ago, I was in the habit of frequenting a lady barber's. There was a craze for them then. Now there are only 1 or 2 left. And one of the assistants was head and shoulders, metaphorically speaking, above the other girls for looks and personality. She never had a spare moment. I was one of her regulars, and there was always a fellow, a customer more than twice her age, always hanging round, whom I grew to hate. And he comes into the story? I asked. He is the story, Warwick answered forcefully. He and Paulina and his violin. A musician, I couldn't help saying contemptuously, for rightly or wrongly, instrumentalists are my bête noire. Warwick grunted annoyance at my interruption and continued. Well, he was dead nuts on Paulina, and she, to my disgust, played up to him. Or so it seemed. He was always bringing her presents, giving her tickets for his concerts, taking her out of evenings, and generally going the whole hog. Something in his tone and in the choice and emphasis of his last expression seemed to convey a deeper meaning than just the words. "You mean?" I asked, and then broke off, for I hate talking lightly of a woman, even an unknown one. Warwick has no such scruples. "Exactly," he replied. "She went to be his keep, although she stayed on at the shop. But of course, this establishment was not set up all at once. It evolved, so to speak, out of what appeared quite natural, though unfortunate, circumstances." Warwick paused to take another drink. "And the situation annoyed you?" I asked. "You felt aggrieved, slighted?" He nodded. "In a way, yes. I'm no saint. And I'm a bachelor, and Paulina was... Was? I queried quickly. For a moment he made no answer. Then, indifferent churchman though he is, he crossed himself. "She's dead," he said flatly. "Died in childbed 10 days ago. I went to the funeral, a double one, hers and the child's. Thank God it died, that they both died," he added with a sudden fervour, and then slumped back into the chair and relapsed into a silence as inexplicable as his sudden change from ghoulishly journalistic delight. I waited. This new mood intrigued me, and I sensed tragedy more real and personal than Warwick had meant to lay bare. It was obvious that he needed a safety valve. "Sorry for that display," he said, when presently he pulled himself up in his chair and smiled. "It shan't occur again. But I loved her, in spite of the fact that 5 generations ago a coloured strain got introduced to the family. It was that, of course, which... but I go too fast." I offered him a cigarette. "A story is easier to follow," I suggested, "if it begins at the beginning and not halfway through. So far, all you've really told me is that there's a musician and Paulina and his violin, and you mentioned one more thing, or rather two, his beautiful hands. How do they come in?" Warwick laughed, an ungodly sound. "They don't," he said at length. "They don't. That's the cream of the story, the point of the..." He started to laugh again and pulled up short. "I'm off colour tonight," he muttered. "But it's like this. This Mr. A, we'll call him that, was a celebrated violinist, and apart from realising the value of his hands, he was inordinately vain of them. They were his passion, but I couldn't stand them. They weren't a man's hands, and they weren't a woman's. They were ethereal," I suggested. Warwick's hand suddenly gripped my arm tightly, and his face came close to mine. "The very word," he said, "ethereal. And it was one of Paulina's jobs to take care of them, tend them, worship them. For that is what he demanded of her, worship of his hands." I nodded. "She was a wonderful manicurist with a cool, soothing touch that somehow seemed to linger on your fingers long after the treatment was over and urge you back to her, till you were conscious of a semi-physical, semi-spiritual longing. All of us customers experience that feeling. And the curious thing is that it wasn't sexual or sensuous, but just caressing." Warwick paused and looked at me with, for him, a curiously appealing glance, as much to say, "You do understand, don't you?" I nodded. "The touch of the East," I said gently. "I suppose your Paulina had Javanese blood." Warwick smiled his thanks. "You're right," he went on. "And it was really on account of that taint that the trouble arose. They're revengeful, the Javanese. They never forget an injury to themselves or to those they love, though they're all fire. And Paulina was passionate. They're capable of slow smouldering like a station waiting room fire." Again, Warwick paused, and I began to think we never should get to the story. I looked at my watch. The time was 6:30 p.m. In a quarter of an hour I should have to go and dress. I was dining out. I leant across to him. "So far," I said, "you've really told me little, hardly enough to make me even a trifle curious. Of course, if you'd rather not, I respect your wish. On the other hand..." That was enough. I had touched him on the journalistic raw. "Wait," he almost barked at me. "Wait. It's a short story, but, well, one day, just a year ago, Mr. A came into the establishment with the little finger of his left hand bound up. Of course, Paulina had to be in attendance. I'd just been finished and stayed on to have a cup of tea. Naturally, I couldn't help hearing their conversation, mostly about the finger. The nail had become discoloured, and all round the cuticle was puffy and sore. Mr. A could hardly bear to let Paulina touch it, yet he longed for the caress of her massage. She suggested a doctor, but he wouldn't hear of that. She and she only must look after his hands. We could all understand that in general, but not in this case when medical advice was sorely and obviously needed. He was adamant, infatuated beyond belief. A week later, he was back. The finger was worse, much worse, and the third finger was beginning to become affected. And was he still adamant? I couldn't help putting the question, for I was rapidly beginning to put two and two together and making 4. Yes, and so it went on till all the fingers of both hands were in various stages of affectedness. It was horrible, I say, bloody. Day after day he would come in with his filthy bandaged hands, undo his bandages, expose his rotting fingers, and talk about them until we customers and the other girls were utterly sick. You had your remedy, I interrupted, even if the girls hadn't. Warwick looked at me pityingly. That's just what we hadn't got. He spoke in a most matter-of-fact way. Something held us, drew us. Of course, the proprietress was doing a roaring trade, but we didn't care. We sensed something. What? We didn't know. But we meant to be in at the death. And Paulina was her usual sweet self, controlled, gentle, amusing, sympathetic, efficient. Without a flinch, at least an outward blench, she attended to the ghastly sights, passed from Mr. A, to whom she was all kindness, to other customers. So matters went on, till one day, just after Mr. A had gone out, one of the girls was crossing the room and slipped on something on the floor. It rolled under her feet. She thought it was a pencil and stooped to pick it up. Then an awful scream rang through the room, and she fell down in a faint. We rushed to her. By her side, where it had fallen from her grasp, was the middle, rotting finger of a man's hand. "Severed?" I gasped, gripped at last. Warwick shook his head. For a moment or so, he couldn't speak. "No," he managed at last. "No, it had just rotted off, and the stink as one touched it was enough to... He put his hand to his nose and shivered all over. By a freak of the weather, the rain had ceased, and the evening light flooded through the smoking room window. It brought us back to normal. Warwick shook himself. "Do you want the rest?" he asked. "I've just time," I said, looking at my watch. Warwick drained his glass. We picked up the girl and carried her out, leaving for the moment only Paulina in the room. I was the first to return. As I entered, she quickly put her hands behind her back, but she hadn't been quick enough, for I distinctly saw that she was holding the rotting finger. I went up to her and put a hand on her shoulder, horror-struck though I was. "Paulina," I cried, "tell me truly, in spite of, you love him?" Her immediate answer was to laugh hysterically. Then she held out her hand, on which lay the filthy rotting finger. "Could you love that?" she asked. I couldn't answer, but my whole face expressed volumes. "Then why insult me?" She spoke very bitterly. "That's what I think of him, and all men, fit for the scrap heap." And as she spoke, she carelessly flung the horror into the waste-paper basket. It fell with hardly any thud, but the fall sent up a cloud of stenchful vapour. Paulina seemed not to notice it. "I only wish," she began, then stopped as the others came back. That was the beginning of the end. Paulina gave notice, the proprietress would not dissuade her, and consequently Mr. A gave up coming. The last time he came, he showed us both hands, devoid of fingers and thumbs, and all the time he raved of Paulina. "And you kept up with her, married her. The dead child was yours?" I put the question very gently. Warwick spread out his hands. "You'd think so," he said, a trifle grimly, "and it should be so according to the best novels. But you'd be wrong. No, I lost sight of her too, till just before the end. She sent for me and told me all. In confidence," he shook his head. "Not necessarily, but I must get it off my chest, and I'd like you to know. Can't you guess?" I didn't try, and he went on. "Mr. A was her father. 18 years before, he had seduced and left her mother. There's no need to say more. This was Paulina's revenge. She'd nursed it for years. Remember her Javanese strain? You mean, I gasped in spite of myself. Exactly. She used a native poison, a secret from her ancestors on that side, now dead with her. She planned the whole thing. And to help her attract him and the others, myself included, she doped our tea and coffee with a filthy, horrible concoction brewed from... No, I can't even mention that to you. The rain was falling again. Gloom once more pervaded the room. My thoughts jumped to the funeral. And the baby, I asked, was Mr. A's too? Warwick answered with a return to his ghoulishly journalistic appreciation of a dramatic point. Paulina didn't get up early enough, as the saying is, quite to get the top side of him. Just before she decided to apply the poison trick through his nails, he'd got her drunk one night and, well, you can guess the rest. That settled the matter of her living with him. Talk of poetic justice. Ye gods, I've never heard of such a case. Him with rotting fingers dying by inches. There's no cure, the poison's in his blood. Paulina as good as a murderess lying in childbed and her baby stillborn. Born with no fingers, nor toes, hardly hands and feet. Just red, puffy lumps of flesh, not even webbed. He pulled out a cigarette case, lighted a cigarette and put the case back. And I'll have another whiskey and soda, double. And then I'll toddle along to the dogs.
The Owl by Anatole le Braz. In those days, I mean during the era of King Louis-Philippe, I made wooden shoes for a living. Our work team camped in the Gurunhoel mountain range on a slope leading into town. Surrounding us was a magnificent forest of beech trees which have since been turned into shoes. Between all of us cousins, as we were accustomed to call ourselves, we comprised a sort of village of 5 or 6 huts. Mine stood next to the ruins of an old chapel, and here I lived with my wife, God bless her, and our 4 children, who are now scattered about the world. The only sections of the chapel still standing are a portion of wall, a dilapidated altar overrun with brambles, and here and there the bases of columns buried beneath a thick layer of moss, weeds, and dead leaves. But towards the eastern side, and behind the altar, was one great window through which light fell on the choir, standing nearly intact at the end of a passageway, a frame for the old stones and ancient glass. Here in the evenings after work, I loved to come and sit peacefully on the edge of this stone sculpture and smoke my pipe and think, remote from the women's chatter and the gleeful noise of the children. There were nests of owls amongst the ruins, and late one afternoon, I don't remember how, as I was hoisting myself up to my usual seat, I startled one of these nocturnal creatures. As it fled its hole, it made such a strange sound that one might have mistaken it for someone moaning. The setting sun cast a sharp glare of winter light upon the ruins. Shocked and blinded by the dying crimson glow, the owl landed in my lap. I had never seen one so close, only on barn doors where fearful peasants sometimes crucified them. Totally bewildered by its predicament, the owl tottered on the edge of my lap and would have pitched downwards from our lofty perch, but I grasped its wings gently. I don't believe I've ever held anything in my hands so soft and silky, so warm and trembling. I turned the bird away from the light to spare him the bright stabbing glare of the setting sun. I looked into the owl's eyes and they transfixed me. Have you ever studied the eyes of an owl? They are dim and yet like huge mirrors. You think you can see vaguely all sorts of mysterious things deep within. They are like the twin openings of a bottomless abyss, and seemingly many miles down into their depths one imagines, one perceives great stirrings of shadows and light, undiscovered continents and oceans, processions of crowds and people who come and go like the speechless, melancholy phantoms who people our dreams. Deeply, deeply I gazed into the owl's eyes, but it studied me as well. Trembling even though its sad, compelling stare never wavered from my face. Who knows what thoughts troubled the frail creature? Did it fear that I too, in fear, would nail it to the side of one of the surrounding beeches? In an effort to reassure the owl, and perhaps myself as well, I smoothed its feathers and said, "Peace, peace, you poor beast. I'm not a bad person. I don't wish to harm you." And it was true. We shoemakers live in the woods, in quiet solitude amidst the sacred silence of nature. Though we wield axes and fell trees, we are serene souls who love birds that keep us company as we work, singing to us as if we were their guests and they, our hosts, were anxious to soothe and entertain us in our toil. The owl does not sing and does not show itself, but still I know the sound of its mournful melody in the depths of the night, and I sense it perching on the roof of my hut, moving me towards solemn thoughts, remembering sometimes my long-dead ancestors, who, according to legend, occasionally take the form of an owl in order to remind the living to respect those who are long past. For me, such thoughts are often in my mind. The life hereafter preoccupies me more than life itself. I stroked the owl's russet-grey tinged feathers and spoke my thoughts to it in a low, soothing tone, imagining that it might be as old as the beech trees along the path, that once the owl saw the chapel standing where now only stones cover the ground, that once it heard the bells summoning the people to saints' pardon. All the while that I spoke to it, the owl looked at me with its great eyes with their immobile pupils flecked with gold, pupils that seemed like stars against the blue velvet of the dark universe. "Come," I said to myself aloud, "let us return this poor blind creature to its rightful home." I pulled back the veil of hanging ivy which hid the nest from which the owl had tumbled forth, and as I did, I realized that the bird's home was not some chance cavity in the wall, but one of the compartments of an old cupboard, the kind one sees in churches to the right of the choir and generally used for storing sacred vials. 2 such vials were still there, one for wine, one for water, both covered with dirt and shrouded in layer upon layer of spider webs, which probably preserved them from the erosion of time. Next to the sacred vials lay a book. It was an enormous missal, very old and bound with metal clasps, stained with mould and corroded by humidity, but some of the gold edging still shone through. The sight of the book made me forget the frightened owl, who by then had taken refuge in a secluded corner of the cupboard. I was tempted by the missal. I knew a rather eccentric English gentleman in Belle Isle who collected books of this type, paying their weight in gold, and even more when they were very old. Surely the missal no longer belonged to anyone. And yet, as I hid it underneath my jacket, I felt curiously evil, or at least greedy. I left my customary perch like a robber sneaking away from the scene of his crime, and as I did, the owl hooted mournfully, like a soul wailing the loss of salvation. Christmas time was near. The night before the holiday, our camp leader asked me, "Would you like to go to Belle Isle tonight? There's a shipment of shoes requested at Rolt, the store in the Grand Rue. You'd be in time to attend midnight mass at the village church." I have always been a good Christian, but to my shame, I accepted enthusiastically, not because of the midnight mass, but because I would have the opportunity to seek out my English friend and sell him the missal. Alone in my hut, I took the book from its hiding place, wrapped it in a piece of cloth, and slid it into the inside pocket of my jacket. After supper, with the cart loaded and my horse harnessed, I snapped the whip and began my journey. I was in high spirits. I have heard tales of travellers who set forth on Christmas Eve and met with ill luck, but nothing of the sort occurred to me, for there was the alluring promise of great profit at the end of my ride. The cold was biting. I wrapped myself in my coarse wool mantle, clamping the reins between my knees, my hands buried in my coat pockets. My horse was the most gentle and intelligent animal one could imagine. He understood the language of Brittany as well as I or any of my cousins. All it took was one word for him to speed up his pace or slow down. He took the descending slope of the Gourenhuel at a trot. It was a clear night. A layer of hoarfrost powdered the countryside. The swaying of the cart rocked me gently, and I was lost in thought, speculating on the price the missile would bring, wondering what gifts I should buy for my wife and children. I pictured in my mind's eye my loved ones' surprise and joy when I brought them such presents as only rich children receive. And yet the closer I got to Belle Isle, the less the prospect pleased me. An inarticulate anxiety began to nag at me, the kind of odd uneasiness one finds when seriously contemplating an action that one knows in one's heart to be wrong. A sudden sound startled me. Behind me, out of the chilly darkness of the night, I heard a prolonged moan, a plaintive murmur sad enough to melt the soul. I heard it again, and yet again, and each time it was longer and more heavily laden with grief. I jerked erect, pushed my cover aside, grabbed the reins, and lashed out at my horse, who took off at full speed and plunged into the heart of the forest. Gigantic trees lined the path, their entangled barren branches woven into a ceiling, shutting out the sky. On either side of the road, black tree trunks hemmed us in. Behind them were more trunks, thousands of bare trunks. I, who had always considered myself a child of the forest, born in its shadow, lulled in its ancient arms, nourished at its soft-scented breast, I, who had always lived in the woods and drew my sustenance from her noble body and blood, I, for the first time, was afraid. The large, familiar beeches leaned over in a menacing manner I never knew before. Their branches seemed to reach out to pluck at me and stop my horse. The trees were a horde of mute ghosts glowering down with merciless intensity. And yes, they had eyes, one of them. Look, on each shaft at the top of the tallest branch, two pupils gleaming large and round, immobile, glaring with a pale, colourless light. My horse was just as frightened as I. He stopped abruptly in his tracks, his legs stiff, the hairs of his mane standing on end. Did I hear his heart beating wildly against his ribs? Or was it mine, thundering as if it would burst? I shook so hard that I dropped the reins and was too terrified to think of setting foot outside the cart to pick them up. I sat in agonized expectation, icy drops of sweat trickling over me, my throat clutched tight with fear. God spare me from ever having to live through such unspeakable moments of dreadful anticipation again. And then a large shape wheeled away from one of the trees and hung in space a moment above the road before landing softly on the side of the cart. A snowflake could not have made less noise. I gazed into two bright eyes I had mistaken for the eyes of the tree, and an old formula came to mind, a charm a sorcerer once taught me to ward off the evil eye. White or black? I asked faintly. Good or evil? From God or the devil? Matthias, do you not recognize me? A weak, doleful voice asked. I am the owl from the ruins of Saint-Mélard. You helped me then, and now I shall save you. You think you are on the road to Belle Isle, but I tell you that you are on the road to hell. There is an old legend which says that on the eve of our Saviour's birth, dumb beasts are given the power of speech. Was this why the owl spoke to me, calling me by name? Or was he some long-dead forebear guiding me away from sin? And yet I told the bird, I did no wrong, none that I know of. You have a weight beneath your arm, I blushed with shame. I robbed no one. An old book found in the ruins of a wall. Is that such a great sin? Listen, Mathair, said the bird. Once there was a parish at St. Mellard. 100 years ago today, a priest celebrated the midnight mass. When he was done, and the congregation dispersed to their homes, the priest was just taking off his ornaments, happy at the thought of a warm fire awaiting him in the presbytery, when a beggar woman appeared in the vestry, asking him to give her confession and communion. But the priest irritably replied, "Return tomorrow morning, brigadier, for I will be here from 9 on from confession, and you may take communion at the high mass." The old woman's eyes brimmed with tears, but not daring to insist, she bowed humbly and left. The next day at dawn, a road labourer found her wrapped in a shroud of snow, lying dead in the ditch. "A terrible thing," I muttered, but what has it to do with me? Listen, Mathias, and you shall know. It was the priest's fault that she did not die in a state of grace. In time it came his turn to appear before the throne of God, and God said, "For the sin that you committed, as long as there are 2 stones remaining of the chapel at St. Mellard, you shall provide communion on Christmas Eve to all lost souls." The wind soughed sadly through the beeches like a choir of spectres seeking the words of some long-forgotten hymn. Here is Christmas Eve, Mathias. Soon the midnight bells will ring. The priest is at his post, the company of the damned assembled. The sacred vials soon to be filled, but the great missal, the book, Mathias, is missing. The priest will not be able to perform his service, and who knows, perhaps he will have to begin his 100 years of penance all over again. But you who stole the missal, you, Mathias Cerveno, are in far greater danger. That which belongs to the dead becomes an instrument of hellfire in the hands of the living. With trembling fingers, I took the book from my pocket. "Here it is," I muttered. "I return it to you. I am an owl and cannot carry so heavy a burden. You must take it back to where you found it." I hope it is to my everlasting credit that I did not hesitate even for a moment. I immediately got out of the cart, retrieved the reins, clambered back in, and invited my horse to retrace our steps. No longer were the trees terrifying spectres, for now I knew them again, the friendly assortment of elms and beeches, chestnuts and oaks whose majesty protected and nurtured me all my life. Once more, the night had the divine calm of the holy time to come, and in my heart too there was gentle peace abiding. When we reached the neighbourhood of our camp, I tethered my horse to a gate-post and entered the ruins. As I did, I heard a great fluttering behind me, and turning, saw that there was a huge flock of owls perched on the surrounding branches, staring down at me with eyes so filled with misery that I felt no fear, but only an immeasurable pity. I returned the missal to its old home, made the sign of the cross as I passed in front of the altar, and returned to my cart. I got back in and took the reins, ready to begin my journey anew, but just then I heard voices arising from the depths of the destroyed chapel. Voices singing praises to the Son of God. I looked back, but no longer saw the owls. Kneeling in the ruins of the sanctuary was a crowd of people intoning a nativity hymn, while a priest with white hair extended his arms, and an acolyte brought him a great, gilt-edged, open missal. I flicked the reins, and my horse took off in a gallop in the direction of Belle Isle. The bells of the Gurin Howell district, of Plongouver, of Lougwenel, and 20 more parishes pealed forth in the milky brightness of the night beneath the sparkling stars. I arrived at Belle Isle just in time to enter the church that was lit with as many lights as a cathedral, and there I attended Mass.
The Queen of Spades.
by Aleksandr Sergeyevich Pushkin. At the house of Narumov, a cavalry officer, the long winter night had been passed in gambling. At 5 a.m, breakfast was served to the weary players. The winners ate with relish. The losers, on the contrary, pushed back their plates and sat brooding gloomily. Under the influence of the good wine, however, the conversation then became general. "Well, Surin," said the host inquiringly. "Oh, I lost as usual. My luck is abominable. No matter how cool I keep, I can never win." "How is it, Herman, that you never touch a card?" remarked one of the men, addressing a young officer of the engineering corps. "Here you are with the rest of us at 5 o'clock in the morning, and you've neither played nor bet all night." "Play interests me greatly," replied the person addressed, but I hardly care to sacrifice the necessaries of life for uncertain superfluities." "Herman is a German, therefore economical, that explains it," said Tomsky. "But the person I can't quite understand is my grandmother, the Countess Anna Fedorovna." "Why?" inquired a chorus of voices. "I can't understand why my grandmother never gambles." "I don't see anything very striking in the fact that a woman of 80 refuses to gamble," objected Narumov. "Have you never heard her story?" "No." "Well, then listen to it. To begin with, 60 years ago my grandmother went to Paris, where she was all the fashion. People crowded each other in the streets to get a chance to see the Muscovite Venus, as she was called. All the great ladies played faro then. On one occasion, while playing with the Duke of Orleans, she lost an enormous sum. She told her husband of the debt, but he refused outright to pay it. Nothing could induce him to change his mind on the subject, and my grandmother was at her wit's end. Finally, she remembered a friend of hers, Count Saint-Germain. You must have heard of him, as many wonderful stories have been told about him. He is said to have discovered the elixir of life, the philosopher's stone, and many other equally marvellous things. He had money at his disposal, and my grandmother knew it. She sent him a note asking him to come to see her. He obeyed her summons and found her in great distress. She painted the cruelty of her husband in the darkest colours, and ended by telling the Count that she depended upon his friendship and generosity. "I could lend you the money," replied the Count after a moment of thoughtfulness, "but I know that you wouldn't enjoy a moment's rest until you had returned it. It would only add to your embarrassment. There is another way of freeing yourself." "But I have no money at all," insisted my grandmother. "There is no need of money. Listen to me." The Count then told her a secret which any of us would give a good deal to know. The young gamesters were all attention. Tomsky lit his pipe, took a few whiffs, and continued. "The next evening, grandmother appeared at Versailles at the Queen's gaming table. The Duke of Orleans was the dealer. Grandmother made some excuse for not having brought any money and began to punt. She chose 3 cards in succession, again and again, winning every time, and was soon out of debt. "A fable," remarked Herman. "Perhaps the cards were marked." "I hardly think so," replied Tomsky with an air of importance. "So you have a grandmother who knows 3 winning cards, and you haven't found out the magic secret?" "I must say I have not. She had 4 sons, one of them being my father, all of whom are devoted to play. She never told the secret to one of them, but my uncle told me this much on his word of honour. Chaplitsky, who died in poverty after having squandered millions, lost at one time at play nearly 300,000 roubles. He was desperate, and grandmother took pity on him. She told him the 3 cards, making him swear never to use them again. He returned to the game, staked 50,000 roubles on each card, and came out ahead, after paying his debts. As day was dawning, the party now broke up, each one draining his glass and taking his leave. The Countess Anna Fedorovna was seated before her mirror in the dressing-room. 3 women were assisting her toilet. The old Countess no longer made the slightest pretensions to beauty, but she still clung to all the habits of her youth, and spent as much time at her toilet as she had done 60 years before. At the window, a young girl, her ward, sat at her needlework. "Good afternoon, grandmother," cried a young officer who had just entered the room. "I have come to ask a favour of you." "What, Pavel?" "I want to be allowed to present one of my friends to you, and to take you to the ball on Tuesday night." Take me to the ball and present him to me there." After a few more remarks, the officer walked up to the window where Lisaveta Ivanovna sat. "Whom do you wish to present?" asked the girl. "Narumov. Do you know him?" "No." "Is he a soldier?" "Yes." "An engineer?" "No. Why do you ask?" The girl smiled and made no reply. Pavel Tomsky took his leave, and left to herself, Lisaveta glanced out of the window. Soon a young officer appeared at the corner of the street. The girl blushed and bent her head low over her canvas. This appearance of the officer had become a daily occurrence. The man was totally unknown to her, and as she was not accustomed to coquetting with the soldiers she saw on the street, she hardly knew how to explain his presence. His persistence finally roused an interest entirely strange to her. One day she even ventured to smile upon her admirer, for such he seemed to be. The reader need hardly be told that the officer was no other than Hermann, the would-be gambler, whose imagination had been strongly excited by the story told by Tomsky of the 3 magic cards. "Ah," he thought, "if the old countess would only reveal the secret to me, why not try to win her goodwill and appeal to her sympathy?" With this idea in mind, he took up his daily station before the house, watching the pretty face at the window and trusting to fate to bring about the desired acquaintance. One day, as Lisaveta was standing on the pavement about to enter the carriage after the countess, she felt herself jostled, and a note was thrust into her hand. Turning, she saw the young officer at her elbow. As quick as thought, she put the note in her glove and entered the carriage. On her return from the drive, she hastened to her chamber to read the missive in a state of excitement mingled with fear. It was a tender and respectful declaration of affection, copied word for word from a German novel. Of this fact Lisa was of course ignorant. The young girl was much impressed by the missive, but she felt that the writer must not be encouraged. She therefore wrote a few lines of explanation, and at the first opportunity dropped it with the letter out of the window. The officer hastily crossed the street, picked up the papers, and entered a shop to read them. In no wise daunted by this rebuff, he found the opportunity to send her another note in a few days. He received no reply, but evidently understanding the female heart, he persevered, begging for an interview. He was rewarded at last by the following: "Tonight we go to the ambassador's ball. We shall remain until 2:00. I can arrange for a meeting in this way. After our departure, the servants will probably all go out or go to sleep. At 11:30, enter the vestibule boldly, and if you see anyone, inquire for the countess. If not, ascend the stairs, turn to the left, and go on until you come to a door which opens into her bedchamber. Enter this room, and behind a screen you will find another door leading to a corridor. From this, a spiral staircase leads to my sitting room. I shall expect to find you there on my return." Hermann trembled like a leaf as the appointed hour drew near. He obeyed instructions fully, and as he met no one, he reached the old lady's bedchamber without difficulty. Instead of going out of the small door behind the screen, however, he concealed himself in a closet to await the return of the old countess. The hours dragged slowly by. At last he heard the sound of wheels. Immediately lamps were lighted, the servants began moving about. Finally, the old woman tottered into her room, completely exhausted. Her women removed her wraps and proceeded to get her in readiness for the night. Hermann watched the proceedings with a curiosity not unmingled with superstitious fear. When at last she was attired in cap and gown, the old woman looked less uncanny than when she wore her ball dress of blue brocade. She sat down in an easy chair beside a table, as she was in the habit of doing before retiring, and her women withdrew. As the old lady sat swaying to and fro, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings, Hermann crept out of his hiding-place. At the slight noise, the old woman opened her eyes and gazed at the intruder with a half-dazed expression. "Have no fear, I beg of you," said Hermann in a calm voice. "I have not come to harm you, but to ask a favour of you instead." The countess looked at him in silence, seemingly without comprehending him. Hermann thought she might be deaf, so he put his lips close to her ear and repeated his remark. The listener remained perfectly mute. "You could make my fortune without it costing you anything," pleaded the young man. Only tell me the 3 cards which are sure to win, and—" Herman paused as the old woman opened her lips as if about to speak. "It was only a jest, I swear to you. It was only a jest," came from the withered lips. "There was no jesting about it. Remember Chaplitsky, who, thanks to you, was able to pay his debts." An expression of interior agitation passed over the face of the old woman, and she relapsed into her former apathy. "Will you tell me the names of the magic cards or not?" asked Herman after a pause. There was no reply. The young man then drew a pistol from his pocket, exclaiming, "You old witch, I'll force you to tell me." At the sight of the weapon, the Countess gave a second sign of life. She threw back her head and put out a hand, as if to protect herself. Then they dropped, and she sat motionless. Herman grasped her arm roughly and was about to renew his threats when he saw that she was dead. Seated in her room, still in her ball dress, Lisaveta gave herself up to her reflections. She had expected to find the young officer there, but she felt relieved to see that he was not. Strangely enough, that very night at the ball, Tomsky had rallied her about her preference for the young officer, assuring her that he knew no more than she supposed he did. "Of whom are you speaking?" she'd asked in alarm, fearing her adventure had been discovered. "Of the remarkable man," was the reply. "His name's Herman." Lisa made no reply. "This Herman," continued Tomsky, "is a romantic character. He has the profile of a Napoleon and the heart of a Mephistopheles. It's said he has at least 3 crimes on his conscience, but how pale you are!" "It's only a slight headache." "But why do you talk to me of this Herman?" "Because I believe he has serious intentions concerning you." "Where has he seen me?" "At church, perhaps, or on the street." The conversation was interrupted at this point, to the great regret of the young girl. The words of Tomsky made a deep impression upon her, and she realized how imprudently she had acted. She was thinking of all this and a great deal more when the door of her apartment suddenly opened and Herman stood before her. She drew back at sight of him, trembling violently. "Where have you been?" she asked in a frightened whisper. "In the bedchamber of the Countess." "She's dead," was the calm reply. "My God, what are you saying?" cried the girl. "Furthermore, I believe that I was the cause of her death." The words of Tomsky flashed through Lisa's mind. Herman sat down and told her all. She listened with a feeling of terror and disgust. So those passionate letters, that audacious pursuit, were not the result of tenderness and love. It was money that he desired. The poor girl felt that she had, in a sense, been an accomplice in the death of her benefactress. She began to weep bitterly. Herman regarded her in silence. "You are a monster!" exclaimed Lisa, drying her eyes. "I didn't intend to kill her. The pistol wasn't even loaded." "How are you going to get out of the house?" inquired Lisa. "It's nearly daylight." "I intended to show you the way to a secret staircase while the Countess was asleep, as we would have had to cross her chamber. Now I'm afraid to do so." "Direct me, and I'll find the way alone," replied Herman. She gave him minute instructions and a key with which to open the street door. The young man pressed a cold, inert hand, then went out. The death of the Countess had surprised no one, as it had long been expected. Her funeral was attended by every one of note in the vicinity. Herman mingled with the throng without attracting any especial attention. After all the friends had taken their last look at the dead face, the young man approached the bier. He prostrated himself on the cold floor and remained motionless for a long time. He rose at last with a face almost as pale as that of the corpse itself and went up the steps to look into the casket. As he looked down, it seemed to him that the rigid face returned his glance mockingly, closing one eye. He turned abruptly away, made a false step, and fell to the floor. He was picked up, and at the same moment Lisaveta was carried out in a faint. Herman did not recover his usual composure during the entire day. He dined alone at an out-of-the-way restaurant and drank a great deal in the hope of stifling his emotion. The wine only served to stimulate his imagination. He returned home and threw himself down on his bed without undressing. During the night he awoke with a start. The moon shone into his chamber, making everything plainly visible. Someone looked in at the window, then quickly disappeared. He paid no attention to this, but soon he heard the vestibule door open. He thought it was his orderly returning late, drunk as usual. The step was an unfamiliar one, and he heard the shuffling sound of loose slippers. The door of his room opened, and a woman in white entered. She came close to the bed, and the terrified man recognized the Countess. "I have come to you against my will," she said abruptly, "but I was commanded to grant your request. The 3, 7, and ace in succession are the magic cards. 24 hours must elapse before the use of each card, and after the 3 have been used, you must never play again." The phantom then turned and walked away. Herman heard the outside door close and again saw the form pass the window. He rose and went out into the hall where his orderly lay asleep on the floor. The door was closed. Finding no trace of a visitor, he returned to his room, lit his candle, and wrote down what he had just heard. 2 fixed ideas cannot exist in the brain at the same time any more than 2 bodies can occupy the same point in space. The 3, 7, and ace soon chased away the thoughts of the dead woman and all other thoughts from the brain of the young officer. All his ideas merged into a single one, how to turn to advantage the secret paid for so dearly. He even thought of resigning his commission and going to Paris to force a fortune from conquered fate. Chance rescued him from his embarrassment. Czekalinsky, a man who had passed his whole life at cards, opened a club at St. Petersburg. His long experience secured for him the confidence of his companions, and his hospitality and genial humour conciliated society. The gilded youth flocked around him, neglecting society, preferring the charms of Pharaoh to those of their sweethearts. Narumov invited Herman to accompany him to the club, and the young man accepted the invitation only too willingly. The 2 officers found the apartments full. Generals and statesmen played whist. Young men lounged on sofas, eating ices or smoking. In the principal salon stood a long table, at which about 20 men sat playing Pharaoh, the host of the establishment being the banker. He was a man of about 60, grey-haired and respectable. His ruddy face shone with genial humour, his eyes sparkled, and a constant smile hovered around his lips. Narumov presented Herman. The host gave him a cordial handshake, begged him not to stand upon ceremony, and returned to his dealing. More than 30 cards were already on the table. Czekalinsky paused after each coup to allow the punters time to recognize their gains or losses, politely answering all questions and constantly smiling. After the deal was over, the cards were shuffled and the game began again. "Permit me to choose a card," said Herman, stretching out his hand over the head of a portly gentleman to reach a livret. The banker bowed without replying. Herman chose a card and wrote the amount of his stake upon it with a piece of chalk. "How much is that?" asked the banker. "Excuse me, sir, but I do not see well." 40,000 roubles, said Herman coolly. All eyes were instantly turned upon the speaker. "He's lost his wits," thought Narumov. "Allow me to observe," said Czekalinsky with his eternal smile, "that your stake is excessive." "What of it?" replied Herman, nettled. "Do you accept it or not?" The banker nodded in assent. "I have only to remind you that the cash will be necessary. Of course your word is good, but in order to keep the confidence of my patrons, I prefer the ready money." Herman took a bank cheque from his pocket and handed it to his host. The latter examined it attentively, then laid it on the card chosen. He began dealing. To the right a 9, to the left a 3. "The 3 wins," said Herman, showing the card he held. A 3. A murmur ran through the crowd. Czekalinsky frowned for a second only. Then his smile returned. He took a roll of bank bills from his pocket and counted out the required sum. Herman received it and at once left the table. The next evening saw him at the place again. Everyone eyed him curiously, and Czekalinsky greeted him cordially. He selected his card and placed upon it his fresh stake. The banker began dealing. To the right a 9, to the left a 7. Herman then showed his card, a 7 spot. The onlookers exclaimed, and the host was visibly disturbed. He counted out 94,000 roubles and passed them to Herman, who accepted them without showing the least surprise, and at once withdrew. The following evening he went again. His appearance was a signal for the cessation of all occupation, everyone being eager to watch the developments of events. He selected his card, an ace. The dealing began. To the right, a queen. To the left, an ace. "The ace wins," remarked Hermann, turning up his card without glancing at it. "Your queen is killed," remarked Czekalinsky quietly. Hermann trembled. Looking down, he saw not the ace he had selected, but the queen of spades. Hermann trembled. Looking down, he saw not the ace he had selected, but the queen of spades. He could scarcely believe his eyes. It seemed impossible that he could have made such a mistake. As he stared at the card, it seemed to him that the queen winked one eye at him mockingly. "The old woman!" he exclaimed involuntarily. The croupier raked in the money while he looked on in stupid terror. When he left the table, all made way for him to pass. The cards were shuffled, and the gambling went on. Hermann became a lunatic. He was confined at the hospital in Obukhov, where he spoke to no one, but kept constantly murmuring in a monotonous tone, "The 3, 7, ace. The 3, 7, queen."
A dog in Durer's Etching, The Night, Death, and the Devil by Marco Denevi, 1966, translated by Alberto Manguel. The knight, as we all know, is back from the war. The 7 Years' War, the 30 Years' War, the War of the Roses, the War of the Three Henrys, a dynastic or religious war, or a gallant war, in the Palatinate, in the Netherlands, in Bohemia, no matter where, no matter when, all wars are fragments of a single war. All wars make up the nameless war, simply the war, the war. So that although the knight returns from travelling through a fragment of the war, it is as if he had journeyed through all wars and all the war. Because all wars, even if they seem different when seen from close to, seen from a distance, only repeat the same infamies and the same clamour. So, let us not be scrupulous about names or dates. Let us not worry if out of the Plantagenets and the Hohenstaufen we make one wayward family, if we mix Lansquenets with grenadiers, crossbowmen with archers, or if we muddle our geography and mix cities with cities, castles with castles, towers with towers. And so returning to the night, we were saying that, at last, he is back from the war, back from a link in the chain of war, believing the war to be the very last link, not knowing that the chain is endless, or that it has an end but being circular, that time makes it turn, as if it were endless, for he left young and brave, and war returns him old, wizened, and bald. Although this is nothing new, war lacks imagination and repeats its tricks. So the knight, like all knights who have been through a war without falling into death's trap, is unshaven, grimy, smelling of sweat, blood, and filth. His armpits infested with fleas, a rash burning the insides of his thighs, coughing greenish phlegm marbled with scarlet threads, speaking in a voice made harsh by frost, fire, hard-drinking oaths, cries of terror and courage. He can no longer utter 2 words without swearing. He has forgotten the florid language of his childhood when he served as a page at the court of some margrave or archbishop. He has forgotten the beautiful manners and graceful bows with which he charmed the ladies, because now he no longer asks women for love. He asks them for wine, food, a bed. And while his soldiers rape the girls, he drinks alone, in silence, until the soldiers come back yawning, and then he slams his hand on the table and curses. He curses the little kings fleeing pale and tattered on panting horses, those kings who will return in triumph as soon as the battle is over, dressed in cloth of gold, under a golden canopy, in the midst of an army of pennants and banners. He curses the popes, dressed in ermine, who from the height of their gestatorial chairs sprinkle holy water on the scarlet seals of alliances and coalitions. He curses the emperor whom he once saw walking between spears erect as phalluses at the sight of that damsel of war, and the knight jumps to his feet, knocks over his chair, knocks over the table, the glasses and the jug of wine. A violent quarrel flares up. The tavern, or whatever, is burnt to the ground, the innkeeper beaten, and the troop led by the knight rides on once more. And now it passes through a forest in the moonlight, but the knight no longer curses, no longer makes a sound. He rides on, silent, his eyes staring deep into the night, and one by one the soldiers stop talking. They fall asleep in their saddles, each dreaming alone, with his head fallen on his breastplate, one hearing perhaps a distant music, the music of his childhood in the village in the Duchy of Milan or in Catalonia, while another hears voices which call to him, the voice of his mother, the voice of his wife or his sweetheart, and another cries out and wakens with a start. But the knight doesn't stop. He doesn't turn to see who cried, as if the cry were the cry of a bird in the wood. He rides on, with his eyes fixed upon the darkness, the moon polishing his armour, and the soldier behind him, the one nearest to him, the one carrying a tattered flag burnt by gunpowder, a flag now hanging over the rump of his horse like a filthy rag. That soldier, a blonde youth, very much like a minstrel, suddenly has a strange thought. He thinks that perhaps the knight's armour is riding empty, that the knight has vanished, and all that is left is the armour, like a hollow iron doll, or that perhaps the armour has overpowered the knight, sucked him up like a sponge, sucked his blood, crushed his bones, and now is an empty, fleshless shell riding on. And he imagines this because he has never seen the knight without his armour and his spear, without his greaves and his gauntlets that point to the north of war, without his howling helmet, beneath which lies a tangle of hair, but hair that perhaps belongs to a faceless beard, hair that is perhaps the helmet's stuffing, perhaps the whole armour is stuffed with hair. And the thought makes the blonde soldier laugh, because it occurs to him that the knight may have dried up in his armour a long time ago, that the armour became empty a long time ago, and they, the soldiers, never learnt the truth. And they, the soldiers, have tramped behind this empty armour from battle to battle, defying death, in the firm belief that the knight would protect them from death. And as the blonde standard-bearer laughs, like a sleepwalker or a drunkard, the knight hoists himself on the edge of his stirrups and utters a curse, as if guessing the reason for the standard-bearer's laughter, trying to show him that deep down, inside the armour, he is still alive, or maybe to rebuke him for dreaming. And the blonde soldier shrinks in fright until he realizes that the knight has not even awoken, that he isn't cursing because of his laughter, but because the trees in the forest, which up to that moment seemed frozen under the moon and under the winter snow, have suddenly burst into flower and are covered with fruit, which is to say, even though the image is old, and you have all understood, that the trees have flowered with the blossoms that the heat of war brings forth in all 4 seasons, in good and in bad weather, in fertile lands as in wastelands, that the trees have been covered with that fruit which is always in season, always ripe for plucking or picking. I mean the enemy. I mean the unquenchable enemy who waits patiently, stubbornly, hidden in the shadow, blurred by the fog and the smoke. And then the slumbering horses turn in a flash. But all this has already happened. All this is over now, and the knight has returned to his castle, without the clashing of metal of horses and of men that followed him in his journey through one of the provinces of war. He has left behind the shouting. He has freed himself forever from the soggy camps, the plundering, the ambushes, from hunger, terror, lack of sleep. He has kept nothing of the war, except his horse, his panoply, his spear with the fox skin at one end to stop the blood from dripping down and soaking his hand. He has kept the smell of sweat and filth, the lice, the rash, the exhaustion, the feebleness, old age, and memories out of the loud tableau of war, like that youth, fallen on the grass, face skywards, sinking both his legs up to his knee in an uncaring river, the Rhine, the Tajo, the Arno, and the water passing by the body, lifting the legs, softening and tearing at them, until it carries them downstream, transformed into ravelled threads, first crimson, then pink, finally grey and ochre. Oh, like those 10 gallows in a dark and empty square, a body hanging from each one, 10 dangling objects with their tongues out, and the wind made music with the bodies, while in the steeple a bell sounded one same hour out of time. Or like the old man, crouched to empty his bowels on the hard ground covered in frost, and suddenly collapsing over a blossom of blood and feces, the ancient rose of dysentery. Or like that lofty tower, square and built of bricks, rising against a row of cypresses, the jet of burning pitch spewing from one of the battlements, falling on the knights dressed in white tunics with a red cross on their chests, on the knights who were all so refined and beautiful, and who had attended Mass only a short while before, a Mass conducted by an archbishop, studded with precious stones, and the black crater dug by the boiling pitch, the hole smoking and crackling like a pan on the fire, until he, our knight, became aware of a sweetish smell, a smell of frying and burnt cloth, and felt a sting, and saw that a little piece of meat had landed on his hand, a little piece of flesh from one of those knights who a short while before had heard Mass and commended themselves to God, because that is what the war had been for him, though perhaps for the little kings it had been something else, and something else again for the popes and the emperors, perhaps a game of chess played at a distance, each of them locked up in a city, in a fortress, in a palace, until the game is over, and they come out and meet and shake hands like good sportsmen and split their share of harvested land. But now the knight has jumped off the chessboard of popes and emperors. Now he returns to his castle, to his wife, whom he left young, and whom he expects to find as young as when he left her, to the sumptuously laden table and the warm, well-made bed, to the falcon that used to perch on his gloved fist on the morning of the hunt, to the lute he once plucked, singing at a court in Provence or Sicily the roundelays of Cino de Pistoia, to the castle where he will at last cast off his armour like a dried scab, where he will take off his helmet like an alien head that could do nothing but swear and seek the track of the enemy's army. He returns to his castle, where the little kings whom he saved from the ignominy of defeat will cover him with honours, where the Pope and the Emperor who moved the pieces on the chessboard of war will make him Duke or Count Palatine, And then, turning a bend in the road, he sees upon an untouched hill his untouched castle. He sees around it the fields and the peasants bent over the soil. He sees a dog, a domestic dog, a stray dog belonging to no one, a dog running among the stones, stopping here and there to sniff the traces of other dogs. And confronted with the idyllic picture of the castle, the peasants and the dog, the knight thinks that just as he cannot grasp the true key to war held fast in the hands of popes and emperors and furiously coveted by little kings, these peasants, bent over their furrows, are denied the knowledge of the terrible task of war which has been his for so long. Because for these peasants, war will have been a blurred rumour, the glow of a fire in the distance, the marching of troops down the road. And as for the dog, the knight thinks, it did not even know there was a war. It did not even know there was plunder and murder, blessed by the Pope, an emperor who made spears rise like phalluses. It would have carried on eating, sleeping, coupling with other dogs, and ignoring the fact that far away, where the knight was fighting, the frontiers were being undone, in order to be done up again in another pattern. Indeed, the dog would never know that a vicar of Christ was being dragged bleeding through the streets, or that an emperor was kneeling day and night outside a door that never opened. It would never know that the flower of Christendom had been fried alive in pitch and oil, and that a chime of hanged men toiled the hours on a dark and empty square. Because for the dog, the thunder of war made the same terrible noise as the thunder of a storm, and had the dog seen the damsel of war, it would have barked at her as it would bark at a stranger, or wagged its tail if it had found her friendly or been given some food. And now the knight feels proud of being a knight, of having been one of the pieces on the chessboard of war, of belonging to history, even though his name will not appear in history, even though only the names of the popes and emperors will appear in the annals of history, and in smaller letters, the names of the little kings. And the knight feels sorry for the peasants who do not even belong to history, and amazed at the dog, contemporary of popes and emperors, who will never know there have been popes and emperors, who will never even know there have been knights. He feels a kind of awe seeing this dog who comes to greet him as it would come to greet a peasant or an emperor, without distinguishing one from the other, who comes to greet him without suspecting the disasters and heroic deeds that girdle his armour. And following his thought, following this train of thought that begins with the dog, the knight thinks that perhaps the last links in the chain are not the popes or the emperors, because in the same way that the dog ignores what the peasants know, in the same way that the peasants ignore what the knight knows, and in the same way that the knight ignores what the little kings know, and the little kings what the popes and emperors know, in the same way the popes and the emperors ignore what only God knows as a whole, and in the perfection of truth. And thinking this of war, believing that for God too, war is something different from that which popes and emperors see, fills the knight with hope. Hope that in God's mind, history will include the knight's name. Hope that if the pope and the emperor, masters of the game of war, will make him, the knight, a duke or a count in recognition of his bravery, then God, the master of the game of popes and emperors, will absolve him of the murders, the rapes, and the plunders in recognition of his suffering, his hunger, and his lack of sleep, and will receive him in paradise. And this hope makes him smile. It comforts him and makes the past ills of the war seem worthwhile, when all of a sudden, just as hope is comforting the knight and making him smile, the dog, running to meet him, stops in its tracks in front of a wall. digs its paws into the ground. Its hackles rise. Its jaws part in a snarl, and it bares its fangs and starts to howl mournfully. But the knight attributes its behaviour to some insignificant circumstance. He attributes it to the fact that the dog doesn't know him and is frightened of the horse or the armour or the spear with the fox's tail hanging from one end. It's hardly surprising that this peasant's dog should be frightened of a knight dressed in iron and of a horse adorned with a headstall and snaffle, so the knight pays no attention to the dog's behaviour and follows the road that leads to the hill on top of which stands his castle, and the hoofs of his horse are about to trample the dog, but it jumps to one side at the last minute and continues to howl, continues to whimper, and bares its teeth, while the knight remembers again his young wife, his falcon, and his love-lute, and has forgotten about the dog now left behind him, like the war. And what the knight will never know is that the dog has smelt on the knight's armour the stench of death and hell, because the dog already knows what the knight does not know. It knows that in the knight's groin a pustule has begun to distill the juices of the plague, and that death and the devil are waiting for the knight at the foot of the hill to take him with them. Because if the knight could read what I now write, he would perhaps think, following an analogous train of thought but in reverse, he would think that just as the dog stopped there where he rides on, so knights perhaps stop there where popes and emperors ride on, and perhaps therefore the popes and emperors will ignore his heroic deeds and not make him a duke or a count. He would think that the war of knights is for popes and emperors, like the stench of death and the devil, that only dogs can smell. And still, within the circle of this reasoning, the knight would think that perhaps popes and emperors stop there where God rides on, that perhaps they play a game of chess which God does not take into account. I mean, which God does not watch. Perhaps God does not even see their chessboard, and the sacrifice of the pieces serves no purpose in God's eyes, and the knight will not be absolved of his sins, nor admitted into paradise. I mean that if the knight reasoned in this manner, he would think that perhaps for God the realities that trap men form a web which cannot trap God, in the same way that the knight had passed through without seeing the web in which the dog became entangled, even though the web was woven for the knight and not for the dog, even though the prayers, the hopes, and sufferings of men are woven for God. But the knight will never read what I now write, and he reaches the bottom of the hill, happy with the hope that his valour has woven a web that will trap the fly pope, the fly emperor, happy with the hope that popes and emperors have woven another web that will trap the fly god, while down here, on the road, the dog, who confuses the thunder of war with the thunder of a storm, continues to wage another, vaster war, in which the night confuses the barking of death with the barking of a dog.
Elias and the Draug by Jonas Lay. On Kvalholmen down in Helgeland, there once lived a poor fisherman by name Elias and his wife Karen, who before her marriage had worked in the parsonage at Alsterhau. They lived in a little hut which they had built, and Elias hired out by the day in the Lofoten fisheries. Kvalholmen was a lonely island, and there were signs at times that it was haunted. Sometimes, when her husband was away from home, the good wife heard all sorts of unearthly noises and cries, which surely boded no good. Each year there came a child. When they had been married 7 years, there were 6 children in the home. But they were both steady and hard-working people, and by the time the last arrived, Elias had managed to put aside something and felt that he could afford a 6 1 and thereafter do his low-footed fishing as master in his own boat. One day, as he was walking with a halibut harpoon in one hand thinking about this, he suddenly came upon a huge seal sunning itself in the lee of a rock near the shore, and apparently quite as much taken by surprise as he was. Elias, meanwhile, was not slow. From the rocky ledge on which he was standing, he plunged the long, heavy harpoon into its back, just behind the neck. But then, oh, what a struggle! Instantly the seal reared itself up, stood erect on its tail, tall as the mast of a boat, and glowered at him with a pair of bloodshot eyes, at the same time showing its teeth in a grin so fiendish and venomous that Elias almost lost his wits from fright. Then suddenly it plunged into the sea and vanished in a spray of mingled blood and water. That was the last Elias saw of it, but that very afternoon the harpoon, broken just below the iron barb, came drifting ashore near the boat landing not far from his house. Elias had soon forgotten all about it. He bought his sixen that same autumn and housed it in a little boat shed he had built during the summer. One night, as he lay thinking about his new sixen, it occurred to him that perhaps in order to safeguard it properly, he ought to put another shore on either side underneath it. He was so absurdly fond of the boat that he thought it only fun to get up and light his lantern and go down to look it over. As he held up his lantern to see better, he suddenly glimpsed on a tangle of nets in one corner a face that resembled exactly the features of the seal. It grimaced for a moment angrily towards him in the light. Its mouth seemed to open wider and wider, and before he was aware of anything further, he saw a bulky man-form vanish out of the door of the boathouse, not so fast, however, but that he managed to make out, with the aid of his lantern, a long iron prong projecting from its back. Elias now began to put two and two together, but even so, he was more concerned for the safety of his boat than he was for his own life. On the morning, early in January, when he set out for the fishing banks with two men in the boat beside him, he heard a voice call to him in the darkness from a skerry directly opposite the mouth of the cove. He thought that it laughed derisively. "Better beware, Elias, when you get your femboring." Note: femboring is a famous Nordland fishing boat whose form has been perfected by centuries of experimenting. End note. It was a long time, however, before Elias saw his way clear to get a femboring, not until his eldest son was 17 years old. It was in the fall of the year that Elias embarked with his whole family and went to Rann to trade in his sixen for a femboring. At home, they left only a little Lapp girl, but newly confirmed, whom they had taken into their home some years before. There was one femboring in particular which he had his eye on, a little four-man boat, which the best shipwright thereabout had finished and tarred that very fall. For this boat he traded in his own sixen, paying the difference in coin. Elias thereupon began to think of sailing home. He first stopped at the village store and laid in a supply, for Christmas for himself and his family, among other things, a little keg of brandy. It may be that, pleased as they were with the day's bargaining, both he and his wife had one drop too many before they left, and Bernd, their son, was given a taste too. Whereupon they set sail for home in the new femboring. Other ballast than himself, his wife and children, and his Christmas supplies, he had none. His son Bernd sat at the stem. His wife, with the assistance of the second son, managed the halyard. Elias himself sat at the tiller, while the two younger sons, 12 and 14 respectively, were to alternate at the bailing. They had 50-odd miles of sea before them, and they had no sooner reached the open than it was apparent that the femboring would be put to the test the very first time it was in use. A storm blew up before long, and soon white-crested waves began dashing themselves into spray. Then Elias saw what kind of a boat he had. It rode the waves like a seagull, without so much as taking in one single drop, and he was ready to swear that he would not even have to single reef as any ordinary femboring would have been compelled to do in such weather. As the day drew on, he noticed, not far away, another femboring, completely manned, speeding along, just as he was then, with 4 reefs in the sail. It seemed to follow the same course, and he thought it strange that he hadn't noticed it before. It seemed to want to race with him, and when Elias realized this, he couldn't resist letting out a reef again. So they raced along at a terrific speed past headlands and islands and skerries. To Elias it seemed that he had never before sailed so gloriously, and the Femboring proved to be every whit that had been claimed the best boat in Ranen. Meanwhile, the sea had risen, and already several huge waves had rolled over them, breaking against the stem up forward where Bernd sat, and sweeping out to leeward near the stern. Ever since dusk had settled over the sea, the other boat had kept very close to them, and they were now so near each other that they could have thrown a bailing dipper one to the other had they wished. And so they sailed on, side by side, all the evening, in an ever-increasing sea. That last reef, Elias began to think, ought really to be taken in again, but he was loath to give up the race, and made up his mind to wait as long as possible until the other boat saw fit to reef in, for it was quite as hard-pressed as he, and since they now had to fight both the cold and the wet, the brandy bottle was now and then brought forth and passed around. The phosphorescent light which played on the dark sea near his own boat flashed eerily in the white crests around the stranger, which appeared to be ploughing a furrow of light and throwing a fiery foam to either side. In the reflection of this light, he could even distinguish the rope ends in the other boat. He could also make out the crew on board in their oilskin caps, but insomuch as they were on the leeward side of him, they kept their backs turned and were almost hid behind the lofty gunwale as it rose with the seas. Of a sudden, a gigantic breaker, whose white crest Elias had for some time seen in the darkness, crashed against the prow of the boat where Bernd sat. For a moment the whole Femboring seemed to come to a stop. The timbers creaked and jarred under the strain, and then the boat, which for half a second had balanced uncertainly, righted itself and sped forward, while the wave rolled out again to leeward. All the while this was happening, Elias thought he heard fiendish cries issuing from the other boat. But when it was over, his wife, who sat in the halyard, cried out in a voice that cut him to the very soul, "My God, Elias, that sea took Martha and Niels." These were their two youngest children, the former 9, the latter 7 years old, who had been sitting forward close to Bernd. "Hold fast to the halyard, Karen, or you may lose more," was all that Elias answered. It was necessary now to take in the 4th reef, and Elias had no sooner done so than he thought it advisable to reef in the 5th, for the sea was steadily rising. On the other hand, if he hoped to sail his boat clear of the ever-mounting waves, he dared not lessen his sail more than was absolutely necessary. It turned out, however, to be difficult going, even with the sail thus diminished. The sea raged furiously and deluged them with spray after spray. Finally, Bernd and Anton, the next oldest, who had helped his mother at the halyard, had to take hold of the yard-arm, something one resorts to only when a boat is hard-pressed, even with the last reef in this case, the 5th. The rival boat, which in the meantime had disappeared from sight, bobbed up alongside them again, with exactly the same amount of sail that he was carrying. Elias now began rather to dislike the crew over there. The 2 men who stood holding the yard-arm and whose faces he could glimpse underneath their oilskin caps appeared to him, in the weird reflections from the spray, more like spectres than human beings. They spoke near a word. A little to leeward he spied the foaming ridge of another breaker rising before him in the dark, and he prepared himself to meet it. He turned the prow slantwise towards it, and let out as much sail as he dared to give the boat speed enough to cleave its way through. The sea struck them with the roar of a torrent. For a moment, the boat again careened uncertainly. When it was all over and the vessel had righted itself once more, his wife no longer sat at the halyard, nor was Anton at the yard-arm. They had both been washed to sea. This time, too, he thought he made out the same fiendish voices above the storm, but mingled with them he also heard his wife's agonizing cries as she called him by name. When he realized that she had been swept overboard, he muttered to himself, "In Jesus' name," and said no more. He felt vaguely that he would have preferred to follow her, but he realized at the same time that it was up to him to save the other 3 he had on board. Bernd and the two younger sons, the one 12, the other 14, who for a while had been doing the bailing, but whom he had later placed in the stern behind him. Bernd was now left to manage the yard arm alone, and the two, father and son, had to help each other as best they could. The tiller Elias did not dare let go. He held on to it with a hand of iron, long since numb from the strain. After a while, the companion boat bobbed up again, as before it had been momentarily lost to view. He now saw more clearly than before the bulky form that sat aft, much as he was sitting, and controlled the tiller. Projecting from his neck, whenever he turned his back, just below the oilskin cap, Elias could clearly discern some 4 inches or so of an iron prong, which he had seen before. At that, he was convinced in his innermost soul of 2 things. One was that it was none other than the Draug himself who sat steering his half-boat alongside his, and who had lured him on to destruction. And the other was that he was fated, no doubt, this night, to sail the sea for the last time. For he who sees the Draug at sea is a marked man. He said nothing to the others in order not to discourage them, but he commended his soul in silence to the Lord. He had found it necessary during the last hours to bear away from his course because of the storm, and when, furthermore, it took to snowing heavily, he realized that he would no doubt have to postpone any attempt to land until dawn. Meanwhile, they sailed on as before. Now and again the boys aft complained of freezing, but there was nothing to do about that, wet as they were, and furthermore Elias sat preoccupied with his own thoughts. He had been seized with an insatiable desire to avenge himself. What he would have liked to do, had he not had the lives of his 3 remaining children to safeguard, was suddenly to veer about in an attempt to ram and sink the cursed boat, which still, as if to mock him, ran ever alongside him, and whose fiendish purpose he now fully comprehended. If the halibut harpoon had once taken effect, why might not now a knife or a gaff do likewise? He felt he would willingly give his life to deal one good blow to this monster who had so unmercifully robbed him of all that was dearest to him on earth, and who still seemed insatiate and demanded more. About 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning they again spied rolling towards them in the darkness the white crest of a wave, so huge that Elias for a moment surely thought they were just offshore somewhere in the neighbourhood of breakers. It wasn't long, however, before he understood that it really was only a colossal wave. Then he thought he clearly heard someone laugh and cry out in the other boat, "There goes your femboring, Elias." Elias, who foresaw the catastrophe, repeated loudly, "In Jesus' name," commanded his sons to hold fast, and told them if the boat went down to grasp the osier band in the oarlocks, and not let go until it had come afloat again. He let the elder of the 2 boys go forward to Bernd. The younger he kept close to himself, caressing his cheeks furtively once or twice, and assuring himself that the child had a tight hold. The boat was literally buried beneath the towering comber, and was then pitched up on end, its stem high above the wave, before it finally went under. When it came afloat again, its keel now in the air, Elias, Bernd, and the 12-year-old Martin appeared too, still clinging to the osier bands, but the 3rd of the brothers had disappeared. It was a matter of life and death now, first of all to get the rigging cut away on one side, that they might be rid of the mast, which would otherwise rock the boat from beneath, and then to crawl up onto the hull and let the imprisoned air out, which would otherwise have kept the boat too high afloat and prevented it riding the waves safely. After considerable difficulty they succeeded in so doing, and Elias, who had been the first to clamber up, assisted the other 2 to safety. Thus they sat the long winter night through, desperately clinging with cramped hands and numb knees to the hull, as one wave after another swept over them. After a few hours, Martin, whom the father had supported all this time as best he could, died of exhaustion and slipped into the sea. They had several times attempted to call for help, but realizing that it was of no avail, they finally gave it up. As the 2, thus left alone, sat on the hull of the boat, Elias told Bernd he knew that he himself was fated soon to follow Mother, but he had a firm hope that Bernd would be saved in the end, if only he stuck it out like a man. And then he told him all about the Draug, how he had wounded him in the neck with a halibut harpoon, and how the Draug was now taking his revenge and would surely not give in until they were quits. It was towards 9 o'clock in the morning before the day finally began to dawn. Elias then handed over to Bernd, who sat at his side, his silver watch with the brass chain, which he had broken in pulling it out from underneath his close-buttoned vests. He still sat on a while longer, but as it grew lighter, Bernd saw that his father's face was ghastly pale. The hair on his head had parted in several places, as it often does just before death, and the skin on his hands was worn off from his efforts to hang on to the keel. Bernd realized that his father was near the end. He tried, as well as the pitching of the boat permitted, to edge over to him and support him, but when Elias noticed it, he waved him back. "You stay where you are, Bernd, and hold fast. I'm going to Mother, in Jesus' name." And so saying, he threw himself backward down from the hull. When the sea had got its own, it quieted down for a while, as everyone knows who has straddled the hull. It became easier for Bernd to maintain his hold, and with the coming of daylight, new hope kindled in him. The storm moderated, and in the full light of the day he thought he recognized his surroundings, that he was in fact drifting directly offshore from his own home, Kvalholmen. He began crying for help again, but he really had greater faith in the tide that he knew bore landward, just beyond the projection of the island, which checked the fury of the sea. He drifted nearer and nearer shore, and finally came so close to one of the skerries that the mast, which still floated alongside the boat, grated on the rocks with the rising and falling of the surf. Stiff as his muscles and joints were from his sitting so long and holding fast to the hull, he managed with a great effort to transfer himself to the skerry, after which he hauled in the mast and finally moored the femboring. The little Lap girl, who was home alone, for 2 whole hours thought she heard cries for help, and when they persisted, she mounted the hilltop to look out to sea. There she saw Bernd on the skerry and the upturned femboring beating up and down against it. She ran instantly down to the boathouse, pushed out the old rowboat and rowed it out to the skerry, hugging the shore round the island. Bernd lay ill under her care the whole winter long, and did not take part in the fishing that year. People used to say that ever after he seemed now and again a little queer. To sea he would never go again. He had come to fear it. He married the Lap girl, and moved up to Malingen, where he broke new ground and cleared himself a home. There he is still, living and doing well.
E T Hoffman, The Sandman. Nathaniel to Lothair. I know you're all very uneasy because I haven't written for such a long time. Mother, to be sure, is angry, and Clara, I dare say, believes I'm living here in riot and revelry and quite forgetting my sweet angel, whose image is so deeply engraved upon my heart and mind. But that is not so. Daily and hourly do I think of you all, and my lovely Clara's form comes to gladden me in my dreams and smiles upon me with her bright eyes as graciously as she used to do in the days when I went in and out amongst you. Oh, how could I write to you in the distracted state of mind in which I have been, and which, until now, has quite bewildered me? A terrible thing has happened to me. Dark forebodings of some awful fate threatening me are spreading themselves out over my head like black clouds, impenetrable to every friendly ray of sunlight. I must now tell you what has taken place. I must say that I see well enough, but only to think upon it makes the wild laughter burst from my lips. Oh, my dear, dear Lothair, what shall I say to make you feel, if only in an inadequate way, that which happened to me a few days ago could thus really exercise such a hostile and disturbing influence upon my life? Oh, that you were here to see for yourself. But now you will, I suppose, take me for a superstitious ghost-seer. In a word, the terrible thing which I have experienced, the fatal effect of which I in vain exert every effort to shake off, is simply that some days ago, namely on the 30th of October, at 12 o'clock at noon, a dealer in weather glasses came into my room and wanted to sell me one of his wares. I bought nothing and threatened to kick him downstairs, whereupon he went away of his own accord. You will conclude that it can only be very peculiar relations, relations intimately intertwined with my life that can give significance to this event, and that it must be the person of this unfortunate hawker which has had such a very inimical effect upon me. And so it really is. I will summon up all my faculties in order to narrate to you calmly and patiently as much of the early days of my youth as will suffice to put matters before you in such a way that your keen, sharp intellect may grasp everything clearly and distinctly in bright and living pictures. Just as I am beginning, I hear you laugh, and Clara say, "What's all this childish nonsense about?" Well, laugh at me. Laugh heartily at me. Pray do. But good God, my hair is standing on end, and I seem to be entreating you to laugh at me in the same sort of frantic despair in which Franz Moore entreated Daniel to laugh at him to scorn. But to my story. Except at dinner, we, i.e., I and my brothers and sisters, saw but little of our father all day long. His business no doubt took up most of his time. After our evening meal, which in accordance with old custom was served at 7 o'clock, we all went, mother with us, into father's room and took our places at a round table. My father smoked his pipe, drinking a large glass of beer to it. Often he told us many wonderful stories and got so excited over them that his pipe always went out. I used then to light it for him with a spill, and this formed my chief amusement. Often again he would give us picture books to look at, whilst he sat silent and motionless in his easy chair, puffing out such dense clouds of smoke that we were all, as it were, enveloped in mist. On such evenings mother was very sad, and directly it struck 9, she said, "Come, children, off to bed. Come, the Sandman's come, I see." And I always did seem to hear something trampling upstairs with slow, heavy steps. That must be the Sandman. Once in particular I was very much frightened at this dull trampling and knocking. As mother was leading us out of the room, I asked her, "Oh, mamma, but who is this nasty Sandman who always sends us away from papa? What does he look like?" "There is no Sandman, my dear child," mother answered. "When I say the Sandman is come, I only mean that you are sleepy and can't keep your eyes open, as if someone had put sand in them." This answer of mother's did not satisfy me. Nay, in my childish mind the thought clearly unfolded itself that mother denied there was a Sandman only to prevent us being afraid. Why, I always heard him come upstairs. Full of curiosity to learn something more about this Sandman, and what he had to do with us children, I at length asked the old woman who acted as my youngest sister's attendant what sort of a man he was, the Sandman. "Why, Thaniel, darling, don't you know?" she replied. "Oh, he's a wicked man, who comes to little children when they won't go to bed and throws handfuls of sand in their eyes so that they jump out of their heads all bloody, and he puts them into a bag and takes them into the half-moon as food for his little ones, and they sit there in the nest and have hooked beaks like owls, and they pick naughty little boys' and girls' eyes out with them." After this I formed in my own mind a horrible picture of the cruel Sandman. When anything came blundering upstairs at night, I trembled with fear and dismay, and all that my mother could get out of me were the stammered words, "The Sandman! The Sandman!" whilst the tears coursed down my cheeks. Then I ran into my bedroom, and the whole night through tormented myself with the terrible apparition of the Sandman. I was quite old enough to perceive that the old woman's tale about the Sandman and his little one's nest in a half-moon couldn't be altogether true. Nevertheless, the Sandman continued to be for me a fearful incubus, and I was always seized with terror. My blood always ran cold, not only when I heard anybody come up the stairs, but when I heard anybody noisily open my father's room door and go in. Often he stayed away for a long season altogether, then he would come several times in close succession. This went on for years, without my being able to accustom myself to this fearful apparition, without the image of the horrible Sandman growing any fainter in my imagination. His intercourse with my father began to occupy my fancy ever more and more. I was restrained from asking my father about him by an unconquerable shyness, but as the years went on, the desire waxed stronger and stronger within me to fathom the mystery myself and to see the fabulous Sandman. He had been the means of disclosing to me the path of the wonderful and the adventurous, which so easily find lodgment in the mind of the child. I like nothing better than to hear or read horrible stories of goblins, witches, tom-thumbs, and so on, but always at the head of them all stood the Sandman.
whose picture I scribbled in the most extraordinary and repulsive forms with both chalk and coal everywhere, on the tables and cupboard doors and walls. When I was 10 years old, my mother removed me from the nursery into a little chamber off the corridor not far from my father's room. We still had to withdraw hastily whenever, on the stroke of 9, the mysterious unknown was heard in the house. As I lay in my little chamber, I could hear him go into my father's room, and soon afterwards I fancied there was a fine and peculiar smelling steam spreading itself through the house. As my curiosity waxed stronger, my resolve to make somehow or other the Sandman's acquaintance took deeper root. Often when my mother had gone past, I slipped quickly out of my room into the corridor, but I could never see anything, for always before I could reach the place where I could get sight of him, the Sandman was well inside the door. At last, unable to resist the impulse any longer, I determined to conceal myself in father's room and there wait for the Sandman. One evening I perceived from my father's silence and mother's sadness that the Sandman would come. Accordingly, pleading that I was excessively tired, I left the room before 9 o'clock and concealed myself in a hiding place close beside the door. The street door creaked, and slow, heavy, echoing steps crossed the passage towards the stairs. Mother hurried past me with my brothers and sisters. Softly, softly, I opened father's room door. He sat as usual, silent and motionless, with his back towards it. He didn't hear me. And in a moment I was in and behind a curtain drawn before my father's open wardrobe, which stood just inside the room. Nearer and nearer and nearer came the echoing footsteps. There was a strange coughing and shuffling and mumbling outside. My heart beat with expectation and fear. A quick step, now close, close beside the door. A noisy rattle of the handle, and the door flies open with a bang. Recovering my courage with an effort, I take a cautious peep out. In the middle of the room, in front of my father, stands the Sandman, the bright light of the lamp falling full upon his face. The Sandman, the terrible Sandman, is the old advocate Coppelius, who often comes to dine with us. But the most hideous figure could not have awakened greater trepidation in my heart than this Coppelius did. Picture to yourself a large, broad-shouldered man with an immensely big head, a face the colour of yellow ochre, grey bushy eyebrows, from beneath which 2 piercing, greenish, cat-like eyes glittered, and a prominent Roman nose hanging over his upper lip. His distorted mouth was often screwed up into a malicious smile. Then 2 dark red spots appeared on his cheeks, and a strange hissing noise proceeded from between his tightly clenched teeth. He always wore an ash-grey coat of an old-fashioned cut, a waistcoat of the same, and nether extremities to match, but black stockings and buckles set with stones on his shoes. His little wig scarcely extended beyond the crown of his head. His hair was curled round high up above his big red ears, and plastered to his temples with cosmetic, and a broad, closed hair-bag stood out prominently from his neck, so that you could see the silver buckle that fastened his folded neckcloth. Altogether, he was the most disagreeable and horribly ugly figure, but what we children detested most of all was his big, coarse, hairy hands. We could never fancy anything that he had once touched. This he had noticed, and so whenever our good mother quietly placed a piece of cake or sweet fruit on our plates, he delighted to touch it under some pretext or other, until the bright tears stood in our eyes, and from disgust and loathing we lost the enjoyment of the titbit that was intended to please us. And he did just the same thing when father gave us a glass of sweet wine on holidays. Then he would quickly pass his hand over it, or even sometimes raise the glass to his blue lips, and he laughed quite sardonically, when all we dared to do was to express our vexation in stifled sobs. He habitually called us the little brutes, and when he was present we might not utter a sound, and we cursed the ugly, spiteful man who deliberately and intentionally spoilt all our little pleasures. Mother seemed to dislike this hateful Coppelius as much as we did, for as soon as he appeared, her cheerfulness and bright and natural manner were transformed into sad, gloomy seriousness. Father treated him as if he were a being of some higher race, whose ill manners were to be tolerated,
whilst no efforts ought to be spared to keep him in good humour. He had only to give a slight hint, and his favourite dishes were cooked for him, and rare wine uncorked. As soon as I saw this Coppelius, therefore, the fearful and hideous thought arose in my mind that he, and he alone, must be the Sandman. But I no longer conceived of the Sandman as the bugbear in the old nurse's fable, who fetched children's eyes and took them to the half-moon as food for his little ones. No, but as an ugly, spectre-like fiend bringing trouble and misery and ruin, both temporal and everlasting, everywhere, wherever he appeared. I was spellbound on the spot. At the risk of being discovered, and, as I well enough knew, of being severely punished, I remained as I was, with my head thrust through the curtains, listening. My father received Coppelius in a ceremonious manner. "Come to work," cried the latter, in a hoarse, snarling voice, throwing off his coat. Gloomily and silently, my father took off his dressing gown and put on long black smock frocks. Where they took them from, I forgot to notice. Father opened the folding doors of a cupboard in the wall, but I saw that what I had so long taken to be a cupboard was really a dark recess in which was a little hearth. Coppelius approached it, and the blue flame crackled upwards from it. Round about were all kinds of strange utensils. Good God, as my old father bent down over the fire, how different he looked! His gentle and venerable features seemed to be drawn up by some dreadful convulsive pain into an ugly, repulsive, satanic mask. He looked like Coppelius. Coppelius plied the red-hot tongs and drew bright glowing masses out of the thick smoke, and began assiduously to hammer them. I fancied that there were men's faces visible round about, but without eyes, having ghastly deep black holes where the eyes should have been. eyes here, cried Coppelius in a hollow, sepulchral voice. My blood ran cold with horror. I screamed and tumbled out of my hiding place into the floor. Coppelius immediately seized upon me. You little brute, he bleated, grinding his teeth. Then, snatching me up, he threw me on the hearth so that the flames began to singe my hair. Now we've got eyes, a beautiful pair of children's eyes, he whispered. And thrusting his hands into the flames, he took out some red-hot grains and was about to strew them into my eyes. Then my father clasped his hands and entreated him, saying, Master, let my Nathaniel keep his eyes. Oh, do let him keep them. Coppelius laughed shrilly and replied, Well then, the boy may keep his eyes and whine and pule his way through the world, but we will now at any rate observe the mechanism of the hand and the foot. And therewith he roughly laid hold upon me, so that my joints cracked, and twisted my hands and my feet, pulling them now this way and now that. That's not quite right altogether. It's better as it was. The old fellow knew what he was about. Thus lisped and hissed Coppelius, but all round me grew black and dark. A sudden convulsive pain shot through all my nerves and bones. I knew nothing more. I felt a soft, warm breath fanning my cheek. I awakened, as if out of the sleep of death. My mother was bending over me. Is the Sandman still here? I stammered. No, my dear child. He's been gone a long, long time. He'll not hurt you. Thus spoke my mother, as she kissed her recovered darling and pressed him to her heart. But why should I tire you, my dear Lothar? Why do I dwell at such length on these details when there's so much remains to be said? Enough. I was detected in my eavesdropping and roughly handled by Coppelius. Fear and terror had brought on a violent fever, of which I lay ill several weeks. Is the Sandman still there? These were the first words I uttered on coming to myself again, the first sign of my recovery, of my safety. Thus, you see, I have only to relate to you the most terrible moment of my youth for you to thoroughly understand that it must not be ascribed to the weakness of my eyesight if all that I see is colourless, but to the fact that a mysterious destiny has hung a dark veil of clouds about my life, which I shall perhaps only break through when I die. Coppelius did not show himself again. It was reported he had left the town. It was about a year later, when, in pursuance of the old unchanged custom, we sat around the round table in the evening. Father was in very good spirits and was telling us amusing tales about his youthful travels. As it was striking 9, we all at once heard the street door creak on its hinges, and slow, ponderous steps echoed across the passage and up the stairs. That is Coppelius, said my mother, turning pale. Yes, "It is Coppelius," replied my father, in a faint, broken voice. The tears started from my mother's eyes. "But father, father," she cried, "must it be so?" "This is the last time," he replied. "This is the last time he will come to me. I promise you. Go now, go and take the children. Go to bed. Good night." As for me, I felt as if I were converted into cold, heavy stone. I couldn't get my breath. As I stood there, immovable, my mother seized me by the arm. "Come, Nathaniel, do come along." I suffered myself to be led away. I went into my room. "Be a good boy and keep quiet," Mother called after me. "Get into bed and go to sleep." But tortured by indescribable fear and uneasiness, I couldn't close my eyes. That hateful, hideous Coppelius stood before me with his glittering eyes smiling maliciously down upon me. In vain did I strive to banish the image. Somewhere about midnight, there was a terrific crack, as if a cannon were being fired off. The whole house shook. Something went rustling and clattering past my door. The house door was pulled to with a bang. "That is Coppelius," I cried, terror-struck, and leapt out of bed. Then I heard a wild, heart-rending scream. I rushed into my father's room. The door stood open. The clouds of suffocating smoke came rolling towards me. The servant maid shouted, "Oh, my master, my master!" On the floor in front of the smoking hearth lay my father, dead. His face burned black and fearfully distorted, my sisters weeping and moaning around him, and my mother lying near them in a swoon. "Coppelius, you atrocious fiend, you've killed my father," I shouted. My senses left me. 2 days later, when my father was placed in his coffin, his features were mild and gentle again as they had been when he was alive. I found great consolation in the thought that his association with the diabolical Coppelius could not have ended in this everlasting ruin. Our neighbours had been awakened by the explosion. The affair got talked about, and came before the magisterial authorities, who wished to cite Coppelius to clear himself. But he had disappeared from the place, leaving no traces behind him. Now when I tell you, my dear friend, that the weather-glass hawker I spoke of was the villain Coppelius, you will not blame me for seeing impending mischief in his inauspicious reappearance. He was differently dressed, but Coppelius's figure and features are too deeply impressed upon my mind for me to be capable of making a mistake in the matter. Moreover, he has not even changed his name. He proclaims himself here, I learn, to be a Piedmontese mechanician, and styles himself Giuseppe Coppola. I am resolved to enter the lists against him and revenge my father's death, let the consequences be what they may. Don't say a word to my mother about the reappearance of this odious monster. Give my love to my darling Clara. I will write to her when I am in somewhat calmer frame of mind. Adieu, etc. Clara to Nathaniel. You are right, you have not written to me for a very long time, but nevertheless I believe that I still retain a place in your mind and thoughts. It is the proof that you were thinking a good deal about me when you were sending off your last letter to Brother Lothair, for instead of directing it to him, you directed it to me. With joy I tore open the envelope and did not perceive the mistake until I read the words, "Oh, my dear, dear Lothair." Now I know I ought not to have read any more of the letter, but ought to have given it to my brother. But as you have so often in innocent raillery made it a sort of reproach against me that I possessed such a calm and, for a woman, cool-headed temperament, that I should be like the woman we read of if the house was threatening to tumble down, I should, before hastily fleeing, stop to smooth down a crumple in the window curtains. I need hardly to tell you that the beginning of your letter quite upset me. I could scarcely breathe. There was a bright mist before my eyes. Oh, my darling Nathaniel, what could this terrible thing be that had happened? Separation from you, never to see you again, the thought was like a sharp knife in my heart. I read on and on. Your description of that horrid Coppelius made my flesh creep. I now learnt for the first time what a terrible and violent death your good old father died. Brother Lothair, to whom I handed over his property, sought to comfort me, but with little success. That horrid weather-glass hawker, Giuseppe Coppola, followed me everywhere. I am almost ashamed to confess it, but he was able to disturb my sound and in general calm sleep with all sorts of wonderful dream shapes. But soon, the next day, I saw everything in a different light. Oh, do not be angry with me, my best beloved, if despite your strange presentiment that Coppelius will do you some mischief, Lothair tells you I am in quite as good spirits, and just the same as ever. I will frankly confess, it seems to me that all that was fearsome and terrible of which you speak existed only in your own self, and that the real, true, outer world had but little to do with it. I can quite admit that old Coppelius may have been highly obnoxious to you children, but your real detestation of him arose from the fact that he hated children. Naturally enough, the gruesome Sandman of the old nurse's story was associated in your childish mind with old Coppelius, who, even though you had not believed in the Sandman, would have been to you a ghostly bugbear, especially dangerous to children. His mysterious labours, along with your father at night time, were, I dare say, nothing more than secret experiments in alchemy, with which your mother could not be over well pleased, owing to the large sums of money that most likely were thrown away on them. And besides, your father, his mind full of the deceptive striving after higher knowledge, may probably have become rather indifferent to his family, as so often happens in the case of such experimentalists. So also it is equally probable that your father brought about his death by his own imprudence, and that Coppelius is not to blame for it. I must tell you that yesterday I asked our experienced neighbour, the chemist, whether in experiments of this kind an explosion could take place which would have a momentarily fatal effect. He said, "Oh, certainly," and described to me in his prolix and circumstantial way how it could be occasioned, mentioning at the same time so many strange and funny words that I couldn't remember them at all. Now, I know you will be angry at your Clara and will say, of the mysterious which often clasps man in its invisible arms, there's not a ray can find its way into this cold heart. She sees only the varied surface of the things of the world, and like the little child is pleased with the golden glittering fruit, at the kernel of which lies the fatal poison. Oh, my beloved Nathaniel, do you believe, then, that the intuitive prescience of a dark power working within us to our own ruin cannot exist also in minds which are cheerful, natural, free from care? But please forgive me that I, a simple girl, presume in any way to indicate to you what I really think of such an inward strife. After all, I should not find the proper words, and you would only laugh at me, not because my thoughts were stupid, but because I was so foolish as to attempt to tell them to you. If there is a dark and hostile power which traitorously fixes a thread in our hearts in order that, laying hold of it, and drawing us by means of it along a dangerous road to ruin, which otherwise we should not have trod, if, I say, there is such a power, it must assume within us a form like ourselves. Nay, it must be ourselves, for only in that way can we believe in it, and only so understood do we yield to it so far that it is able to accomplish its secret purpose. So long as we have sufficient firmness, fortified by cheerfulness, to always acknowledge foreign hostile influences for what they really are, whilst we quietly pursue the path pointed out to us by both inclination and calling, then this mysterious power perishes in its futile struggles to attain the form which is to be the reflected image of ourselves. It is also certain, Lothair adds, that if we have once voluntarily given ourselves up to this dark physical power, it often reproduces within us the strange forms which the outer world throws in our way, so that thus it is we ourselves who engender within ourselves the spirit which by some remarkable delusion we imagine to speak in that outer form. It is the phantom of our own self whose intimate relationship with and whose powerful influence upon our soul either plunges us into hell or elevates us to heaven. Thus you will see, my beloved Nathaniel, that I and brother Lothair have well talked over the subject of dark powers and forces, and now, after I have with some difficulty written down the principal results of our discussion, they seem to me to contain many really profound thoughts. Lothair's last words, however, I don't quite understand altogether. I only dimly guess what he means, and yet I cannot help thinking it is all very true. I beg you, dear, strive to forget the ugly advocate Coppelius as well as the weather-glass hawker Giuseppe Coppola. Try and convince yourself that these foreign influences can have no power over you, that it is only the belief in their hostile power which can in reality make them dangerous to you. If every line of your letter did not betray the violent excitement of your mind, and if I did not sympathize with your condition from the bottom of my heart, I could in truth jest about the advocate Sandman and weather-glass hawker Coppelius. Pluck up your spirits, be cheerful.
I have resolved to appear to you as your guardian angel if that ugly man Coppola should dare take it into his head to bother you in your dreams and drive him away with a good-hearty laugh. I'm not afraid of him and his nasty hands, not in the least little bit. I won't let him either as advocate spoil any dainty titbit I've taken, or as Sandman rob me of my eyes. My darling, darling Nathaniel, eternally yours, etc., etc. Nathaniel to Lothar. I'm very sorry that Clara opened and read my last letter to you. Of course, the mistake is to be attributed to my own absence of mind. She has written me a very deep philosophical letter proving conclusively that Coppelius and Coppola only exist in my own mind and are phantoms of my own self, which will at once be dissipated as soon as I look upon them in that light. In very truth, one can hardly believe that the mind, which so often sparkles in those bright, beautifully smiling, childlike eyes of hers, like a sweet, lovely dream, could draw such subtle and scholastic distinctions. She also mentions your name. You have been talking about me. I suppose you have been giving her lectures, since she sifts and refines everything so acutely. But enough of this. I must now tell you it is almost certain that the weather-glass hawker Giuseppe Coppola is not the advocate Coppelius. I'm attending the lectures of our recently appointed professor of physics, who, like the distinguished naturalist, is called Spallanzani and is of Italian origin. He has known Coppola for many years, and it is also easy to tell from his accent that he really is a Piedmontese. Coppelius was a German, though no honest German, I fancy. Nevertheless, I'm not quite satisfied. You and Clara will perhaps take me for a gloomy dreamer, but how can I get rid of the impression which Coppelius's cursed face made upon me? I am glad to learn from Spallanzani that he has left the town. This Professor Spallanzani is a very queer fish. He is a little fat man, with prominent cheekbones, thin nose, projecting lips, and small piercing eyes. You cannot get a better picture of him than by turning over one of the Berlin pocket almanacs and looking at Cagliostro's portrait engraved by Chodowiecki. Spallanzani looks just like him. Once, lately, as I went up the steps to his house, I perceived that beside the curtain which generally covered a glass door there was a small chink. What it was that excited my curiosity I cannot explain, but I looked through. In the room I saw a female, tall, very slender, but of perfect proportions, and splendidly dressed, sitting at a little table on which she had placed both her arms, her hands being folded together. She sat opposite the door so that I could easily see her angelically beautiful face. She didn't appear to notice me, and there was, moreover, a strangely fixed look about her eyes. I might almost say they appeared as if they had no power of vision. I thought she was sleeping, with her eyes open. I felt quite uncomfortable, and so I slipped away quietly into the professor's lecture room, which was close at hand. Afterwards I learnt that the figure which I had seen was Spallanzani's daughter, Olympia, whom he keeps locked in a most wicked and unaccountable way, and no man is ever allowed to come near her. Perhaps, however, there is, after all, something peculiar about her. Perhaps she's an idiot or something of that sort. But why am I telling you all this? I could have told you it all better and more in detail when I see you, for in a fortnight I shall be amongst you. I must see my dear sweet angel, my Clara, again. Then the little bit of ill temper which I must confess took possession of me after her fearfully sensible letter will be blown away, and that is the reason why I am not writing to her as well today, with all best wishes, etc. Nothing more strange and extraordinary can be imagined, gracious reader, than what happened to my poor friend, the young student Nathaniel, and which I have undertaken to relate to you. Have you ever lived to experience anything that completely took possession of your heart and mind and thoughts to the utter exclusion of everything else? All was seething and boiling within you. Your blood, heated to fever pitch, leapt through your veins and inflamed your cheeks. Your gaze was so peculiar, as if seeking to grasp in empty space forms not seen of any other eye. And all your words ended in sighs, betokening some mystery. Then your friends asked you, "What is the matter with you, my dear friend? What do you see?" And wishing to describe the inner pictures in all their vivid colours, with their lights and their shades, you in vain struggled to find words with which to express yourself. But you felt as if you must gather up all the events that had happened, wonderful, splendid, terrible, jocose, and awful,
in the very first word, so that the whole might be revealed by a single electric discharge, so to speak. Yet every word and all that partook of the nature of communication by intelligible sounds seemed to be colourless, cold, and dead. Then you try and try again and stutter and stammer, whilst your friend's prosy questions strike like icy winds upon your heart's hot fire until they extinguish it. But if, like a bold painter, you had first sketched in a few audacious strokes the outline of the picture you had in your soul, you would then easily have been able to deepen and intensify the colours one after the other until the varied throng of living figures carried your friends away, and they, like you, saw themselves in the midst of the scene that had proceeded out of your own soul. Strictly speaking, indulgent reader, I must indeed confess to you, nobody has asked me for the history of young Nathaniel, but you are very well aware that I belong to that remarkable class of authors who, when they are bearing anything about in their minds in the manner I have just described, feel as if everybody who comes near them, and also the whole world to boot, were asking, "Oh, what is it? Oh, do tell us, my good sir." Hence, I was most powerfully impelled to narrate to you Nathaniel's ominous life. My soul was full of the elements of wonder and extraordinary peculiarity in it, but for this very reason, and because it was necessary in the very beginning to dispose you, indulgent reader, to bear with what is fantastic, and that is not a little thing, I racked my brain to find a way of commencing the story in a significant and original manner, calculated to arrest your attention. To begin with, once upon a time, the best beginning for a story, seemed to me too tame. Within the small country town S lived, rather better at any rate, allowing plenty of room to work up to the climax, or to plunge at once in media res. "Go to the devil," cried the student Nathaniel, his eyes blazing wildly with rage and fear, when the weatherglass hawker Giuseppe Coppola. Well, that is what I really had written, when I thought I detected something of the ridiculous in Nathaniel's wild glance, and the history is anything but laughable. I could not find any words which seemed fitted to reflect in even the feeblest degree the brightness of the colours of my mental vision. I determined not to begin at all. So I pray you, gracious reader, accept the 3 letters which my friend Lothair has been so kind as to communicate to me as the outline of the picture, into which I will endeavour to introduce more and more colour as I proceed with my narrative. Perhaps, like a good portrait painter, I may succeed in depicting more than one figure in such wise that you will recognise it as a good likeness without being acquainted with the original, and feel as if you had very often seen the original with your own bodily eyes. Perhaps, too, you will then believe that nothing is more wonderful, nothing more fantastic than real life, and that all a writer can do is to present it as a dark reflection from a dim-cut mirror. In order to make the very commencement more intelligible, it is necessary to add to the letters that soon after the death of Nathaniel's father, Clara and Lothair, the children of a distant relative who had likewise died, leaving them orphans, were taken by Nathaniel's mother into her own house. Clara and Nathaniel conceived a warm affection for each other, against which not the slightest objection in the world could be urged. When, therefore, Nathaniel left home to prosecute his studies in G, they were betrothed. It is from G that his last letter is written, where he is attending the lectures of Spallanzani, the distinguished professor of physics. I might now proceed comfortably with my narration, did not at this moment Clara's image rise up so vividly before my eyes that I cannot turn them away from it, just as I never could when she looked upon me and smiled so sweetly. Nowhere would she have passed for beautiful. That was the unanimous opinion of all who professed to have any technical knowledge of beauty. But whilst architects praised the pure proportions of her figure and form, painters averred that her neck, shoulders, and bosom were almost too chastely modelled. And yet, on the other hand, one and all were in love with her glorious Magdalen hair, and talked a good deal of nonsense about Bertoni-like colouring. One of them, a veritable romanticist, strangely enough likened her eyes to a leg by Ruysdael, in which is reflected the pure azure of the cloudless sky, the beauty of woods and flowers, and all the bright and varied life of her living landscape. Poets and musicians went still further and said, "What's all this talk about seas and reflections? How can we look upon the girl without feeling that wonderful heavenly songs and melodies beam upon us from her eyes, penetrating deep down into our hearts, till all becomes awake and throbbing with emotion? And if we cannot sing anything at all passable, then why we are not worth much. And this we can also plainly read in the rare smile which flits around her lips when we have the hardihood to speak out something in her presence, which we pretend to call singing, in spite of the fact that it is nothing more than a few single notes confusedly linked together." And it really was so. Clara had the powerful fancy of a bright, innocent, unaffected child, a woman's deep and sympathetic heart, and an understanding clear, sharp, and discriminating. Dreamers and visionaries had but a bad time of it with her, for without saying very much, she was not by nature of a talkative disposition. She plainly asked by her calm, steady look and rare ironical smile, "How can you imagine, my dear friends, that I can take these fleeting, shadowy images for true living and breathing forms?" For this reason, many found fault with her as being cold, prosaic, and devoid of feeling. Others, however, who had reached a clearer and deeper conception of life, were extremely fond of the intelligent, childlike, large-hearted girl. But none had such an affection for her as Nathaniel, who was a zealous and cheerful cultivator in the fields of science and art. Clara clung to her lover with all her heart. The first clouds she encountered in life were when he had to separate from her. With what delight did she fly into his arms when, as he had promised in his last letter to Lothair, he really came back to his native town and entered his mother's room. And as Nathaniel had foreseen, the moment he saw Clara again, he no longer thought about either the advocate Coppelius or her sensible letter. His ill humour had quite disappeared. Nevertheless, Nathaniel was right when he told his friend Lothair that the repulsive vendor of weather-glasses, Coppola, had exercised a fatal and disturbing influence upon his life. It was quite patent to all, for even during the first few days he showed that he was completely and entirely changed. He gave himself up to gloomy reveries, and moreover acted so strangely they had never observed anything at all like it in him before. Everything, even his own life, was to him but dreams and presentiments. His constant theme was that every man who delusively imagined himself to be free was merely the plaything of the cruel sport of mysterious powers, and it was vain for man to resist them. He must humbly submit to whatever destiny had decreed for him. He went so far as to maintain that it was foolish to believe that a man could do anything in art or science of his own accord, for the inspiration in which alone any true artistic work could be done did not proceed from the spirit within outwards, but was the result of the operation directed inwards of some higher principle existing without and beyond ourselves. This mystic extravagance was in the highest degree repugnant to Clara's dear intelligent mind, but it seemed vain to enter upon any attempt at refutation. Yet when Nathaniel went on to prove that Coppelius was the evil principle which had entered into him and taken possession of him at the time he was listening behind the curtain, and that this hateful demon would in some terrible way ruin their happiness, then Clara grew grave and said, "Yes, Nathaniel, you're right. Coppelius is an evil principle. He can do dreadful things, as bad as could a satanic power which should assume a living physical form, but only if you do not banish him from your mind and thoughts. So long as you believe in him, he exists and is at work. Your belief in him is his only power." Whereupon Nathaniel, quite angry because Clara would only grant the existence of the demon in his own mind, began to dilate at large upon the whole mystic doctrine of devils and awful powers. But Clara abruptly broke off the theme by making, to Nathaniel's very great disgust, some quite commonplace remark. Such deep mysteries are sealed books to cold, unsusceptible characters, he thought, without being clearly conscious to himself that he counted Clara amongst these inferior natures, and accordingly he did not remit his efforts to initiate her into these mysteries. In the morning, when she was helping to prepare breakfast, he would take his stand beside her and read all sorts of mystic books to her, until she begged him, "But my dear Nathaniel, I shall have to scold you as the evil principle which exercises a fatal influence upon my coffee. For if I do as you wish, and let things go their own way, and look into your eyes whilst you read, the coffee will all boil over into the fire, and you will none of you get any breakfast." Then Nathaniel hastily banged the book to, and ran away in great displeasure to his own room. Formerly he had possessed a peculiar talent for writing pleasing, sparkling tales, which Clara took the greatest delight in listening to. But now his productions were gloomy, unintelligible, and wanting in form, so that although Clara, out of forbearance towards him, did not say so, he nevertheless felt how very little interest she took in them. There was nothing that Clara disliked so much as what was tedious. At such times her intellectual sleepiness was not to be overcome. It was betrayed both in her glances and in her words. Nathaniel's effusions were in truth exceedingly tedious. His ill humour at Clara's cold, prosaic temperament continued to increase. Clara could not conceal her distaste of his dark, gloomy, wearying mysticism, and thus both began to be more and more estranged from each other, without exactly being aware of it themselves. The image of the ugly Coppelius had, as Nathaniel was obliged to confess to himself, faded considerably in his fancy, and it often cost him great pains to present him in vivid colours in his literary efforts, in which he played the part of the ghoul of destiny. At length it entered into his head to make his dismal presentiment that Coppelius would ruin his happiness the subject of a poem. He made himself and Clara, united by true love, the central figures, but represented a black hand as being from time to time thrust into their life and plucking out a joy that had blossomed for them. At length, as they were standing at the altar, the terrible Coppelius appeared, and touched Clara's lovely eyes, which leapt into Nathaniel's own bosom, burning and hissing like bloody sparks. Then Coppelius laid hold upon him, and hurled him into a blazing circle of fire, which spun round with the speed of a whirlwind, and storming and blustering dashed away with him. The fearful noise it made was like a furious hurricane lashing the foaming sea waves until they rise up like black, white-headed giants in the midst of the raging struggle. But through the midst of the savage fury of the tempest he heard Clara's voice calling, "Can you not see me, dear? Coppelius has deceived you. They were not my eyes which burned so in your bosom. They were fiery drops of your own heart's blood. Look at me. I have got my own eyes still." Nathaniel thought, "Yes, that is Clara, and I am hers forever." Then this thought laid a powerful grasp upon the fiery circle, so that it stood still, and the riotous turmoil died away rumbling down a dark abyss. Nathaniel looked into Clara's eyes, but it was death whose gaze rested so kindly upon him. Whilst Nathaniel was writing this work, he was very quiet and sober-minded. He filed and polished every line, and as he had chosen to submit himself to the limitations of metre, he did not rest until all was pure and musical. When, however, he had at length finished it, and read it aloud to himself, he was seized with a horror and awful dread, and he screamed, "Whose hideous voice is this?" But he soon came to see in it again nothing beyond a very successful poem, and he confidently believed it would enkindle Clara's cold temperament, though to what end she should thus be aroused was not quite clear to his own mind, nor yet what would be the real purpose served by tormenting her with these dreadful pictures, which prophesied a terrible and ruinous end to her affection. Nathaniel and Clara sat in his mother's little garden. Clara was bright and cheerful, since for 3 entire days her lover, who had been busy writing his poem, had not teased her with his dreams or forebodings. Nathaniel, too, spoke in a gay and vivacious way of things of merry import, as he formerly used to do, so that Clara said, "Ah, now I have you again. We have driven away that ugly Coppelius, you see." Then it suddenly occurred to him that he had got the poem in his pocket which he wished to read to her. He at once took out the manuscript and began to read. Clara, anticipating something tedious as usual, prepared to submit to the infliction and calmly resumed her knitting. But as the sombre clouds rose up darker and darker, she let her knitting fall on her lap, and sat with her eyes fixed in a set stare upon Nathaniel's face. He was quite carried away by his own work. The fire of enthusiasm coloured his cheeks a deep red, and tears started from his eyes. At length he concluded, groaning and showing great lassitude. Grasping Clara's hand, he sighed as if he were being utterly melted in inconsolable grief. "Oh, Clara, Clara!" She drew him softly to her heart and said in a low but very grave and impressive tone, "Nathaniel, my darling Nathaniel, throw that foolish, senseless, stupid thing into the fire." Then Nathaniel leapt indignantly to his feet, crying as he pushed Clara from him, "You damned, lifeless automaton," and rushed away. Clara was cut to the heart and wept bitterly. "Oh, he has never loved me, for he does not understand me," she sobbed. Lothair entered the arbour. Clara was obliged to tell him all that had taken place. He was passionately fond of his sister, and every word of her complaint fell like a spark upon his heart, so that the displeasure which he had long entertained against his dreamy friend Nathaniel was kindled into furious anger. He hastened to find Nathaniel and upbraided him in harsh words for his irrational behaviour towards his beloved sister. The fiery Nathaniel answered him in the same style. A fantastic, crack-brained fool was retaliated with a miserable, common, everyday sort of fellow. A meeting was the inevitable consequence. They agreed to meet on the following morning behind the garden wall and fight, according to the custom of the students of the place, with sharp rapiers. They went about silent and gloomy. Clara had both heard and seen the violent quarrel, and also observed the fencing master bring the rapiers in the dusk of the evening. She had a presentiment of what was about to happen. They both appeared at the appointed place, wrapped up in the same gloomy silence, and threw off their coats. Their eyes flaming with the bloodthirsty light of pugnacity, they were about to begin their contest, when Clara burst through the garden door. Sobbing, she screamed, "You savage, terrible men! Cut me down before you attack each other, for how can I live when my lover has slain my brother, or my brother slain my lover?" Lothair let his weapon fall and gazed silently upon the ground, whilst Nathaniel's heart was rent with sorrow, and all the affection which he had felt for his lovely Clara in the happiest days of her golden youth was awakened within him. His murderous weapon, too, fell from his hand. He threw himself at Clara's feet. "Oh, can you ever forgive me, my only, my dearly loved Clara? Can you, my dear brother Lothair, also forgive me?" Lothair was touched by his friend's great distress. The three young people embraced each other amidst endless tears, and swore never again to break their bond of love and fidelity. Nathaniel felt as if a heavy burden that had been weighing him down to the earth was now rolled off from him. Nay, as if by offering resistance to the dark power which had possessed him, he had rescued his own self from the ruin which had threatened him. 3 happy days he now spent amidst the loved ones, and then returned to G, where he had still a year to stay before settling down in his native town for life. Everything having reference to Coppelius had been concealed from the mother, for they knew she could not think of him without horror, since she as well as Nathaniel believed him to be guilty of causing her husband's death. When Nathaniel came to the house where he lived, he was greatly astonished to find it burnt down to the ground, so that nothing but the bare outer walls were left standing amidst a heap of ruins. Although the fire had broken out in the laboratory of the chemist who lived on the ground floor, and had therefore spread upwards, some of Nathaniel's bold, active friends had succeeded in time in forcing a way into his room in the upper story and saving his books and manuscripts and instruments. They had carried them all uninjured into another house, where they engaged a room for him. This he now at once took possession of. That he lived opposite Professor Spallanzani did not strike him particularly, nor did it occur to him as anything more singular than he could, as he observed by looking out of his window, see straight into the room where Olympia often sat alone. Her figure he could plainly distinguish, although her features were uncertain and confused. It did at length occur to him, however, that she remained for hours together in the same position in which he had first discovered her through the glass door, sitting at a little table, without any occupation whatever, and it was evident that she was constantly gazing across in his direction. He could not but confess to himself that he had never seen a finer figure. However, with Clara mistress of his heart, he remained perfectly unaffected by Olympia's stiffness and apathy, and it was only occasionally that he sent a fugitive glance over his compendium across to her. That was all. He was writing to Clara. A light tap came at the door. At his summons to "Come in," Coppola's repulsive face appeared, peeping in. Nathaniel felt his heart beat with trepidation, but recollecting what Spallanzani had told him about his fellow countryman Coppola, and what he had himself so faithfully promised his beloved in respect to the Sandman Coppelius, he was ashamed at himself for this childish fear of spectres. Accordingly, he controlled himself with an effort and said, as quietly and as calmly as he possibly could, "I don't want to buy any weather glasses, my good friend. You had better go elsewhere." Then Coppola came right into the room and said in a hoarse voice, screwing up his wide mouth into a hideous smile, whilst his little eyes flashed keenly from beneath his long grey eyelashes, "What? Nae weather glass, nae weather glass? I've got fine eyes as well, fine eyes." Affrighted, Nathaniel cried, "You stupid man, how can you have eyes, eyes, eyes?" But Coppola, laying aside his weather glasses, thrust his hands into his big coat pockets and brought out several spy-glasses and spectacles and put them on the table. There, spectacles, spectacles to put on nose, them's for eyes, fine eyes." And he continued to produce more and more spectacles from his pockets until the table began to gleam and flash all over. Thousands of eyes were looking and blinking convulsively and staring up at Nathaniel. He could not avert his gaze from the table. Coppola went on, heaping up his spectacles, whilst wilder and ever wilder burning flashes crossed through and through each other and darted their blood-red rays into Nathaniel's breast. Quite overcome and frantic with terror, he shouted, "Stop, stop, you terrible man!" And he seized Coppola by the arm, which he had again thrust into his pocket in order to bring out still more spectacles, although the whole table was covered all over with them. With a harsh, disagreeable laugh, Coppola gently freed himself, and with the words, "So, went none? Well, here, fine glass," and he swept all his spectacles together and put them back into his coat pockets, whilst from a breast pocket he produced a great number of larger and smaller perspectives. As soon as the spectacles were gone, Nathaniel recovered his equanimity again, and bending his thoughts upon Clara, he clearly discerned that the gruesome incubus had proceeded only from himself, as also that Coppola was a right honest mechanician and optician, and far from being Coppelius's dreaded double and ghost. And then, besides, none of the glasses which Coppola now placed on the table had anything at all singular about them, at least nothing so weird as the spectacles. So in order to square accounts with himself, Nathaniel now really determined to buy something of the man. He took up a small, very beautifully cut pocket perspective, and by way of proving it, looked through the window. Never before in his life had he had a glass in his hands that brought out things so clearly and sharply and distinctly. Involuntarily, he directed the glass upon Spallanzani's room. Olympia sat at the little table as usual, her arms laid upon it and her hands folded. Now he saw for the first time the regular and exquisite beauty of her features. The eyes, however, seemed to him to have a singular look of fixity and lifelessness. But as he continued to look closer and more carefully through the glass, he fancied a light like humid moonbeams came into them. It seemed as if their power of vision was now being enkindled. Their glances shone with ever-increasing vivacity. Nathaniel remained standing at the window as if glued to the spot by a wizard's spell, his gaze riveted unchangeably upon the divinely beautiful Olympia. A coughing and shuffling of the feet awakened him out of his enchaining dream, as it were. Coppola stood behind him. "3 zecchini, 3 ducats." Nathaniel had completely forgotten the optician. He hastily paid the sum demanded. "Ain't it fine glass, fine glass?" asked Coppola in his harsh, unpleasant voice, smiling sardonically. "Yes, yes, yes," rejoined Nathaniel impatiently. "Adieu, my good friend." But Coppola did not leave the room without casting many peculiar side glances upon Nathaniel, and the young student heard him laughing loudly on the stairs. "Ah, well," thought he, "he's laughing at me because I've paid him too much for this little perspective, because I've given him too much money. That's it." As he softly murmured these words, he fancied he detected a gasping sigh as of a dying man stealing awfully through the room. His heart stopped, beating with fear. But to be sure, he had heaved a deep sigh himself. It was quite plain. "Clara's quite right," said he to himself. in holding me to be an incurable ghost-seer, and yet it's very ridiculous, more than ridiculous, that the stupid thought of having paid Coppola too much for his glass should cause me this strange anxiety. I can't see any reason for it. Now he sat down to finish his letter to Clara, but a glance through the window showed him Olympia still in her former posture. Urged by an irresistible impulse, he jumped up and seized Coppola's perspective, nor could he tear himself away from the fascinating Olympia until his friend and brother Zygmunt called for him to go to Professor Spallanzani's lecture. The curtains before the door of the all-important room were closely drawn, so that he could not see Olympia, nor could he even see her from his own room during the following 2 days. Notwithstanding that, he scarcely ever left his window, and maintained a scarce interrupted watch through Coppola's perspective upon her room. On the 3rd day, curtains even were drawn across the window. Plunged into the depths of despair, goaded by longing and ardent desire, he hurried outside the walls of the town. Olympia's image hovered about his path in the air and stepped forth out of the bushes, and peeped up at him with large and lustrous eyes from the bright surface of the brook. Clara's image was completely faded from his mind. He had no thoughts except for Olympia. He uttered his love plaints aloud and in a lachrymose tone. "O my glorious noble star of love, have you only risen to vanish again and leave me in the darkness and hopelessness of night?" Returning home, he became aware that there was a good deal of noisy bustle going on in Spallanzani's house. All the doors stood wide open. Men were taking in all kinds of gear and furniture. The windows of the first floor were all lifted off their hinges. Busy maid-servants with immense hair-brooms were driving backwards and forwards, dusting and sweeping, whilst within could be heard the knocking and hammering of carpenters and upholsterers. Utterly astonished, Nathaniel stood still in the street. Then Zygmunt joined him, laughing, and said, "Well, what do you say to our old Spallanzani?" Nathaniel assured him that he could not say anything, since he knew not what it all meant. To his great astonishment, he could hear, however, that they were turning the quiet, gloomy house almost inside out with their dusting and cleaning and making of alterations. Then he learned from Zygmunt that Spallanzani intended giving a great concert and ball on the following day, and that half the university was invited. It was generally reported that Spallanzani was going to let his daughter Olympia, whom he had so long jealously guarded from every eye, make her first appearance. Nathaniel received an invitation. At the appointed hour, when the carriages were rolling up and the lights were gleaming brightly in the decorated halls, he went across to the professor's, his heart beating high with expectation. The company was both numerous and brilliant. Olympia was richly and tastefully dressed. One could not but admire her figure and the regular beauty of her features. The striking inward curve of her back, as well as the wasp-like smallness of her waist, appeared to be the result of too tight lacing. There was something stiff and measured in her gait and bearing that made an unfavourable impression upon many. It was ascribed to the constraint imposed upon her by the company. The concert began. Olympia played on the piano with great skill and sang as skilfully an aria de bravura in a voice which was, if anything, almost too sharp, but clear as glass bells. Nathaniel was transported with delight. He stood in the background farthest from her, and owing to the blinding lights could not quite distinguish her features, so, without being observed, he took Coppola's glass out of his pocket and directed it upon the beautiful Olympia. Oh, then he perceived how her yearning eyes sought him, how every note only reached its full purity in the loving glance which penetrated to and inflamed his heart. Her artificial roulade seemed to him to be the exultant cry towards heaven of the soul refined by love. And when at last, after the cadenza, the long trill rang shrilly and loudly through the hall, he felt as if he were suddenly grasped by burning arms and could no longer control himself. He couldn't help shouting aloud in his mingled pain and delight, "Olympia!" All eyes were turned upon him. Many people laughed. The face of the cathedral organist wore a still more gloomy look than it had done before, but all he said was, "Very well." The concert came to an end, and the ball began. Oh, to dance with her, with her! That was now the aim of all Nathaniel's wishes, of all his desires. But how should he have courage to request her, the queen of the ball, to grant him the honour of a dance? And yet he couldn't tell how it came about. Just as the dance began, he found himself standing close beside her, nobody having as yet asked her to be his partner. So, with some difficulty stammering out a few words, he grasped her hand. It was cold as ice. He shook with an awful frosty shiver, but fixing his eyes upon her face, he saw that her glance was beaming upon him with love and longing, and at the same moment he thought that the pulse began to beat in her cold hand, and the warm life-blood to course through her veins, and passion burned more intensely in his own heart also. He threw his arm around her beautiful waist and whirled her round the hall. He had always thought that he kept good and accurate time in dancing, but from the perfectly rhythmical evenness with which Olympia danced, and which frequently put him quite out, he perceived how very faulty his own time really was. Notwithstanding, he would not dance with any other lady, and everybody else who approached Olympia to call upon her for a dance he would have liked to kill on the spot. This, however, only happened twice. To his astonishment, Olympia remained after this without a partner, and he failed not on each occasion to take her out again. If Nathaniel had been able to see anything else except the beautiful Olympia, there would inevitably have been a good deal of unpleasant quarrelling and strife, for it was evident that Olympia was the object of the smothered laughter only with difficulty suppressed, which was heard in various corners amongst the young people, as they followed her with very curious looks, and nobody knew for what reason. Nathaniel, excited by dancing and the plentiful supply of wine he had consumed, had laid aside the shyness which at other times characterized him. He sat beside Olympia, her hand in his own, and declared his love enthusiastically and passionately in words which neither of them understood, neither he nor Olympia, and yet she perhaps did, for she sat with her eyes fixed unchangeably upon his, sighing repeatedly, "Ach, ach, ach." Upon this Nathaniel would answer, "Oh, you glorious heavenly lady, you ray from the promised paradise of love. Oh, what a profound soul you have. My whole being is mirrored in it." And a good deal more in the same strain. But Olympia only continued to sigh, "Ach, ach," again and again. Professor Spallanzani passed by the two happy lovers once or twice, and smiled with a look of peculiar satisfaction. All at once it seemed to Nathaniel, albeit he was far away in a different world, as if it were growing perceptibly darker down below at Professor Spallanzani's. He looked about him, and to his very great alarm became aware that there were only 2 lights left burning in the hall, and they were on the point of going out. The music and dancing had long ago ceased. "We must part, he cried, wildly and despairingly. He kissed Olympia's hand. He bent down to her mouth, but ice-cold lips met his burning ones. As he touched her cold hand, he felt his heart thrilled with awe. The legend of the dead bride shot suddenly through his mind. But Olympia had drawn him closer to her, and the kiss appeared to warm her lips into vitality. Professor Spallanzani strode slowly through the empty apartment, his footsteps giving a hollow echo, and his figure had, as the flickering shadows played about him, a ghostly, awful appearance. "Do you love me? Do you love me, Olympia? Only one little word. Do you love me?" whispered Nathaniel, but she only sighed, "Ach, ach," as she rose to her feet. "Yes, you are my lovely, glorious star of love," said Nathaniel, "and will shine forever, purifying and ennobling my heart." "Ach, ach," replied Olympia, as she moved along. Nathaniel followed her. They stood before the professor. "You have had an extraordinarily animated conversation with my daughter," said he, smiling. "Well, well, my dear Mr. Nathaniel, if you find pleasure in talking to the stupid girl, I am sure I shall be glad for you to come and do so." Nathaniel took his leave, his heart singing and leaping in a perfect delirium of happiness. During the next few days, Spallanzani's ball was the general topic of conversation. Although the professor had done everything to make the thing a splendid success, yet certain gay spirits related more than one thing that had occurred which was quite irregular and out of order. They were especially keen in pulling Olympia to pieces for her taciturnity and rigid stiffness. In spite of her beautiful form, they alleged that she was hopelessly stupid. And in this fact they discerned the reason why Spallanzani had so long kept her concealed from publicity. Nathaniel heard all of this with inward wrath, but nevertheless he held his tongue, for, thought he, would it indeed be worthwhile to prove to these fellows that it is their own stupidity which prevents them from appreciating Olympia's profound and brilliant parts? One day Siegmund said to him, "Pray, brother, have the kindness to tell me how you, a sensible fellow, came to lose your head over that Miss Wax-Face, that wooden doll across there." Nathaniel was about to fly into a rage, but he recollected himself and replied, "Tell me, Siegmund, how came it that Olympia's divine charms could escape your eye, so keenly alive as it always is to beauty, and your acute perception as well? But heaven be thanked for it. Otherwise I should have had you for a rival, and then the blood of one of us would have had to be spilled." Siegmund, perceiving how matters stood with his friend, skilfully interposed and said, after remarking that all argument with one in love about the object of his affections was out of place, "Yet it's very strange that several of us have formed pretty much the same opinion about Olympia. We think she is, you won't take ill of it, brother, that she is singularly statuesque and soulless. Her figure is regular, and so her features. That can't be gainsaid. And if her eyes were not so utterly devoid of life, I may say of the power of vision, she might pass for a beauty. She is strangely measured in her movements. They all seem as if they were dependent upon some wound-up clockwork. Her playing and singing has the disagreeably perfect but insensitive time of a singing machine, and her dancing is the same. We felt quite afraid of this Olympia. I didn't like to have anything to do with her. She seemed to us to be only acting like a living creature, as if there was some secret at the bottom of it all." Nathaniel did not give way to the bitter feelings which threatened to master him at these words of Siegmund's. He fought down and got the better of his displeasure, and merely said very earnestly, "You cold, prosaic fellows may very well be afraid of her. It is only to its like that the poetically organized spirit unfolds itself. Upon me alone did her loving glances fall, and through my mind and thoughts alone did they radiate, and only in her love can I find my own self again. Perhaps, however, she doesn't do quite right not to jabber a lot of nonsense and stupid talk like other shallow people. It's true she speaks but few words, but the words she does speak are genuine hieroglyphs of the inner world of love, and of the higher cognition of the intellectual life revealed to the intuition of the eternal beyond the grave. But you have no understanding for all these things, and I'm only wasting words." "God be with you, brother," said Siegmund very gently, almost sadly. "But it seems to me that you are in a very bad way. You may rely upon me if all— No, I can't say any more." It all at once dawned upon Nathaniel that his cold, prosaic friend Siegmund really and sincerely wished him well, and so he warmly shook his proffered hand. Nathaniel had completely forgotten that there was a Clara in the world whom he had once loved, and his mother and Lothair, they had all vanished from his mind. He lived for Olympia alone. He sat beside her every day for hours together, rhapsodizing about his love and sympathy enkindled into life, and about psychic elective affinity, all of which Olympia listened to with great reverence. He fished up from the very bottom of his desk all the things that he had ever written, poems, fancy sketches, visions, romances, tales, and the heap was increased daily with all kinds of aimless sonnets, stanzas, canzonets. All these he read to Olympia hour after hour without growing tired. But then he had never had such an exemplary listener. She neither embroidered nor knitted. She did not look out of the window or feed a bird or play with a little pet dog or a favourite cat. Neither did she twist a piece of paper or anything of that kind round her finger. She did not forcibly convert a yawn into a low-affected cough. In short, she sat hour after hour with her eyes bent unchangeably upon her lover's face, without moving or altering her position, and her gaze grew more ardent and more ardent still. And it was only when at last Nathaniel rose and kissed her lips or her hand that she said, "Ah, ah," and then, "Good night, dear." Arrived in his own room, Nathaniel would break out with, "Oh, what a brilliant, what a profound mind! Only you alone understand me." And his heart trembled with rapture when he reflected upon the wondrous harmony which daily revealed itself between his own and his Olympia's character. For he fancied that she had expressed in respect to his works and his poetic genius the identical sentiments which he himself cherished deep down in his own heart in respect to the same. and even as if it was his own heart's voice speaking to him. And it must indeed have been so, for Olympia never uttered any other words than those already mentioned. And when Nathaniel himself, in his clear and sober moments, as for instance directly after waking in the morning, thought about her utter passivity and taciturnity, he only said, "What are words? But words? The glance of her heavenly eyes says more than any tongue of earth. And how can anyway a child of heaven accustom herself to the narrow circle which the exigencies of a wretched mundane life demand?" Professor Spallanzani appeared to be greatly pleased at the intimacy that had sprung up between his daughter Olympia and Nathaniel, and showed the young man many unmistakable proofs of his good feeling towards him. And when Nathaniel ventured at length to hint very delicately at an alliance with Olympia, the professor smiled all over his face at once, and said he should allow his daughter to make a perfectly free choice. Encouraged by these words, and with the fire of desire burning in his heart, Nathaniel resolved the very next day to implore Olympia to tell him frankly, in plain words, what he had long read in her sweet loving glances, that she would be his for ever. He looked for the ring which his mother had given him at parting. He would present it to Olympia as a symbol of his devotion, and of the happy life he was to lead with her from that time onwards. Whilst looking for it, he came across his letters from Clara and Lothair. He threw them carelessly aside, found the ring, put it in his pocket, and ran across to Olympia. While still on the stairs in the entrance passage, he heard an extraordinary hubbub. The noise seemed to proceed from Spallanzani's study. There was a stamping, a rattling, pushing, knocking against the door with curses and oaths intermingled. Leave hold, you monster, you rascal! Staked your life and honour upon it? Ha, ha, ha! That was not our wager. I made the eyes, I the clockwork. Go to the devil with your clockwork, you damned dog of a watchmaker. Be off, Satan, stop, you paltry turner, you infernal beast. Stop, be gone, let me go. The voices which were thus making all this racket and rumpus were those of Spallanzani and the fearsome Coppelius. Nathaniel rushed in, impelled by some nameless dread. The professor was grasping a female figure by the shoulders. The Italian Coppola held her by the feet, and they were pulling and dragging each other backwards and forwards, fighting furiously to get possession of her. Nathaniel recoiled with horror on recognizing that the figure was Olympia. Boiling with rage, he was about to tear his beloved from the grasp of the madman, when Coppola, by an extraordinary exertion of strength, twisted the figure out of the professor's hands and gave him such a terrible blow with her that he reeled backwards and fell over the table, all amongst the phials and retorts, the bottles and glass cylinders which covered it. All these things were smashed into 1,000 pieces. But Coppola threw the figure across his shoulder, and laughing shrilly and horribly, ran hastily down the stairs, the figure's ugly feet hanging down and banging and rattling like wood against the steps. Nathaniel was stupefied. He had seen only too distinctly that in Olympia's pallid waxed face there were no eyes, merely black holes in their stead. She was an inanimate puppet. Spallanzani was rolling on the floor. The pieces of glass had cut his head and breast and arm. The blood was escaping from him in streams. But he gathered his strength together by an effort. After him! After him! What do you stand staring there for? Coppelius! Coppelius! He's stolen my best automaton, at which I've worked for 20 years, staked my life upon it. The clockwork, speech, movement, mine, your eyes, stolen your eyes, damn him, curse him. After him, fetch me back Olympia. There are the eyes. And now Nathaniel saw a pair of bloody eyes lying on the floor staring at him. Spallanzani seized them with his uninjured hand and threw them at him so that they hit his breast. Then madness dug her burning talons into him and swept down into his heart, rending his mind and thoughts to shreds. Aha, aha, fire wheel, spin round, fire wheel, merrily, merrily, aha, wooden doll, spin round, pretty wooden doll. And he threw himself upon the professor, clutching him fast by the throat. He would certainly have strangled him, had not several people, attracted by the noise, rushed in and torn away the madman, and so they saved the professor, whose wounds were immediately dressed. Siegmund, with all his strength, was not able to subdue the frantic lunatic, who continued to scream in a dreadful way, "Spin round, wooden doll," and to strike out right and left with his doubled fists. At length, the united strength of several succeeded in overpowering him by throwing him onto the floor and binding him. His cries passed into a brutish bellow that was awful to hear, and thus raging with the harrowing violence of madness, he he was taken away to the madhouse. Before continuing my narration of what happened further to the unfortunate Nathaniel, I will tell you, indulgent reader, in case you take any interest in that skilful mechanician and fabricator of automata, Spallanzani, that he recovered completely from his wounds. He had, however, to leave the university, for Nathaniel's fate had created a great sensation, and the opinion was pretty generally expressed that it was an imposture altogether unpardonable to have smuggled a wooden puppet instead of a living person into intelligent tea circles, for Olympia had been present at several with success. Lawyers called it a cunning piece of knavery, and all the harder to punish since it was directed against the public, and it had been so craftily contrived that it had escaped unobserved by all except a few preternaturally acute students, although everybody was very wise now, and remembered to have thought of several facts which occurred to them as suspicious. But these latter could not succeed in making out any sort of a consistent tale. For was it, for instance, a thing likely to occur to anyone as suspicious that, according to the declaration of an elegant beau of these tea parties, Olympia had, contrary to all good manners, sneezed oftener than she had yawned? The former must have been, in the opinion of this elegant gentleman, the winding up of the concealed clockwork. It had always been accompanied by an observable creaking, and so on. The professor of poetry and eloquence took a pinch of snuff, and snapping the lid to and clearing his throat, said solemnly, "My most honourable ladies and gentlemen, don't you see then where the rub is? The whole thing is an allegory, a continuous metaphor. You understand me? Sapienti sat." But several most honourable gentlemen did not rest satisfied with this explanation. The history of this automaton had sunk deeply into their souls, and an absurd mistrust of human figures began to prevail. Several lovers, in order to be fully convinced that they were not paying court to a wooden puppet, required that their mistress should sing and dance a little out of time, should embroider or knit or play with her little pug, etc., when being read to, but above all things else that she should do something more than merely listen, that she should frequently speak in such a way as to really show that her words presupposed as conditions some thinking and feeling. The bonds of love were in many cases drawn closer in consequence, and so, of course, became more engaging. In other instances, they gradually relaxed and fell away. "I cannot really be made responsible for it," was the remark of more than one young gallant. At the tea-gatherings, everybody, in order to ward off suspicion, yawned to an incredible extent, and never sneezed. Spallanzani was obliged, as has been said, to leave the place in order to escape a criminal charge of having fraudulently imposed an automaton upon human society. Coppola, too, had also disappeared. When Nathaniel awoke, he felt as if he had been oppressed by a terrible nightmare. He opened his eyes and experienced an indescribable sensation of mental comfort, whilst a soft and most beautiful sensation of warmth pervaded his body. He lay on his own bed in his own room at home. Clara was bending over him, and at a little distance stood his mother and Lothair. At last, oh my darling Nathaniel, now we have you again. Now you are cured of your grievous illness. Now you are mine again." And Clara's words came from the depths of her heart, and she clasped him in her arms. The bright scalding tears streamed from his eyes. He was so overcome with mingled feelings of sorrow and delight, and he gasped forth, "My Clara, my Clara." Zygmunt, who had staunchly stood by his friend in his hour of need, now came into the room. Nathaniel gave him his hand. "My faithful brother, you have not deserted me." Every trace of insanity had left him, and in the tender hands of his mother and his beloved and his friends, he quickly recovered his strength again. Good fortune had in the meantime visited the house. A niggardly old uncle, from whom they had never expected to get anything, had died, and left Nathaniel's mother not only a considerable fortune, but also a small estate, pleasantly situated not far from town. There they resolved to go and live, Nathaniel and his mother, and Clara, to whom he was now to be married, and Lothair. Nathaniel was become gentler and more childlike than he had ever been before, and now began really to understand Clara's supremely pure and noble character. None of them ever reminded him, even in the remotest degree, of the past. But when Zygmunt took leave of him, he said, "By heaven, brother, I was in a bad way, But an angel came just at the right moment and led me back upon the path of light. Yes, it was Clara. Siegmund would not let him speak further, fearing lest the painful recollections of the past might arise too vividly and too intensely in his mind. The time came for the 4 happy people to move to their little property. At noon they were going down through the streets. After making several purchases, they found that the lofty tower of the townhouse was throwing its giant shadows across the marketplace. "Come," said Clara, "let us go up to the top once more and have a look at the distant hills." No sooner said than done. Both of them, Nathaniel and Clara, went up the tower. Their mother, however, went on with the servant girl to their new home, and Lothair, not feeling inclined to climb up all the many steps, waited below. There the 2 lovers stood arm in arm on the topmost gallery of the tower and gazed out into the sweet-scented wooded landscape, beyond which the blue hills rose up like a giant city. "Oh, do look at that strange little grey bush. It looks as if it were actually walking towards us," said Clara. Mechanically he put his hand into his side pocket. He found Coppola's perspective and looked for the bush. Clara stood in front of the glass. Then a convulsive thrill shot through his pulse and veins. Pale as a corpse, he fixed his staring eyes upon her, but soon they began to roll, and a fiery current flashed and sparkled in them, and he yelled fearfully, like a hunted animal. Leaping up high in the air and laughing horribly at the same time, he began to shout in a piercing voice, "Spin round, wooden doll! Spin round, wooden doll!" With the strength of a giant, he laid hold upon Clara and tried to hurl her over, but in an agony of despair she clutched fast hold of the railing that went round the gallery. Lothair heard the madman raging and Clara's scream of terror. A fearful presentiment flashed across his mind. He ran up the steps. The door of the second flight was locked. Clara's scream for help rang out more loudly. Mad with rage and fear, he threw himself against the door, which at length gave way. Clara's cries were growing fainter and fainter. "Help! Save me! Save me!" And her voice died away in the air. "She is killed, murdered by that madman!" shouted Lothair. The door to the gallery was also locked. Despair gave him the strength of a giant. He burst the door off its hinges. Good God, there was Clara in the grasp of the madman Nathaniel, hanging over the gallery in the air. She held only to the iron bar with one hand. Quick as lightning, Lothair seized his sister and pulled her back, at the same time dealing the madman a blow in the face with his doubled fist, which sent him reeling backwards, forcing him to let go of his victim. Lothair ran down with his insensible sister in his arms. She was saved, but Nathaniel ran round and round the gallery, leaping up in the air and shouting, "Spin round, fire wheel! Spin round, fire wheel!" The people heard the wild shouting, and a crowd began to gather. In the midst of them towered the advocate, Coppelius, like a giant. He had only just arrived in the town, and had gone straight to the marketplace. Some were going up to overpower and take charge of the madman, but Coppelius laughed and said, "Ha, ha, ha, wait a bit. He'll come down of his own accord." And he stood gazing upwards along with the rest. All at once Nathaniel stopped as if spellbound. He bent over the railing and perceived Coppelius. With a piercing scream, "Ah, fine eyes, fine eyes!" he leapt over. When Nathaniel lay on the stone pavement with a broken head, Coppelius had disappeared in the crush and confusion. Several years afterwards, it was reported that outside the door of a pretty country house in a remote district, Clara had been seen sitting hand in hand with a pleasant gentleman, whilst 2 bright boys were playing at her feet. From this, it may be concluded that she eventually found that quiet domestic happiness which her cheerful, blithesome character required, and which Nathaniel, with his tempest-tossed soul, could never have been able to give her.
The Reflex Man in Whinnymuir Close by Russell Kirk. They call this Reflex Man a coimach or co-walker, every way like the man as a twin brother and companion, haunting him as to his shadow, and is oft seen and known among men, resembling the original, both before and after the original is dead, and was else often seen of old to enter a house, by which the people knew that a person of that likeness was to visit them within a few days. This copy echo or living picture goes at last to his own herd. The Reverend Robert Kirk, M.A., in The Secret Commonwealth. Editor's note. The following relation was discovered in a padlocked chest, covered over by an accumulation of rubbish at the top of an ancient house in the High Street of Pittenweem. Together with other papers of less surviving interest, this curious manuscript was concealed within tied bundles of 18th century apparel. The pages of this memoir, severely damaged by damp and in part illegible, are closely written upon in a neat but infirm hand, presumably by a person of advanced years. The manuscript now is deposited in the library of the University of St. Andrews, where it may be examined only with the express permission of Drumcarrow Estates Limited, and of the librarian, or, in his absence, of the Vice-Chancellor. The editor has reason to believe that this peculiar document never reached the eyes of members of the Fife family of the Inchburns of Drumcarrow, although it appears to have been written to instruct them. In the end, conceivably, the author of this memoir determined to let the dead bury the dead. In some instances, the spelling and the punctuation of this narrative, here printed for the first time, have been altered slightly in conformity to present usage. The manuscript is undated, although internal evidence sufficiently establishes the approximate dates of the events referred to, and is unsigned. R.K. They have said, and they will say, let them be saying, their having circulated among the vulgar and the credulous some perverted tale of what passed within Whinnymuir Close and the house when Lord Bamford came to his latter end. This veracious record is set down by the palsied hand of one beseeching the author of our being for mercy. The faggots in the Market Square and the stake at Tidemark on the beach are bygone things now. Yet the Lord's vengeance does not sleep. Commence we with some account of Geoffrey, called of courtesy Lord Bamford, being eldest son to Lord Solway, that title today lying dormant at the decree of divine providence. Finding himself deeply indebted to the London usurers, this young lord took up his residence for some months in Edinburgh. The Earls of Solway held neglected properties in the Lowlands, as well as their principal estates in Lancashire and Cumberland. Among those Scots properties was Whinnymuir House, the muckle ancient dwelling in the close of that name, betwixt the Cowgate and High Street. The principal rooms having been plenished tolerably for his coming, Lord Bamford lodged himself therein. Young and open-handed, and a pretty man enough, Lord Bamford proceeded to spy out the nakedness of his father Scott's estates and of Edinburgh's women. Now it chanced that there dwelt at a land in the Lawn Market that midsummer a young woman called Janet Kenley, daughter to a clockmaker at Pittenweem. She, having been schooled by governesses and tutors beyond her station and her sex, and being puffed up with pride at her father's goods and chattels, did make herself no little of a coquette, though chaste. Her eyes and her ankles, she discovered, were approved by the young gallants of Edinburgh, as they had been by the fisher lads of Pittenweem, and thereby came she to her public disgrace, and to her soul's peril. Matthew Kenley, her father, made tall clocks in Pittenweem High Street, and of them some were sold overseas in the Low Countries. Yet his prosperity had more cause than that. His siller notwithstanding, he dwelt still in a small freehold house on the Market Square. The truth of the matter was this. His house lay at the head of a serpentine wind called the Gailey, winding up from a wee slip or landing place among the reefs without Pittenweem's harbour. The tide being at flood, boats might run of nights into this narrow haven, and land what the gorgers would have levied duty upon. In the back wall of Matthew Kenley's dwelling was a round hole, closed by a shutter inwardly, and into this sloping bit tunnel, passing through the thickness of the bealdy wall of rubble, some seaman, trotting up the Gailey, might slide what he listed. Should The gougers follow in pursuit. Still, they might not enter Matthew's dwelling without showing a warrant. When, after some hours, such a warrant might be issued, no contraband would be found in the house, byre or close. Thus Matthew Kenley now and anon walked in dark ways, laying up treasure here below. Of his near acquaintance was that Wilson, hanged by Captain Porteus in the Grassmarket, when Janet Kenley was just but 16. Had Matthew Kenley been a man of probity, he might not have wedded the wife he did, Agnes Doubtfire, for she, like her mother before her, stood suspect as being a wise woman, acquainted with simples and other concerns less simple. Agnes departed this life, having not attained 30 years. Matthew then bethought him, out of pride, through which fault fell the angels, to make a lady out of his bit daughter Janet. Upon smuggling were her pretensions founded. Agnes had borne Matthew a son, Dugald, the year after being brought to bed with Janet. This Dugald, poor lad, was tall and strong, but feckless and wild of eye. Some called him loon, dolt, and daft chiel. Brave garments and his sister were all his loves. The father spoilt the twain. Now, Matthew Kenley, perishing suddenly of a fever from the West Indies, his wilful daughter found Pitt and Weem too petty a stage for her show. In name, her protectress was an aged aunt, Rachel Kenley, with but a moiety of her wits about her. To Edinburgh Janet bore both aunt and brother, taking a floor of a land in the Lawn Market, its rent no consideration for this impudent baggage. Once in sight of St. Giles's lantern, brother Dugald, loved by Janet as he loved her, set up for a gentleman of fashion, filling the pockets of tailors and tobacconists and sweetmeats makers. Aunt and sister grudged him no expense, he being denied by Providence a full portion of prudence. Before a month was out, Dugald fell in with Lord Banford and his comus rout of besotted English and Scottish sprigs. At card and at dice they fleeced the innocent, night upon night, smirking, and aunt and sister paid his losses. Yet one uncorrupt acquaintance did Dugald chance to make, and that a grizzled bonnet laird twice his years and more. Edinburgh wits thought Colonel Ian Inchburn of Drumcarrow near so fey as Dugald himself. Drumcarrow being an ill man to deal with and sharp of hearing, what they said of him was whispered behind closed doors. There did some of the sprigs, greatly daring, venture to call him the Barbary Ape. In truth, Colonel Inchburn, back from years in East India, was no petty man. Like his father before him, he was short of leg and long of arm. Over his forehead his thick red hair, shot with grey, descended nigh to his brows, which were huge and beetling as some beasts. He was given to walking with his shoulders inclined somewhat forward, a posture, it was said, become natural to him from bending over his horse's neck while leading the charge of a squadron of sowars. Nearly always he dressed in rusty black, his garments huddled on. For all the roughness of the outer man, his voice was melodious, and his speech that of the universities. In his youth, Ian Inchburn had been sent to St. Mary's College, St. Andrew's, to be schooled for a minister, or failing that, a dominie. At the stony, high-lying family property of Drumcarrow, overlooking both the shores of Fife and the How of Fife, the very roof of the Dewcot was fallen away. The two farms would not sustain the boy laird's widowed mother, let alone Ian. His Greek, his Latin, his Bible he mastered well. He was graduated. But for this young scholar no parish was found. Like enough the cause was his perilous inclining toward the damnable error denominated by some pillars of the Kirk as Gregorianism. Now and again he was overheard chanting in solitude, perhaps in malice, he being wondrous witty when young. When old, some voice or other of a like wake dirge he would sing out, This een nicht, every nicht and Allah, fire and sleet and candle licht, and Christ receive thy soul. Then, anon, from Brigadreed, when thou mayst pass, every nicht and Allah, to purgatory fire thou comest at last, and Christ receive thy soul. For such hints of popish inclination was he twice summoned before a Kirk session and reproved sternly. Perceiving at length that no parish would have him for minister or even dominie, young Drum Carrow, obtaining the commendation of the Earl of Balcarres and other Fife worthies, was given an East India cadetcy, and out he went to Calcutta. In later years, intimates would call him in jest Colonel the Reverend Ian Inchburn of Drumcarrow, M.A., nor would he rebuke them. It may be pardoned in Drumcarrow that he wore his learning on his sword knot, he being given to theological disputation, and not loath to parade his Latin and his Greek. In Bengal he mastered other tongues, and made no slight acquaintance with other faiths than the Reformed. To a brother officer, Drumcarrow confided once that the blackamoor minions of Lucifer were twice or thrice more subtle than Satan's Scots limbs. This Colonel Inchburn had been lodging for some months in a decayed, commodious house in the Cowgate, said once to have been Mary of Guise's. Having come back from Calcutta, men thought empty of pocket, as when he had gone out there those many years before. Inchburn of Drumcarrow seemingly had found his fortune at a stay. Despite that, he kept about him in the Cowgate a crew of half-pay captains and lieutenants poorer than himself, sustaining them on watered porridge and thin claret, and regaling them with his tales of Indian marches, fatal encounters, sieges, sacks, and forlorn hopes. This battered laird of Drumcarrow was a douce man enough, with the thinness of his claret assisting him in that. Many a time he conversed with the professors of the university, hoping always to confute their pedantry. With women he consorted not at all. Although knowing her brother, in the streets he would doff his hat to Janet Kenley, sending a keen glance at her from the sea caves of his een, to which usage from gentlemen and the vulgar she was not unaccustomed. More than once Colonel Inchburn, M.A., spoke a word of counsel to Dugald Kenley, telling the lad to have an eye to the company he kept. Yet Dugald, pleased though he was by the notable soldier's notice, found the riot and ribaldry of Lord Banford's troop more lively by far, so that the hard siller ran through his fingers like quicksilver. The son of the clock-making smuggler fancied himself a gentleman, light and debonair, favoured of a peer's son. Just so did his sister Janet, admiring her reflection in the glass, ask, like some princess, "Who is the fairest of us all?" Perhaps she grew fond enough to think herself fit for some lord's bride, and the portion left to her by her father a grand dowry. She took to rouge and a beauty patch. Of afternoons, not infrequently, the brothers' boon comrades would stroll to the lawn market to drink a dish of tea with the lad's sister. Lord Banford praised her polite learning, so rare in a lass, her voice, her hand upon the virginal, and much else beside, not forgetting her black eyes, whose power other young men had remarked. He was infamous in Edinburgh for a rake, but many a chaste woman aspires to entice a rake into the ranks of the godly. Far from displeased at these kind attentions, Janet Kenley concerted plans for an evening's rout for her brother's friends at her lawn market lodgings, sparing no expense for food, drink, and candles. Doddering auntie did not demur, while Dugald was pleased as any bairn. The sister, wise after her mother's fashion, the brother, half a man only. These twain never uttered a hard word one to the other, guessing without speech one the other's wishes, as if their souls were entwined. Both were fey somewhat, he in his way, she in hers. Never had they been parted many hours, and when on occasion Dugald gamed long with Banford's set in Whinnymuir house, still Janet might fancy she glimpsed his form in the Lawnmarket kitchen, or heard his tread on the Lawnmarket stair. In her mind's eye, be it said, she beheld him always, as one gifted with the second sight. On the evening appointed, a score and more of guests clattered up the turnpike stair, 5 stories, to Princess Janet's palace. There came but 3 other ladies, or what passed for ladies, rouged and powdered like Paris hussies, bold of glance and attire, smiling one at another when presented to their hostess. There came also, half carried up the stair, a gouty old sardonic Scots baronet, Sir Angus Kinkle, who had once commanded a frigate in India waters. He had been at the university with Lord Solway when Solway had been Banford himself, and Solway had asked Sir Angus to keep some rein upon young Lord Banford, otherwise given his head in Edinburgh. What with the fashion the baronet looked upon her, Janet doubted Sir Angus's propriety as a Spriggs mentor. The saucy Janet sang to her guests and played upon her virginal, and if they did not hearken over keenly, look at her they did, until she blushed crimson. There was playing at whist, and overmuch of drinking of wines and smuggled brandy. Auntie had been bundled into her closet. Poor Dugald, lurching about the whist tables, was 2/3 bemused by strong spirit. The ladies' voices rose shrill, and the gentlemen's talk was slurred and sprinkled with oaths. Proud Janet well might ask herself if conversations went thus in the salon of Paris. While she hesitated in the middle of the chief room, perplexed as to whether she should tell the 2 serving women to fetch more brandy, there approached her closely Lord Banford, heaping compliments upon her and begging a word in private. He seemed to restrain as best he might some strong sentiment. Of her own charms Janet doubted not, and even to an English lord she fancied the portion her father had bequeathed to her might not be unacceptable. She lowered her ashes demurely. There being few rooms on a Lawnmarket land's floor, she ushered her noble guest into her own small chamber, nearly filled by the bed her father had bought her from a Dutch skipper, and the muckle armoire from Brittany that held her gowns, and the shelf with her books. With a slight bow to her, Banford closed the door behind him, his face much flushed. Says he, "I've a question to put to you, madam." The notion flitted through her foolish head that she might become Lady Banford that very year, and the Countess of Solway in the Lord's good time. Yet that was not the question Banford put to her. She gasped and flared up. Taking her in his grip, Banford poured into her ear words, nay, foul fooleries, that never Janet had heard from any man before. He muttered snatches of verse, tugging at her new orange bodice. What was he saying? Was it not Shakespeare? Then give me leave to stroke thy boobies as they gently rise and fall. Just that, her protests and struggles not availing, Lord Banford proceeded to do. Frantic, she scratched him across his grinning face. He thrust the silly quain back upon her bed. It came to Janet then that this accomplished rake meant to have her maidenhead instanter. She shrieked so loudly and earnestly as ever she might. Such was the subtle bond of spirit betwixt sister and brother that Dugald, for all the brandy he had swallowed, at once heard his sister's cry and was sobered. Banford had latched the door. Dugald flung his weight upon it, burst it open, beheld his sister much disarrayed in his noble friend's clutch, and took hard hold of Banford. In this stramash, Lord Banford's wig fell to the floor, disclosing a scalp which, for all its youth, was nigh hairless. Grasping Banford by the back of his collar, Dugald played Hercules to Banford's Cacus, Banford's drunken friends taking the stramash for rough frolic. He thrust the young nobleman out upon the common stair, trundled him downwards 2 or 3 stories, and flung him, bruised and almost senseless, upon the stones. That done, Dugald returned, panting and wrathful, to his sister's side. By this time, some of Lord Banford's friends had commenced to take a second view of the wrestling on the stair, so that it might have gone hard with Dugald. Yet Sir Angus Kinkle, laughing and puffing, quieted them as best he might. Brawling was sufficiently common at Edinburgh routs, then, even more than nowadays. It was not often that a tradesman's son cuffed and buffeted a peer's son, true, and flung him down the stair. Sir Angus, blessed as a peacemaker, nevertheless urged his companions down to the street, picking up Banford in the course of their drunken progress. Lord Banford's curses echoed up to Janet, he yelling like a fiend from the pit. Sir Angus limped out at last. Says he to Dugald, "Have a care o' Lord Banford now, ye brute, ye daft carl. Aye, and take a care for your black-eyed sister." Sir Angus looked Janet up and down, she endeavouring like some surprised nymph to cover herself. "Why, lass," Sir Angus says to her, "what else expected ye, my word? But I do take ye for innocent, sister and brother, mare's the wonder. Get ye to a nunnery, lass. Ye'll ne'er mak a court lady." As Sir Angus groped his way heavily down the dark stair, grunting now and again as he bumped his gouty foot, Janet heard her fancied suitor, Lord Banford, shouting down below. "Diana at her bath," screams he, "with her bedlam brother for her faithful hound. I'll have that tormenting Scots witch. I'll flog that stubborn prude like a bitch in my kennel." Then their manservants shot home the bolts in their oaken door, and the words from below could not be made out. Lord Banford's trampled wig lay disconsolate at Janet's feet. Here a page of the manuscript is so rotted by damp that no word can be deciphered. We resume with the following page, less damaged. Ed. As later Sir Angus related it to the Procurator Fiscal, their talk went much as follows. Sir Angus. "What, call out the daft lad? He'd meet ye, Banford, with joyful alacrity, to cross swords with a peer's son, being a patent of gentility. Then ye'd kill him, and find it weel to flit to France, or else be hangit in the grass market, earl's son or no. Or should ye but run him through once or twice in parts not vital, ye'd mak yoursel the town's laughing stock for months on end. What? Play a duello with a smuggler's half-wit get, because he mislikes your pinch and his sister's boobies? No, Banford. Ye better paint yourself blue, tak cap and bells, and prance naked round Holyrood. 'Twould be less absurd." Lord Banford. "Damn you, Kinkle. I'll make that young witch with the black eyes do the prancing. Either her brother will pay me out, or she must." "Why say witch, lad? Did she enchant ye? Have ye knowledge of all they say in Pittenweem? Put not thy trust in witches, Banford, nor know them carnally. In a corner of Pittenweem kirkyard they burnt their witches once, but that fashion's o'er. I knew the tarry winds of Pittenweem whale, and the women folk thereof, when I was a beardless midshipman. But what's this of Pittenweem? The burg's a nest of trolls and witches, you mean?" "Not long after I came into my majority, a mob of sailors and fishers there did to death one Janet Cornfoot, accused by a dirty tinker of having sent him into fits. They stoned the old carlin, swung her on a rope twixt ship and shore, and at the end pressed the life out of her under a door under the strand. She had gossips." "Curse you, Kinkle. What's all this history to me?" "One of her gossips was a Mistress Doubtfire, grandame to your darling Janet. She lay under a cloud for what few more years she spent here below. And her daughter Agnes, too, your light-o'-love's mother, was said to sell simples and to be endowed with a second sight." "Then that teasing quain Janet's the devil's dam as well. By God, I'll have her before the magistrates for casting her spell on me." "Time was when ye might have done so, my lord, but 'tis late in the day for that.
14 years gone, Sheriff Ross burnt an old hag in Sutherland for a witch, but he'd no jurisdiction, and there was talk of trying him for murder. No, no, lad, there may be witches still, yet they're burnt, no drowned, no longer in our degenerate age. Ye'll no warm your roving hands at Janet's bonfire. Mark me, Kinkle, I'll see she's made hot enough for all that. She'll pay on her bum for the tossing her lamp of a brother gave me. Come now, Banford. Your father found willing wenches enough for his pleasure shot the vexing clockmaker's witch daughters. Here occurs another hiatus in the damaged manuscript. The narrative then resumes somewhat abruptly. On the Thursday, a caddy brought to their lodging a line for Dugald from Mr. Robert Macpherson, asking him to whist near the Lucken booths, and happy was Dugald at that invitation for the next evening, he having been forlorn since parted finally from his old companions at Whinnymuir Close. Not an hour later, another caddy came to the Lawn Market, bearing a card from old Lady Christie, hard by George Heriot's school, and Janet, sequestered since the rout that ended in Stramash, found herself asked to hear Lady Christie's niece play upon the spinet, by good fortune at the very hour Dugald would be with Macpherson and his friends. Accordingly, on the Friday, as the dark settled upon the town, sister and brother went their separate ways, Janet in a sedan chair, for being now an Edinburgh lady, she would not think of going barefoot on the causeway, as once she had done with the other lasses of Pit and Weem. A shy bit maid trotted behind her chair. The chairmen were stout Highland gillies, not favoured of feature, sparing of speech. She had not seen them before. On reaching the foot of Candlemaker's Row, Miss Kenley found Lady Christie's lodging quite dark. Pound the door though the Highland men did, they roused none within. The old lady, not over-strong of intellect, must have set down the wrong night on her card, said the maid to Janet. The Princess of Pit and Weem bade the chairmen bear her home again. Thinking on her brother's bold defence of her the week gone, Janet did not observe at once that her chair was not being borne directly towards the Lawn Market. Being jolted as a chairman stumbled on a stone, she glanced out, to find herself among tombs, for the chairmen had turned in at the yett of Greyfriars Kirkyard, passing through which they might gain the Grass Market, and then the Lawn Market, though it was the longer way, and less frequented. Ere she could ask why they took that gate, a band of men dashed upon her chair and upset it, to send Janet sprawling among the graves. Her chairmen fled into the dark, and the wee maid was bundled off squalling. Scrambling to her feet, Janet found herself captive to 6 or 7 men, some armed, all young, their faces blackened. One laughed low and tore her kirtle clean off her body, and him she knew through his disguise, though he spoke no word. Lord Banford. Many hands were laid upon her, and one clapped over her mouth. Twist and kick though Janet did, in a few moments they had stripped her bare as any new bairn. Banford showed her a dog whip that he drew from his belt. Then, flinging her asprawl among the tombstones, he lashed her backsides. She shrieked like a wounded leopardess in her agony and her shame, but the hour was late, and rough sport of common occurrence in kirkyards. When she struggled up, men pulled her down upon her back. Then it seemed worse was to be done for her, for Banford made ready to bestride her, as if he would construpate the lass, while his friends looked on. Thus would her pride have a final fall. As Providence would have it, at that fell moment there passed through the wide kirkyard, coming down from the Grass Market, a party of strollers. At their head was Colonel Inchburn, unarmed, as was his custom in the town, and beside him the professor of Hebrew at the university, they too hotly disputing over apparitions, co-walkers, purgatory, fixed fate, foreknowledge, and other grave concerns. At the laird's heels followed a tall sepoy manservant, bearing a muckle staff like to a baton. Behind the blackamoor came 2 half-pay officers, captain and lieutenant of foot, sharing the colonel's draughty quarters in the cowgate. Janet, in her humiliation, did not make out the others, but the Barbary ape's stalwart bulk she did discern. Inchburn of Drumcarrow and his companions drew near at hand. Taking the stramash among the tombs for some squalid brawl of a bully and his trull, Colonel Inchburn turned to pass by on the other side. "At night, in Greyfriars Kirkyard," mutters he to the professor of Hebrew, "nil admirari." Her peril notwithstanding, Janet Kenley had kept her wits about her, though not her garments. "Drumcarrow!" Janet cries shrill, using the name of his estate to catch his ear, and speaking the broad accents of Fife to the same end. "Drumcarrow!" Janet shrieks. "Will you no help a neighbour?" Breaking free from the hands upon her, she springs up erect. Of ear and eye, no man was keener than Ian Inchburn. At a glance he makes out Janet, naught of her being hid. "Wow!" calls out Drumcarrow, and "wow!" echoes him the professor of Hebrew. Celerity of decision it was that had given Colonel Inchburn his Indian victories. "Your servant, madam!" cries the Barbary ape. To the blackamoor Colonel Inchburn flings his rusty cloak, and from him snatches the muckle staff. So armed, he dashes upon the disguised Lord Banford, standing surprised behind his prey. In the dark, the combatants cannot see one the other's face. Banford gives the ape a stroke of the dog whip upon his left cheek. Then the Barbary ape, not to be withstood, tumbles Banford and belabours him unkindly with the staff. In Banford's party, whinges and dirks are drawn. 3 or 4 of Banford's friends setting upon the raging ape, yet the nimble ape beats them off, one and all, with his terrible staff, and the captain, the lieutenant, and the sepoy reinforcing Drumcarrow. Banford's minions take to their heels. The bleeding Banford, 2 teeth stricken out, essays to flee in their company, but the ape thumps him down again. Then up trot the town guard with their Lochaber axes, summoned by some citizen in the cottages against the kirkyard wall. Colonel Inchburn is well known to the veterans of the guard, having bestowed upon them many a pot of ale. "Friends," says Drumcarrow to the guard, "take in charge this broken bravo, and lodge the ruffian in the toll booth." Meanwhile the sepoy has enveloped poor Janet in Drumcarrow's old cloak, and the professor of Hebrew has called in another sedan chair from Candlemaker's Row, and the wee maid has been discovered shivering behind a minister's tomb. Janet is borne away to the lawn market, bloody, bruised, and falling into a swoon. The sergeant of the guard is fixing manacles upon the felon Banford, who has been rolled in the mud, battered in the face, and thumped without mercy by the muckle staff in the ape's muckle hands. "Unhand me, loons!" gasps he, "for I am Lord Banford." Drumcarrow laughs loud in his face. "This lump of filth an English lord," says Drumcarrow to the sergeant. "Aye, put him down as an impostor forby, sergeant." To the toll booth's cage Lord Banford is dragged, and he passes some wretched hours therein, ere Sir Angus Kinkle persuades the provost that this groaning hulk indeed is a peer's son. Of the following page of the manuscript, only some words and phrases are plain. In substance, it tells how Janet's aunt and brother comforted her, and how Colonel Inchburn, Scots Samaritan, was left with the weal from Banford's whip on his cheek. One gathers that Janet refuses to proceed against Banford, dreading more public shame. Out of delicacy of sentiment, it appears, Drumcarrow refrains from calling upon Miss Kenley, though she has his cloak. When the manuscript becomes sufficiently legible once more, one encounters a second report of a conversation between Lord Banford and Sir Angus Kinkle, ed. Further, Sir Angus Kinkle made deposition to the magistrates that he apprehended imperfectly the drift of Lord Banford's discourse, else he would have dissuaded him from his purpose and sought some act of interdict to restrain him. It was thus that they had talked together 3 days after Lord Banford's discharge from the toll booth. Sir Angus: "My lord, having been drubbed first by a half-witted lad, and second by an ancient pistol, with sinews like unto an ape's, all for the sake of leaving a stripe or two upon a maiden's bum, ye'd be well advised to withdraw to Cumberland for the time, before some third Scot extracts the remainder of your teeth. For if ye fear your father's wrath, take ship to the continent for 3 months, a safe remove from Pit and Weem enchantments. Lord Banford. To hell with your coward devices, Kinkle. You'll have the goodness, gout or no gout, to carry my challenge to Inchburn. Do ye tire of life, lad, young though ye are? Think what he did to you with a stick as to some schoolboy. What would he have done to you with a sword? I was acquainted with Drumcarrow at Calcutta, though, and ne'er cared for the canting Dominie Colonel. Mind ye, he ne'er lost a battle nor a duel. Think on those ape-long arms of his, he'd spit thee like a suckling pig. They say he's made his bargain with some Indian devil, taking not gold in exchange for his soul, but martial triumph. Ye've been tutored by a French fencing master, aye. What's that to Drumcarrow? No, Banford. Standing in loco parentis to thee, I'd send ye back to the rats of the toll booth, rather than have ye carved by the ape. Faith, Kinkle, I confess you do dissuade me. Yet what of this? There's many a dark wind in this town. Ye fancy we're in Venice with bravos for hire. Mind the ragged regiment that Drumcarrow keeps about him in the Cowgate. They and their patron would make mince pies of any smilers with a knife. More ye rascal, I'll tolerate no dastard ambuscade, though I've pardoned many a scrape of thine. I'd bear witness against ye myself as a gentleman and one that has borne the king's commission. Go to, old Bobadil. I'll spare the ape, he's beneath me. Yet I know how to make the Janet witch repent, weeping her black eyes out. What mean ye? Forget the bonny jut of the Kenley's bum. The watch will watch ye henceforth, and Drumcarrow has set a sepoy to dog her chair, friends tell me, when the jade begins to venture out again. Would ye relish another night in the toll booth, and worse than that? Why, I think our Pit and Weem enchantress has addled your wits. I'm none of the unco good lad, but I say to ye, stick to drinking and wenching, putting out of your head flogging and stabbing. Your lordship must confine yourself to the genial vices. Here again, the manuscript is illegible. A full 2 pages, not only damp damaged, but in part crossed and hatched out, perhaps by the author. When the narrative resumes, it's set down in a hand spidery, hasty, and often scrawled, as if written in recollected passion. Editor. Dugald came not home to the Lawn Market that night. In dread, she sent a caddy with word of this to Drumcarrow, who dispatched back to her a letter sprinkled with Latin tags, in substance saying that a young man consorting with bad companions, soon or late, takes to all the pleasures of the flesh, and that like enough Dugald, if she would forgive the phrase, had bedded with some wench in Leith, and would return a sadder and a wiser man. He presented his compliments, adding that he would call for his cloak when assured that Miss Kenley had recovered her composure. Another night passed, and Dugald came not. Then was Janet Kenley distraught. Once she fancied she glimpsed her brother peering out from the pantry, but, flinging open the door, found no man. Thrice she heard his tread upon the common stair, and scampered down to meet him, yet encountered only empty air. Again, from the corner of her eye, she beheld his form seated in a chair, gazing upon her. She sprang towards him, but clasped nothing. Hope ebbing, she did then what must put her soul in jeopardy. Those things her mother had taught her in secret she recollected well, though never before had she practised them. Into a trance she cast herself, invoking the power of second sight. In vision, verily, she beheld her brother, where he lay. For some hours thereafter was she senseless. Rising at length, she looked into the book of the learned divine Robert Kirk, whom the subterraneans carried off for his knowing over much of them, and into certain writings at the bottom of a chest that her mother had bequeathed to her. Not every man or woman has a co-walker, but they only who are fey in some degree, and even of the fey, not all. Yet Janet long had sensed beyond the senses that sometimes there walked an image or echo of her brother Dugald, a simulacrum, mayhap the missing half of the terrestrial Dugald. Steeling herself, Janet Kenley then did what must be done to raise the co-walker, or reflex man, and to send it on its way. For the living Dugald she would not see again here below. The reflex man must serve her turn. At this point in the manuscript, ink appears to have been spilled or poured upon some few pages. Close examination discloses that on these pages probably were set down spells of formulas. When these blotted pages are submitted to recent specialized technologies, conceivably it may be possible to decipher this writing, seemingly in dog Latin. The page following the formulas is headed by a verse from Job below, after which the narration shifts to Whinnymuir Close, editor. Then a spirit passed before my face. The hair of my flesh stood up. It stood still, but I could not discern the form thereof. An image was before mine eyes. Among his serving men at Whinnymuir House, Lord Banford kept one Tam Alloway, ill-visaged and sly, said to have been a pirate in the West Indies. This Alloway served his master as pander and ruffler. Together with 4 other servants, Alloway was lounging by the house door after nightfall, when the porter at the pen of the close cries out sharp, "Stand! Stand ye!" Thereupon, his challenge being unheeded, the porter runs incontinent from the pen towards his fellows, his face ashen, wailing as he runs. Then comes into the close one that shimmers as he strides towards the house. In his right hand the shape holds a naked sword. Though the clothes upon him are fine with silver lace, they are all besmirched and bespattered. This shape is tall and broad of shoulder and grim of countenance. As it comes upon them, the serving men about the doorway gasp and shake, and the porter goes down upon his knees. Now the boldest of Banford's men, Tam Alloway, sets himself in the path of this shimmering one with the drawn sword. "What would ye?" begins Alloway. Then the shape stares him full in the face. "Oh God!" cries Alloway. "Dougal Kenley, you're dirked and sunk!" This Alloway tumbles down in a fit, kicking and frothing upon the stones, a thing mindless. Speaking no word, the shimmering shape passes through the doorway into Whinnymuir House without let or hindrance, the men shrinking together with a grue, none venturing to withstand the intruder. He mounts the stair within, and as he goes up, 1 or 2 of the serving men perceive that in the back of his fine coat is a sore rent, with stains all about it. It is nigh to midnight. Lord Banford has been with a woman in the Canongate, but just now returns to his house, finding no porter at the pen, and Alloway writhing like a stricken serpent at his house's threshold. "What's this riot?" says Banford, thick of speech from overmuch brandy. He glares upon his men's pallid faces. The understeward answers him, "My lord, 'tis Master Dougal Kenley has gone up the stair with his hanger in his hand and mud upon his clothes." Lord Banford shakes as if an ague were upon him, and he strikes the understeward upon the face with his gloved hand. "You lie!" cries Banford. "Confess to me that you lie. Who's paid you for this lie?" "No, no, my lord," say the other serving men. "That daft Dougal, or else his twin brother, passed us by and went up the stair, and he was all besmirched with a rent in his back." Banford curses them for fools and cravens, but leans, most pallid, against the wall. Then, "'Twas Tam Alloway lied to me," says he, and kicks Alloway where he lies writhing. "Alloway? Tam Alloway?" roars Lord Banford. "Say that Dougal lives, and that you lied to me, man." Yet Alloway does no more than gabble like some bird. Banford turns upon his serving men, saying, "Get you in the house and take him, or cut him down, he being a mere man. Yet the under-steward, with blood upon his lips where his master has struck him, says softly, bowing, "Lead on, my lord." Lord Banford toys with his sword hilt, yet does not stir, as one lost in horrid thought. Of a sudden he commands the under-steward, "Nay, run and fetch me Colonel Inchburn of Drumcarrow." "Drumcarrow, my lord?" asks the under-steward, not believing his ears. "Speak him soft, man," says Banford, his breath coming hard, and as if to himself. "They say the apes made his pact with the devil, and the devil protects his own, and Dugald was the ape's friend. None but damned Drumcarrow might coax the tyke out." The porter sings out shrill, "Some face at the window," pointing to the third story of the house. "What face? What face?" screeches Lord Banford. But it is gone. "The young witch has sent the thing," Banford says low, "conjuring it out from hell or the loch." Then, more loud, "I, man, run to Drumcarrow in the Cowgate, speaking him fair. Say that Lord Banford craves his mercy, being in dire need, and will repay his kindness in whatsoever form Colonel Inchburn of Drumcarrow desires." So while Banford and his men linger craven at the stair-foot, the under-steward hies him to the Cowgate with all expedition. By chance, Drumcarrow is alone in his lodging, save for a pensioned major with one leg and an old maidservant. The under-steward stammers out his message. "What, Lord Banford begging my service?" says Drumcarrow. Then he bethinks him. Poor Dugald, and he have wandered into Whinnymuir house, stands imperilled in that viper's den. Aye, we must have him out of there. Where has the lad been these 2 nights? "Go not alone to an enemy, Colonel Inchburn," says to him the one-legged major. "Needs must, lest they dirk the lad," Drumcarrow answers. He glances about for some weapon. Hanging on the wall is a jewelled sword with the hilt of carved ivory that a Rani had bestowed upon Colonel Inchburn when he commanded her horse. He snatches the court tulwar from the wall and runs, the under-steward at his heels, the short distance to Whinnymuir Close. There stands Banford at the door, sword in hand. "Colonel Inchburn," says he, "letting bygones be bygones, will you come with me and take this Dugald out of my house? For doubtless he means me a mischief." "And you mean no mischief to him?" Drumcarrow asks. "And you swear, my lord, to fetch him out whole and scatheless. I'll adventure with you." At that, Banford's words stick in his craw, but presently he gasps out, "If he go, I'll touch him not." Then Drumcarrow and Banford ascend the stair, Drumcarrow leading, for Banford hung back to let him pass. Whinnymuir house, ere by chance or providence it was burnt in late years, was within like unto a Cretan labyrinth, being of much age, and added to within and without at divers times. A candlestick in his left hand, Drumcarrow makes his way along the narrow passage, calling out, "Dugald! Dugald Kenley! Dugald, lad! 'Tis Drumcarrow come to take you to your sister." Looking behind him presently, he finds that Banford is not at his back, having taken another turn somewhere in the house maze. Drumcarrow gropes on alone, turning a corner. He draws in his breath. For some paces distant, he sees a shimmering shape, man-high, fronting him. The face he cannot discern. "Dugald," says Drumcarrow, "if that be you, come to me, lad." Yet the shape recedes and vanishes, perhaps into a chamber. Drumcarrow presses on, though tempted to turn tail. Of a sudden, there comes from behind him an eldritch scream, so loud and wild that the candlestick falls from Drumcarrow's left hand, and he is left in blackness. There follows the sound of running feet, Drumcarrow turning round to confront whatever rushes upon him, his court-sword in his right hand. In that darkness, a shrieking thing hurls itself against Drumcarrow. He is flung against the wall in the straight place, and one hacks at him with a whinger, taking clean off the wee finger of Drumcarrow's left hand. Drumcarrow thrusts against his adversary like bull or ape, his blood up. With his Indian tulwar he runs the thing through, and it yet standing against the passage wall, wailing fearsomely. Drumcarrow runs it through again, and it falls, and is still. Blood from his left hand pouring out fast, Drumcarrow feels about the floor for his candle, most coolly takes out flint and steel, and lights it again, peers into the dead face at his feet. It is the face of Lord Banford, much contorted. Here's a pickle. Drumcarrow tears a bit of linen from the dead man's shirt to bind up his hand. He wipes his sword on Banford's coat and sheathes it. Looking about him, "Dugald," he calls 5 times, yet no answer comes. Dugald was not in this house, thinks Drumcarrow, not this night. The shimmering one was not canny. Good Lord deliver us. So Drumcarrow goes backward down the stair and finds the craven serving men still clustered round the doorway. Having heard the shrieks within, they shake, every man of them. "Look to your master," says Drumcarrow to them, but no more. They stand out of his way, and he makes straight for the provost's lodging, though all over blood, to tell of Lord Banford's strange end. The sooner and more fully told, the less the odds for a hanging. 2 days later, fishers in the Nor Loch come upon the corpse of Dugald Kinley, stabbed in the back and weighted down with lead. When Tam Alloway gibbering was searched in the toll booth, there was found in his pocket a gold locket that had been Dugald's, with the miniature portrait of Janet Kenley therein. Alloway they hanged in the Grassmarket. When they had put him to the question in the toll booth, he had said he had done the stabbing at his master's command, but Alloway had gone mad, so that his evidence was tainted, and, beside, Lord Banford was dead, and gone to his reward. There follow in the manuscript 3 pages of prayers, evidently copies from a prayer book, also copied comminations. These are omitted from this published version. The manuscript passes over what difficulties Colonel Inchburn may have encountered with Scottish authorities in consequence of the slaying. From another source, it is known that Colonel Inchburn of Drumcarrow enjoyed the intimacy of the Procurator Fiscal, who indeed was cousin to Drumcarrow. That friendship may have been of assistance to the redoubtable colonel. The narrative is resumed several days later, it appears, after Janet Kenley had given up her Lawn Market lodgings and returned to her house on the square at Pittenweem. Some scrawled sheets of accounts inserted in the manuscript at this point suggest that Janet found herself nearly bankrupt after her brother's extravagance and her own at Edinburgh. Editor. Having had her brother's coffin brought over the firth from Leith to Pittenweem, Janet Kenley buried Dugald by the massy tower of Pittenweem Kirk, and upon his stone was graven, "Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God." "It might be well," said she to dying auntie, "to have Janet Kenley's stone graven too, for she felt not long for this world. Yet upon Janet's stone it would be impudence to grave a beatitude. She dwelt deep in the valley of humiliation, weeping long for Dugald and for herself. Her fine gowns she bestowed on Pittenweem lasses, attiring herself in black only. Her shoes, too, she gave to the poor, going about the house with naked feet, as becoming a clockmaker's daughter. She had done with rouge and the beauty patch. Words of her disgrace had made its way to Pittenweem, therefore she scarce left the house on the square, lest the fisher lads mock her. Their money was spent, nearly all. She had drawn the last of her siller from the Royal Bank of Scotland. When auntie should die, the house must be sold or let, and Janet must go into service, if any mistress would take a maidservant called a wanton and a witch. One debt there remained to pay, that to the valiant Laird of Drumcarrow. His cloak she had with her in Pittenweem. She had washed it well, and now she embellished it with silver lace, for Colonel Inchburn had written to her in the Lawn Market that he would come for it. He had served her twice, still better the second time than the first. On a bright afternoon, a fisherman came up from the harbour to hand her a letter sent from the Cowgate by Drumcarrow, saying that if Miss Kenley was not otherwise engaged, he would call on the Friday for his cloak. He would be on his way inland to Drumcarrow Tower, the colonel added, where masons and slaters were setting the Ducot to rights and pointing the tower, for he meant to dwell there as a laird should. It should be his Sabine farm for his declining years. He expressed his hope that her anguish might have abated somewhat. There was no word of his as to what had passed in the Whinnymuir house. She dared not wait on Pittenweem Pier that Friday, but sat with her hands in her lap that morning and much of the afternoon in her chamber on the upper floor, which served as her parlour and bedroom. As the bonny tall clock struck 4, somebody tirled at the pin on the High Street door, and peering down undetected, she beheld Drumcarrow. His sepoy stood sentry on the opposite side of the square. It was an altered Drumcarrow, for he wore a saffron cloak of some gorgeous Indian stuff, and a new beaver upon his head, and at his hip swung a court sword in a scabbard with silver mountings. His nose is noble, thought she, and his mouth and chin. Never mind the missing right ear, and now the missing wee finger of the left hand. Never mind, least of all, the whip welt taken for her on his cheek. See the valiant soldier's breadth of shoulder and depth of chest. Knowing she would not look upon Ian Inchburn, her saviour, after this hour, she strove to fix his image in her mind, so that it might linger there to her dying day. An ape indeed. Nay, Drumcarrow is a kingly lion, the Scots lion. A shy maid has shown him in, and now his boots clatter on the stair. She composes herself, Janet does, as best she may. She must not greet in his presence, nor haver. For all his civility, Inchburn of Drumcarrow will not linger long with such as she. Colonel Inchburn enters, sweeping off his beaver, bows somewhat stiffly. Surprising her, he takes her hand to kiss it lightly, as if he had been Paris bred. "Your servant, madam," says Drumcarrow. That salutation brought to her mind his same words when he had rescued her at Greyfriars. "Laird, does the cut on your cheek heal well?" "Tolerably well, madam," answers he. "And yours?" Janet went scarlet in shame. Then did Drumcarrow's face flush as well, so that she knew he had meant no innuendo by his words, but had spoken innocently enough. His blunder seemed now to tie his tongue. She motioned him to her best chair, but he paced instead to the window that looked from the gable towards the Kirk tower. He's eager to be gone, thought she. Taking the garment from a table, she says, "Laird, I have made ready your cloak for you, but now you require it not, for you wear some Rajah's robe." He took the old black cloak into his hands. "Why, madam," he tells her, "this is brave work your fingers have done upon it. No, I'm grateful. I'll give the Indian thing to my sepoy, and wrap myself in what has wrapped you also." Here again her colour flamed up, and next his as well. "Nay, madam, forgive me," he says, after a stillness in the chamber, "for I am no squire of dames, and my rude tongue betrays my folly. I meant naught amiss." "Why," says she to herself, "the laird is ill at ease. Something he means to say that must pain me. He cannot bring out his words." "Now, in that tower," Drumcarrow says, nodding towards the Kirk at the other end of the High Street, "time was when the Kirk session kept accused witches in a little room and questioned them." "I know it too well," she answers, with fear in her heart. Drumcarrow, "Let me question them, madam. In a passage at Whinnymuir House, before my finger was taken off, I seemed to see a shimmering shape, and I called it by your brother's name. I'll be blunt, madam. Was it true what Banford's men said, that the ghost of your brother entered into the house?" Janet, "Nay, not Dougal's ghost, laird, but his semblance. The thing was a reflex, man. Became a meaning. Weel enough, madam, such shapes walk in India also. And yet, laird, in some sense it may have been Dougal's spirit, for but half of him ever was in this world. and mayhap the other half lingering, affrighted Lord Banford's men. Aye, and sent Banford mad beside, so that he flew upon me and made me his executioner. Like enough the things caught him at some turning and peered into his face as it looked into Alloway's. Sent you that reflex man, madam, and saw you it. Laird, I sent it, but ne'er beheld it. And did some power out of you, lass, send me from the Cowgate at Whinnymuir Close, for as I buckled on this sword that night, the vision of your fair face came into my mind and hastened my steps. No, Laird, I ne'er would have sent you to confront that shape in that house, for already I owed you more than mortal woman may pay. That sword, is it at your side now? Drumcarrow drew the sharp, pretty thing. Its ivory hilt was carved as a leopard's head, with rubies for eyes, a weapon of great price. The blade was a trifle bent from pinning Banford like some butterfly to the wall. Taking the keen tulwar into her hands, she kissed its blade most ardently with her red lips. Drumcarrow. Well done. You're a brave lass, Janet Kenley. Aye, that blade even Dougal's score with Banford. Janet. Nightly Laird, I pray for Banford's damnation. Drumcarrow. Och, Janet, lass, ye lay waste your time. Such a one's hell-bent by nature. Purgatory's not for him. On purgatory I hold against our Scots doctor's divinity, but lass, I'll weary you. More of doctrine another day. Janet. They say, Ian Inchburn, that a reflex man goes at last to his own herd. Below. Drumcarrow. Below. Then what of Dougal? Above, Janet, above. He was a little child, and of such is the kingdom. The semblance sinks, the soul rises. Corruption shall put on incorruption, and we shall be changed, lass, in the twinkling of an eye. Now, to her shame, the tears ran freely down her cheeks. She seated herself, for she could not stand longer. On a table lay a neat embroidered purse, her handiwork, and her last gift to Drumcarrow, as the restored and embellished cloak had been her first. She put the purse into his hands, saying, Drumcarrow, my brother and I give you this for token of our gratitude unto you. Your needlework, Janet Kenley? Asks Drumcarrow. Gladly I'll keep it by me, but what's this within? He jingles the purse in his broad palm and scowls fearsomely, so that Janet quivers in her chair. The day being warm, the window by Janet stands open. Out that window, Drumcarrow tosses the purse, and Janet hears it clink upon the paving of the close. D'ye take me for some Venice bravo, lass? Cries Drumcarrow. Man of blood I may be, but on the field of honour I tak no pay for stabbing damned men in black passages. She is sobbing hard now. Laird, she tells him, it is all the siller left to me, the last bawbee. Tomorrow Auntie and I must sell my father's plenishings, even this tall clock, the last he made. And I'd heard tell that you'd returned from India with empty pockets, and my brother and I loved you, and I thought... Colonel Inchburn goes down on his knees beside her chair and takes her hand. Janet, says he, Janet, my bonny dear, I'm no so poor as some be. With that, he draws from a pocket a wee leathern bag and empties its contents into Janet's lap. 70 precious gems and more, some of them great ones. Not being yet wholly purged of the vanities of this world, she runs her fingers through them. Janet, in wonder, how came you by these, Laird? Drumcarrow, not by sack or theft, but as a gift from my Rannie. And why gave she them to you, Ian Inchburn? For that I laid her enemies in heaps, lass. My Rannie had seen more than 80 withering summers. You must not carry them about like cairngorms, Drumcarrow. Put them in a strong box in the Royal Bank of Scotland. Nay, put them there yourself, Janet, an you like. The baubles are yours, lass, adorn your loveliness. She went first crimson and then white, ghost white. Yet the soldier deserved his reward after what he had done. In justice, she could deny him nothing. If he would make her his light of love, why, her pride had gone before her fall. If a leman he would take, she would give him who had slain Lord Banford what pleasure she might. He would keep her in Edinburgh, like enough, secure at least from the taunts and the stones of fisherfolk. She cast down her eyes, saying to him, Laird, there's no need to buy me. Tak back your stones, for I submit without them. Drumcarrow, what's this, Janet? Ye ken, lass, the Barbary ape, poor fool, asks your hand in wedlock, poor fool, because you are young and he is old. You beautiful, he hideous. Yet there's this, Janet Kenley, the ape does not fear you, while another man might come to shiver at your gifts. If we are wed, there must be no more raisings and sendings, nay, even no simples, Janet. Now do you scorn me? The gems fell from her lap to the floor. Neither heeded them. He had clasped her about her knees and was now speechless, as he feared she was about to pronounce his doom. She ran her fingers through his unruly red hair, lifted his head, fixed him with her black eyes, and kissed the ape. Then Janet wept harder than before, knowing her unworthiness, marvelling that Drumcarrow did not abominate her, and fearing still her soul's damnation. And she swore to her betrothed that she would call nothing from the vasty deep. As they were picking up the jewels from the floor some time later, Janet whispered to him of her mother's and her grandmother's powers of second sight, that they had hidden under a bushel, as she must hide hers. Then, hand in hand, they ran down the stair cannily to retrieve the purse tossed into the close. At this point are inserted into the manuscript several pages of drawings executed with some skill of the extensive additions to Drumcarrow Tower commenced about 1740. It is possible, though not certain, that some pages of the narrative are missing. At any rate, we are given no account of the events of nearly a decade. The concluding pages of the extant manuscript, written conjecturably not long after 1784, when most of the forfeited Jacobite estates were restored to the descendants of proprietors out in the 45, touch upon events during 1744, 1745, and 1746. Editor. Much to his satisfaction, and even more to hers, Janet had borne to Colonel Inchburn 4 sons and 1 daughter. The sons inherited their father's valour and strength, the daughter her mother's eyes and ankles, yet not her mother's secret talents. He had sought Janet's hand somewhat abruptly, Drumcarrow told his wife during the first year of their marriage, as much for her fortitude as for her beauty. He had foreseen that she would make a Roman mother. As for her charms, having viewed those extensively in Greyfriars Kirkyard, he could not put them out of his head, for all the austere celibate life he had led. That enchantment, Laird, was unintended, says Janet to him. To the pledge she had made to him at their betrothal, that she would raise no semblances nor send them to do her bidding, Janet was faithful, so long as her husband lived. Yet, in the fatal year of 1746, she imperilled her soul once more. During 1744, Drumcarrow's sight commenced to fail him, and he suffered from time to time pangs about his heart. Janet, says he, you and the bairns are well provided for by our East India Company stocks. I would not linger a blind, hurpled creature to burden you. His wife, clinging to him, implored Drumcarrow to abide with her so long as the Lord left breath in his body. Yet when the claimant landed in the west, Drumcarrow resolved to aid the prince's cause with his sword, in despite of the years that lay upon him. To her he repeated the lines of Lovelace, I could not love thee, dear, so much, loved I not honour more. Having embraced her ardently for the last time, Colonel Inchburn rode off alone to join his Jacobite friend, the Earl of Balmerino, in whose horse guards he served without commission. Wise in war, Drumcarrow entertained scant hope of victory for the prince. He therefore prudently entered upon the muster roll of another name than his own when he joined Lord Balmerino by the Market Cross in Cooper. Under that chosen name, Donald Achtermuchti, he rode throughout the course of the rising. By the name the prince's army had withdrawn to Inverness, Drumcarro was one of the few in Balmerino's broken troop who still possessed a good horse. On the 16th day of April, 1746, the second sight came upon Janet Inchburn once more, about 2 of the afternoon. Giddy, she sank upon the floor, and there beheld in her mind's eye a broad moor, and upon it a furious battle. Up galloped some 20 Jacobite horse to fall upon a cloud of red dragoons. Foremost among the prince's troopers was an old man with grey hair leaning over the neck of his horse. The saddles about him were emptied by shot or sabre, yet he rode on, slashing the dragoons, as if invisibly protected. Clean through the dragoons he burst, and then, when he might have dashed away scatheless, he wheeled to charge the enemy solitary. Soon a ball struck him. Flinging up his long arms, he toppled from the saddle, and the dragoons rode over him, hacking at his head. Some few days later, full report of the defeat at Culloden Moor was brought to Mrs. Inchburn of Drumcarro. She did not cry out, for at the very day and hour of the battle she had known of her husband's death. There had been found on the field, a yard or 2 from Lord Strathallan's corpse, the crushed body of an old man trampled upon by Cobham's dragoons. The face was ruined beyond recognition. In the trooper's pockets were the papers that gave his name as Donald Achtermuchty. What with the long arms of the corpse that lacked a face, it was said to the Duke of Cumberland by 1 or 2 officers that the old dead trooper might be Drumcarro, the Barbary ape. Moreover, the one called Achtermuchty had been gallant and fearless as Drumcarro. Yet it was not proven that Inchburn of Drumcarro had been at Culloden, nor that, supposing him there, he had fought for the Pretender. As for the old man's corpse, it was flung into a pit, with those of many other Jacobite fallen. Ian Inchburn was not seen again by any man, and his eldest son, Roy, succeeded him at Drumcarro. Some attempt was made to have the estate forfeited to the crown, yet the heir's men of law baffled that endeavour. Wise in his last hour, as throughout his earthly life, the Barbary ape had preserved the lands for his posterity. Had he been taken living or recognised dead, the lands of Drumcarro would have fallen forfeit until this year at best. No man saw Colonel Inchburn after Culloden, yet I, the witch, saw him. Not Reflex men only did my mother teach me to summon up. As the woman of Endor raised Samuel, so out of my passion I conjured my Ian. Be he above or with the herd below, or in the purgatory of which he had talked, I must look upon him once more. It might be that I would behold but a broken cadaver on Culloden Moor, even as I had seen my dear stabbed Dougal beneath the Nor Loch before I worked my vengeance upon Banford. Yet such knowledge would be better than weary ignorance. The conjugation went otherwise. For one moment Ian Inchburn stood before me. From out of his glorified body shone his goodness and his generosity. He had been raised in incorruption. He it was, though transfigured. He had been purged of dross and defect, and yet he was Ian Inchburn, loved by his witch wife. This visible flesh, says Augustine, we must without doubting believe will rise again. I learnt the truth of that. Mightily I dreaded my husband's wrath for summoning against his command. Though he spoke not, he smiled, and then winked at me, and was gone. He was no semblance, no simulacrum, no reflex man, but Ian Inchburn, quick beyond time's confines. Now I do entreat the Almighty's forgiveness for my saucy flouting of my Ian's command, and for exercising that last time those arts forbidden. Adjuvante Deo resurgam. I have sinned, O Lord, but let my cry come unto thee. Let me with Ian be forever not semblance, but substance. I have survived the hero these 40 years. Now let thy faithless servant depart in peace, awaiting the last trump. I have put away my vanity. Let him who reads this do likewise. When thou from hence away art past, every nicht an alla, to Whinnymuir thou comest at last, and Christ receive thy soul.
A Journey of Little Prophet by John Buchan. The devil he sang, the devil he played, high and fast and free, and this was ever the song he made, as it was told to me. Oh, I am the king of the air and the ground, and lord of the seasons' roll, and I will give you £100, if you will give me your soul. The Ballad of Grey Weather. The cattle market of Inverforth is, as all men know north of the Tweed, the greatest market of the kind in the land. For days in the late autumn there is the lowing of oxen and the bleating of sheep among its high wooden pens, and in the rickety sail rings the loud clamour of auctioneers and the talk of farmers. In the open yard, where are the drovers and the butchers, a race always ungodly and law-despising, there is such a babble of cries and curses as might waken the seven sleepers. From 20 different adjacent eating houses comes the clatter of knives, where the country folk eat their dinner of beef and potatoes, with beer for sauce, and the collies grovel on the ground for stray morsels. Hither come 100 types of men from the Highland Cateran, with scarce a word of English, and the gentleman farmer of Inverness and Ross, to lowland graziers and city tradesmen, not to speak of blackguards of many nationalities and more professions. It was there I first met Duncan Stewart of Clachamharston, in the moor of Ranach, and there I heard this story. He was an old man when I knew him, grizzled and wind-beaten, a prosperous man too, with many herds like Jacob and much pasture. He had come down from the north with Kylos, and as he waited on the Englishman with whom he had trysted, he sat with me through the long day and beguiled his time with many stories. He had been a drover in his youth and had travelled on foot the length and breadth of Scotland, and his memory went back hale and vigorous to times which are now all but historical. This tale I heard among many others as we sat on a pen amid the smell of beasts and the jabber of Gaelic. When I was just turned of 25, I was a wild young lad as ever was heard of. I had taken to the droving for the love of a wild life, and a wild life I led. My father's heart would be broken long sin with my doings, and well for my mother that she was in her grave since I was 6 years old. I paid no heed to the ministrations of godly Mr. MacDougall of the Isles, who bade me turn from the error of my ways, but went on with my own evil course, making siller. For I was a braw lad at the work, and I trusted in knowing the inside of every public from the pier of Cromarty to the streets of York. I was a wild drinker, caring in my cups for neither God nor man, a great hand with the cards, and fond of the lassies past all telling. It makes me shameful to this day to think on my evil life when I was 25. Well, it chanced that in the back of the month of September, I found myself in the city of Edinburgh with a flock of 50 sheep, which I had bought as a venture for my drunken bonnet laird, who was thinking of selling somewhere wast the country. They were braw beasts, Leicester, every one of them well fed and dirt cheap at the price I gave. So it was with a light heart that I drove them out of the town by the Merchiston road, along by the face of the Pentlands. 2 or 3 friends came along with me, all like myself for folly, but maybe a little bit poorer. Indeed, I cared little for them, and they valued me only for the whisky which I gave them to drink my health in at the parting. They left me on the near side of Collington, and I went on my way alone. Now, if you'll be remembering the road, you will mind at the place called Kirk Newton, just before the road begins to twine over the big muir, and almost at the head of the water of Leith, there's a very fine public. Indeed, it would be no lee to call it the best public between Edinburgh and Glasgow. The good wife, Lucky Craig by name, was an old friend of mine, for many a good gill of her brandy have I bought. So what would I be doing but just turning aside for refreshment? She met me at the door, very pleased like to see me, and soon I had my legs beneath her table and a basin of toddy on board before me. And whom did I find in the same place but my old comrade, Toshi MacLean from the backside of Glen Lyon. Toshi and I were acquaintances so old that it didn't behoove us to be parting quick. For by the day it was chill without, and within the fire was grand and the crack of the best. Then Toshi and I got to quarrelling about the price of Lachlan Farrow's beasts that he sold at Falkirk, and the drink having a bad effect on my temper, I was for giving him the lie and coming off in a great rage. It was about 6 o'clock in the evening, and an hour to nightfall, so Mistress Craik comes in to try and keep me. "Losh, Duncan," says she, "you'll never try Winner the Muir the nicht. It's more than 10 mile to Carnwath, and there's nacht atween it and this but whaps and heathery braes. But when I'm roused, I'll be more obstinate than 10 mules, so I would be going, though I knew not under heaven where I was going till. I was too full of good liquor and good meat to be much worth it thinking, so I got my sheep on the road and a big bottle in my pouch, and I set off into the heather. I knew not what my purpose was, whether I thought to reach the shieling of Carnwath, or whether I expected some house of entertainment to spring up by the wayside. But my fool's mind was set on my purpose of getting some miles further on my journey ere the coming of darkness. For some time I jogged happily on with my sheep running well before me and my dogs trotting at my heels. We left the trees behind and struck out on the broad grassy path that bands the moor like the waist strap of a sword. It was most dreary and lonesome, with never a house in view, only bogs and grey hillsides and ill-looking waters. It was stony too, and this more than aught else caused my Dutch courage to fail me, for I soon fell wearied, since much whisky is bad travelling fare, and began to curse my folly. Had my pride no kept me back, I would have returned to Lucky Craig's, but I was like the devil for stiff-neckedness, and thought of nothing but to push on. I own that I was very well tired and quite spiritless when I first saw the house. I had scarce been an hour on the way, and the light was not quite gone, but still it was getting dark, and the place sprang somewhat suddenly on my sight, for looking a little to the left, I saw over a little strip of grass a big square dwelling with many outhouses, half farm and half pleasure house. This, I thought, is the very place I have been seeking and made sure of finding, so whistling a gay tune, I drove my flock toward it. When I came to the gate of the court, I saw better of what sort was the building I had arrived at. There was a square yard with monstrous high walls, at the left of which was the main block of the house, and on the right what I took to be the byres and the stables. The place looked ancient, and the stone in many places was crumbling away, but the style was of yesterday, and in no way differing from that of 100 steadings in the land. There was some kind of arms above the gateway, and a bit of an iron stanchion, and when I had my sheep inside of it, I saw that the court was all grown up with green grass, and what seemed queer in that dusky half-light was the want of sound. There was no nichering of horses, nor rooting of kye, nor clack of hens, but all as still as the top of Ben Cruachan. It was warm and pleasant too, though the night was chill without. I had no sooner entered the place than a row of sheep pens caught my eye fixed against the wall in front. This I thought mighty convenient, so I made all haste to put my beasts into them, and finding that there was a good supply of hay within, I left them easy in my mind, and turned about to look for the door of the house. To my wonder, when I found it, it was wide open to the wall, so being confident with much whisky, I never thought to knock, but walked boldly in. There's some careless folk here, thinks I to myself, and I'm much misdoubt if the man knows aught about farming. He'll maybe just be a town's body taking the air on the muirs. The place I entered upon was a hall, not like a muirland farmhouse, but more fine than I'd ever seen. It was laid with a very fine carpet, all red and blue and gay colours, and in the corner, in the fireplace, a great fire crackled. There were chairs too, and a wealth of old rusty arms on the walls, and all manner of whigmaleeries that folk think ornamental. But nobody was there, so I made for the staircase which was at the further side, and went up it stoutly. I made scarce any noise, so thickly was it carpeted, and I will own it kind of terrified me to be walking in such a place. But when a man has drunk well, he is troubled not over muckle with modesty or fear. So I e'en stepped out and soon came to a landing where was a door. Now, thinks I, at last I have won to the habitable parts of the house. So laying my finger on the sneck, I lifted it and entered. And there before me was the finest room in all the world. Indeed, I abate not a jot of the phrase, for I cannot think of anything finer. It was hung with braw pictures and lined with big bookcases of oak, well filled with books in fine bindings. The furnishings seemed carved by a skilled hand, and the cushions and curtains were soft velvet. But the best thing was the table, which was covered with a clean white cloth, and set with all kind of good meat and drink. The dishes were as silver and as bright as Loch Awe water in an April sun. But it was a braw sight for a drover, and there at the far end, with a great bottle of wine beside him, sat the meester. He rose as I entered, and I saw him to be dressed in the pink of town fashion, a man of maybe 50 years, but hale and well-looking, with a peaked beard and trimmed moustache and thick eyebrows. His eyes were slanted, I thought, which is a thing I hate in any man, but his whole appearance was pleasing. "Mr. Stewart," says he, courteously looking at me, "is it Mr. Duncan Stewart that I will be indebted to for the honour of this visit?" I stared at him blankly, for how did he ken my name? "That is my name," I said, "but who the devil tell you about it?" "Oh, my name is Stewart myself," says he, "and all Stewarts should be well acquaint." "True," said I, "though I don't mind your face before, but now I'm here, I think you have a most gallant place, Mr. Stewart." "Well enough. But how have you come to it? We've few visitors." So I told him where I'd come from, and where I was going, and why I was forewondered at this time of night among the muirs. He listened keenly, and when I'd finished, he says, very friendly-like, "Then you'll bide all night and take supper with me. It would never be doing to let one of the clan go away without breaking bread. Sit ye down, Mr. Duncan." I sat down gladly enough to own that at first I did not half like the whole business. There was something unchristian about the place. For certain, it was not seemly that the man's name should be the same as my own, and that he should be so well posted in my doings. But he seemed so well disposed that my misgivings soon vanished. So I seated myself at the table opposite my entertainer. There was a place laid ready for me, and beside the knife and fork, a long, horn-handled spoon. I had never seen a spoon so long and queer, and I asked the man what it meant. "Oh," says he, "the broth in his house is very often hot, so we need a long spoon to sup it. It is a common enough thing, is it not?" I could answer nothing to this, though it did not seem to me sense, and I had an inkling of something I had heard about long spoons, which I thought was not good, but my wits were not clear, as I've told you already. A serving man brought me a great bowl of soup and set it before me. I had hardly plunged spoon into it when Mr. Stewart cries out from the other end, "Now, Mr. Duncan, I call you to witness that you sat down to supper of your own accord. I've an ill name in these parts for compelling folk to take meat with me when they dinna want it, but you'll bear me witness that you're willing." "Yes, by God, I am at that," I said, for the savoury smell of the broth was rising to my nostrils. The other smiled at this as if well pleased. "I have tasted many soups, but I swear there never was one like that. It was as if all the good things in the world were mixed together. Whiskey and kale and shortbread and cockaliki and honey and salmon. The taste of it was enough to make a body's heart loup with fair gratitude. The smell of it was like the spicy winds of Arabia that you read about in the Bible, and when you had taken a spoonful, you felt as happy as if you had sold 100 yows at twice their reasonable worth. Oh, it was grand soup." "What Stewarts did you say you come from?" I asked my entertainer. "Oh," he says, "I'm connected with them all. Athol Stewarts, Appin Stewarts, Ranach Stewarts, and I've a heap of land their ways." "Whereabouts?" says I, wondering. "Is it at the Blair Athol, or along the Tummel side, or worse the Loch or Ranach, or on the Muir, or in Mamore?" "In all the places you name," said he. "God damn," says I, "then for what do you not bide there instead of in these stinking lowlands?" At this he laughed softly to himself. Why, for maybe the same reason as yourself, Mr. Duncan. You know the proverb, stewards are sib to the deal. I laughed loudly. Oh, you've been a wild one too, have you? Then you're not worse than myself. I ken the inside of every public and the Cowgate and Canongate, and there's not another drover on the road my match at fechten and drinking and dicing. And I started on a long, shameless catalogue of my misdeeds. Mr. Stewart, meantime, listened, with a satisfied smirk on his face. Yes, I've heard tell of you, Mr. Duncan, he says. But here's something more, and you'll doubtless be hungry. And now there was set on the table a round of beef garnished with pot herbs, all most delicately fine to the taste. From a great cupboard were brought many bottles of wine, and in a massive silver bowl at the table's head were put whisky and lemons and sugar. I do not know well what I drank, but whatever it might be, it was the best ever brewed. It made you scarce feel the earth round about you, and you were so happy you could scarce keep from singing. I would give much siller to this day for the receipt. No, the wine made me talk, and I began to boast of my own great qualities, of things I'd done and the things I was going to do. I was a drover just now, but it was not long that I would be being a drover. I had bought a flock of my own, and would sell it for £100, no less. With that, I would buy a bigger one till I had made money enough to stock a farm, and then I would leave the road and spend my days in peace, seeing to my land and living in good company. Was not my father's a cried own cousin thrice removed to the MacLeans of Duert, and my mother's uncle wife of a Rory of Balnacrory? And I am a scholar too, said I, for I was a matter of 2 years at Edinburgh College, and might have been roaring in the pulpit if I hadn't liked to drink and the lasses too weel. See, said I, I'll prove it to you. And I rose from the table and went to one of the bookcases. There were all manner of books, Latin and Greek, poets and philosophers, but in the main, divinity. From there I saw Richard Baxter's Call to the Unconverted and Thomas Boston of Ettrick's Fourfold State, not to speak of the sermons of 100 old ministers and the hind let loose in many books of the Covenant and folk. Faith, says I, you've a fine collection, Mr. What's-your-name, for the wine had made me free in my talk. And there's many a minister and professor in the Kirk, I'll warrant, who has a less godly library. I begin to suspect you of piety, sir. Does it not behove us, he answered in an unctuous voice, to mind the words of Holy Writ, that evil communications corrupt good manners and have an eye to our company? These are all the company I have, except when some stranger such as you honours me with a visit. I had meantime been opening a book of plays, I think, by the famous William Shakespeare, and here I broke into a loud laugh. Ha, Mr. Stewart, I says, here's the sentence I've lighted on which is hard on you. Listen, the devil can quote scripture to advantage. The other laughed long. He who wrote that was a shrewd man, he said. But I'll warrant if you'll open another volume, you'll find some quip on yourself. I did as I was bidden, and picked up a white-backed book, and opening it at random read, There be many who spend their days in evil and wine-bibbing, in lusting and cheating, who think to mend it while yet there is time. But the opportunity is to them forever a-wanting, and they go down, open-mouthed, to the great fire. Psah, I cried, some wretched preaching book, I'll have none of them. Good wine will be better than bad theology. So I sat down once more at the table. You're a clever man, Mr. Duncan, he says, and a well-read one. I commend your spirit in breaking away from the bands of the Kirk and the college, though your father was so Thrawn against you. Enough of that, I said, though I don't know who told you. I was angry to hear my father spoken of as though the grieving him was a thing to be proud of. Oh, as you please, he says. I was just going to say that I commended your spirit in sticking the knife into the man in the Pleasance, the time you had to hide for a month about the backs of Leith. How do you ken that? I asked hotly. You've heard more about me than ought to be repeated, let me tell you. Don't be angry, he said sweetly. I like you well for those things, and you mind the lassie in Athol that was so fond of you. You treated her well, did you not? I made no answer, being too much surprised at his knowledge of things which I thought none knew but myself. Oh, yes, Mr. Duncan. I could tell you what you were doing today, how you cheated Jock Galloway out of £6 and sold a house to the farmer of Haypath that was scarce fit to carry him home. and I know what you're meaning to do the morn at Glasgow, and I wish you well of it. I think you must be the devil, I said blankly. The same, at your service, said he, still smiling. I looked at him in terror, and even as I looked, I kenned by something in his eyes and the twitch of his lips that he was speaking the truth. And what place is this? I stammered. Call me Mr. S, he says gently, and enjoy your stay while you're here, and don't concern yourself about the lawing. The lawing, I cried in astonishment. And is this a house of public entertainment? And to be sure, else how is a poor man to live? Name it, said I, and I'll pay and be gone. Well, said he, I make it a habit to give a man his choice. In your case, it'll be your wealth or your chances hereafter. In plain English, your flock or your... My mortal soul, I gasped. Your soul, said Mr. S, bowing, though I think you call it by too flattering an adjective. You damn thief, I roared. You'd entice a man into your accursed house and then strip him bare. Hold hard, said he. Don't let us spoil our good fellowship by incivilities, and mind you, I took you to witness to begin with that you sat down of your own accord. So you did, said I, and could say no more. Come, he says, don't take it so bad. You may keep all your gear and yet part from here in safety. You've but to sign your name, which is no hard task to a college-bred man, and go on living as you live just now, to the end. And let me tell you, Mr. Duncan Stewart, that you should take it as a great obligement that I'm willing to take your bit soul instead of 50 sheep. There's no many would value it so high. Maybe no, I said sadly, but it's all I have. Do you no see that if I gave it up, there'd be no chance left of mending? And I'm sure I don't want your company to all eternity. Faith, that's uncivil, he says. I was just about to say that we'd had a very pleasant evening. I sat back in my chair, very downhearted. I must leave this place as poor as a Kirk mouse and begin again with little but the clothes on my back. I was strongly tempted to sign the bit paper thing and have done with it all, but somehow I could not bring myself to do it. So at last I says to him, well, I've made up my mind. I'll give you my sheep, sorry though I may be to lose them, and I hope I may never come to this place again as long as I live. On the contrary, he said, I hope often to have the pleasure of your company, and seeing that you've paid well for your lodging, I hope you'll make the best of it. Don't be sparing on the drink. I looked hard at him for a second. You've an ill name and an ill trade, but you're not a bad sort yourself, and you ken. I like you. I'm much obliged to you for the character, says he, and I'll take your hand on it. So I filled up my glass and we set to, and such an evening I never mind of. We never got food, but just in a fine good temper and very entertaining. The stories we telled and the jokes we cracked are still a kind of memory with me, though I couldn't come over one of them. And then, when I got sleepy, I was shown to the brass bedroom, all hung with pictures and looking glasses, and with bed clothes of the finest linen, and a coverlet of silk. I bade Mr. S good night, and my head was scarce on the pillow, ere I was sound asleep. When I woke, the sun was just newly risen, and the frost of a September morning was on my clothes. I was lying among green braes, with nothing near me but crying whops and heathery hills, and my 2 dogs running round about and howling as if they were mad.
The Curse of Mahan and Uisgeachan by Angus Wolfe Murray. My childhood was scattered and quite lonely. When asked, where are you from, I answered Scotland without much conviction. I enjoyed the nomadic independence of an emotional refugee. I was lucky. My grandparents owned large estates in the Highlands. Fertile valley pastures were farmed or let to tenants, and the rest divided into crofts, deer forests and moorland. At a tender age, I was initiated to the rites of aristocratic modes and manners, what I should and what I shouldn't do, who I should and should not speak to, what I must and must not wear, why it was forbidden to play with the gardener's son in the nursery, but tolerated in the servants' hall. Once old enough to express my feelings, I made my parents understand that I did not relish such restrictive practices.
Memories of the castle marred the pleasure of Highland holidays, rooms cold and dusky even in the middle of the day, no central heating, a private electricity supply working off the burn, and dungeons cold as caves oozing snail wine over pitted flags. One of my aunts was drowned on the morning of her 10th birthday, and both my uncles were killed in the war, a tragedy that deeply affected my grandparents. My mother admitted that other families suffered as much without resorting to extremes of morbid self-accusation. Perhaps the contrast was too great, she said. As children, we were especially happy. There were 5, all of whom excelled at one thing or another. London society of the 30s was dominated by their charm and beauty, and throughout those doomed and brilliant summers, the castle was filled with friends from the south. There was shooting, fishing, stalking, sailing on the sea loch, endless games and parties. I remember the shadows of trees lengthening across the leafy lawn in autumn, and thinking that the castle itself would be swallowed in darkness, so that the inner dark would meet the outer dark, and together create a blackness unknown even in the vaults of Egypt. It was then that I became frightened and stayed close to the fire. My grandfather died while I was still at Oxford. He was 72. My cousin Hugh, son of the eldest uncle, inherited. He was 6 years older than me and worked for a merchant bank in Toronto. He came home immediately, bringing his Canadian wife, Anne. My grandmother left and went to live in Aberdeenshire with my Aunt Magda. I heard snatches of gossip here and there. Anne's renovation of the castle, Hugh's plan for the estate, rumours of an interest in deer farming, something not attempted outside Scandinavia, causing disquiet amongst the local gentry who expected invitations to stalk during the season. Obviously, Hugh was having none of that. It sounded encouraging. Hugh had been brought up by his mother in Hampshire and had spent even less time in Scotland than I. An extraordinary likeness to his father upset my grandmother so much that instead of seeing him, she wrote copious letters explaining everything that was going on so that he would know, if nothing else, the names of the estate workers and what jobs they did. Hugh told me later that he filed these letters without opening them, so that when my grandfather died, he brought them out and laid them across the floor of his flat in Toronto and opened every third one. I spent 6.5 hours on that bloody floor, he said. By the end, I could tell you the name of the stonemason's son-in-law and why the joiner's wife couldn't have children. I knew who was a good worker, who was a bad worker, who poached salmon, who snared pheasants, what was planted in the garden, when and by whom, the condition of the cook's varicose veins before and after her operation. Of course, when I arrived and met them, they were very impressed. I contacted Hugh a week before leaving Oxford and asked whether I could stay for a summer at the Shepherd's Bothy at the Loch. He thought it was an excellent idea and said that I could stay for as long as I liked. He seemed genuinely pleased to hear from me. Spring comes late in the Highlands, and when it does, it is less dramatic than the sensual bursting of wet buds in rural England. Winter hangs deep in the hills long into April and May, and there are moments when you imagine the dead land will remain forever still. But when the green shoots push up through the white stalks and wild flowers pierce damp hussocks beside the river and along the shores of the loch, it is more wondrous in its miracle because the need for reassurance is essential to combat the harsh realities. Beyond the castle, towards the western regions, the land is barren and bleak, fearful with a grandeur that defies beauty. The lost trees of the old forest lie white and rotting against the brown grass. Eagles and hoodies, deer and foxes live there, no people. Once this glen and others like it was filled with thriving communities. Now the heartland is a forgotten wilderness. Even in the eyes of the crofters who reside at the outer reaches of the loch, you can sense a wound going back so far, an agony of the soul unchecked by whiskey, state charity, or tourism. The dark lines of this nation's dead scar the earth, if not in fact certainly in spirit. Even Hugh, the new laird and chief of the clan, knew what existed once, a tribal system based on communal enterprise and sharing, owing all and yet owning all, had passed away. He was a rich man, a farmer. He played the role, wore the kilt. It's expected of me, he said. I laughed, remembering my early lessons in the nature of duty. Anne and Hugh had taken care over the work they had done at the castle. I felt the emphasis had changed. Anne, being Canadian, was free from the strictures of the English upper class. She was energetic and conscientious,
eager to learn and understand. They had plans not only for deer farming, which had begun already on a limited scale, but for the renovation of derelict cottages and the building of chalets as holiday homes, the opening of a shop in the village to encourage weavers and potters and craftsmen of all sorts, and the possible construction of a deep freeze unit and smoking house so that salmon could be dressed and frozen direct from the river. I settled into the bothy. Although an outsider, I was surprised by the reception I received from so many of the estate workers who remembered my visits as a child. To them, I was a member of the old family, more so than Hugh, who appeared too modern with his ambitious ideas and foreign wife. I tried to reassure them by expressing my enthusiasm. They smiled, nodded, but remained suspicious. The situation was intriguing. I waited and watched. Spring faded into summer, and the hot blue days when the wind fluttered in the trees and deer wandered to the river in the early evenings filled with a timeless sense of life's slow evolution. Trout jumping in the loch, martins diving and soaring about the eaves, bats jagged against the moon, the zing of insects, chirp of small birds in the reeds, midges rising out of the marshes like clouds of dusty pollen. The bothy was 4 miles from the castle, up the track that followed the loch half its length along the northern shore. No shepherd had lived there since the war, although the building remained strong with thick stone walls and a slate roof already green with moss. I had a Rayburn stove in which I burnt sticks and coal, and a room beyond with a bed and a chest of drawers and a cupboard. From my door, I could see where the loch turned west in the shape of an L, and the mountain cut sheer into the water. At that point, below the cliff, was the Uisgeachan whirlpool, an extraordinary natural fault capable of dragging down swimming stags. At the cliff face was a cavern leading to a narrow underwater channel, and when the wind blew from the southwest, the spin of the pool was wider than the length of a tall pine tree. Anne tried to persuade Hugh to let frogmen go down to discover the distance of the channel and where it emerged. Hugh would placate her with vague promises, but I knew nothing would come of it. My life adapted to the quiet run of the days. I dug a small vegetable garden at the front of the bothy and wired the sheep pen for chickens. I bought a second-hand chainsaw and an old van, and spent the bright, still afternoons when fishing was impossible cutting wood for the stove. Twice a week I dined at the castle, and occasionally Anne and Hugh would picnic at the loch and we'd take the boat out. I didn't question the relevance of my existence or allow myself to brood on the future. I was 22. I'd spent the last 15 years at schools and university. I knew I wanted to write, and as the weeks passed, became more and more convinced of what this should be. I kept a diary of thoughts and ideas that occurred to me during the day, and soon a pattern emerged, 2 themes simultaneously recurring. The first was my impression of the land itself, the emptiness of the wilderness area. The second concerned the family, my mother's childhood filled with joy and promise, followed so fast by a desperate sadness. Somewhere these 2 themes connected. Hugh spent his time in the estate office with Roger Cornish, my grandfather's rector. The difficulty of changing change in a system that had worked for years on the basis that every conversation must be prefaced with lengthy inquiries about the health of each member of a man's family was hard enough, especially for Hugh, who understood the rudiments of North American efficiency. There was no sense of urgency, no desire for innovation. The soft underbelly of feudalism, combined with a romantic notion of clannish brotherhood, enhanced the status quo and made progress erratic. Roger had given up the struggle and was content to let things follow their own course. He was an Englishman whose ambitions did not extend far beyond his salmon rod, his 12 bore, and a full case of rare malt whisky. Locally, he was well liked. He turned a blind eye to the evasions that were perpetrated in the name of the estate. A little honest poaching never ruined a river, he would say. And if the stalkers are selling the odd beast during hind season, God knows they aren't paid much. As long as discretion was maintained and a certain restraint exercised, why make a fuss? It was only when outsiders intervened, poachers from the south with tins of CMAG and high-velocity rifles, that Roger, the police and the stalkers acted together. That's as it should be, he told me. We don't want the mafia here. This is the mafia, I said. He poured another of his mature Highland malts and passed me the glass. You're in a unique position to observe the discrepancies of an archaic system, he said. But don't get it into your head that change is always for the best. I know the problems of these people. They come and tell me. I know who's operating an illegal still, who's taking dole money and working jobs on the side. That's not important compared with retaining an understanding so that life can operate to the best advantage of all concerned. The Highlander is a proud and independent chap, cunning as a fox, I'll grant you, but he has to be. He knows that, and he takes care whom he trusts, if he trusts anyone. He trusts us, or rather uses us, but that's all right because I recognize his loyalty remains first towards himself, and secondly towards the continuation of his way of life. You can't tell a Highlander what he should be doing, how much money he should be making. He won't listen. Why should he? Now he was talking of putting up the crofters' rents. It's madness. I don't care how absurd it may seem to someone fresh out of Harvard, or wherever it was, but for the people themselves it's an insult, because they feel that the land belongs to them, which it did in the old days. And look at politics. Where else do you find Liberals winning seats? Lloyd George is dead and gone. You wouldn't know it. The younger generation think they're anti-establishment, against authority. The Highlander invented the word. You must accept that from the start, or you'll find they're agin you. Hugh was easing Roger out by taking more and more responsibility himself. He imported an accountant from Edinburgh to go through the books and advise on methods of improving office efficiency. Obviously, money was being borrowed and not repaid. Rents lapsed unaccountably. Bad debts carried on over for years without complaint. Files disintegrated into a series of scrawled cross-references and notes from Roger written in an indecipherable hand on the sleeve of envelopes. Hugh called it a miser's den of hoarded waste. The accountant stayed 6 weeks before departing in a state of nervous exhaustion. From this came the third theme of my prospective novel, also connected to the others by a thread of circumstantial invention, the Highlander's jealous hold on the property of his father, a communal distrust of visitors disguised by guileful charm, passions lying at the heart of pride, already damaged by history, and now directed towards the breakdown of progressive change. Anne was forever arranging bazaars and charity evenings, organising the tourist shop, supervising the renovation of the cottages and planning sites for the chalets. Everything was contained in that bright smile, the immediacy of response, so that enthusiasms appeared less sincere than actual, encouraging noises to satisfy the curiosity of the natives. In June, she caught a virulent flu bug and went to bed. Hugh asked me to drop by if I had time and cheer her up. I did so. She talked of a belief in positive thinking, the act of creating atmosphere for constructive relationships, and confided that there were days when she came home and wept with frustration. I found her awkward, strangely uncertain. I guess I'm naive, she said, but sometimes I want to stand on a table at one of those damn meetings and pull off my clothes just to force some kind of response. She laughed. You must think I'm crazy, she said. She was embarrassed. It sounds very sane to me, I said. Hugh would be devastated, she said. I told her about my novel and the problems of conflicting themes. You're right, she said. I used to spend hours marveling at that beautiful thing, you know. The mountains and the water and the sky, the peace of it, the real open space. It intoxicated me. She laughed again. But when I walk alone with the dogs, which I do whenever I can, I recognize what you're saying. It's like I'm a stranger in a foreign land. You are, I said. So am I. Sure, but then you feel this oppression. Yes. I feel it too, but differently. I feel surrounded, like I'm not alone. The good weather broke and the rain returned. Dark grey days when clouds hung low over the hills, creeping into the glen like pillows of damp hay. Anne waited for me. It was always the same. I arrived for lunch and we spent the afternoons together, sitting in front of the fire in the drawing room, talking or playing backgammon. She said that she had been sick more than once and often woke dizzy with nausea. Hugh was worried. 3 weeks after the illness, she seemed depressed and listless. I can't interest her in anything, he said.
One day as I was leaving, the clouds lifted and sun glistened on the marsh reeds beside the road. Anne squeezed my arm. "Let's go out," she said. "It's beautiful." We took the dogs and walked along the edge of the loch, across the burn, across to the far side of the river. Water ran down the hills, through peat hags, under tussocks, breaking into pools. The sudden heat hatched a plague of midges that clung to our faces and hands. We began to climb. "We mustn't go too far," I said. "You're tired." She looked at me, the sun full on her cheeks. I was aware how pretty she was. "You've changed," I said. "People don't change," she said. "They adapt." "What do you mean?" "I adapt to you. That can't be good." "It's good for me." The silence embraced us, filling the air with feelings neither dared to express. I turned and looked back at the castle. She stood close to me now. Her arm touched the rib of my sweater. "This is mad," I said. "I know it's mad," she said. I began to walk down the hill. She followed, her small, delicate body moving easily over the sodden earth. We came to an open space of clear, shot grass on a mound beside the river. She stopped. "I want to show you something," she said. She called the dogs. They came bounding out of the peat hags, stopping at the edge of the grass. "Come on," she cried. They circled us, whining, almost on their bellies. "How did you know?" I asked. "It's happened before," she said. Across the river were the marshy flats leading to the road, and beyond the road, the castle, square and dark against the black trees. Suddenly, I felt cold. Hugh's car appeared round the curve at the edge of the wood. We crossed the river at the shallow ford and waded through the reeds. Midges whined in our ears again. We stood on the gravel path and waited, the dogs panting from their run, tongues dripping. I looked over the river at the grassy knoll. "What do you think it is?" Anne said. "I don't know," I said. "I want to see you," she said. "You are seeing me," I said. "I want to see you tomorrow." "Why? Will you come?" "I don't know. I don't know if I can. Please." We heard Hugh shouting. The dog scrambled through the rhododendrons, squealing for him. Anne and I walked up the drive. Hugh greeted us. "How are you?" he called. She smiled. "It's time I stopped being an invalid," she said. When I arrived the next day as arranged, Anne acted as if nothing had happened. I felt confused and hurt. She bustled through lunch, impatient and nervous, busy with details and new plans. I made an excuse and returned to the bothy. I considered packing my suitcase there and then, but something stopped me. The foolishness of it. An exaggeration on my part of an incident that existed only in my own mind. Escape would defeat its own purpose. Also, I had the notes of my novel. I would devote the remainder of the summer to that. 2 weeks later, Hugh told me that Anne was pregnant. "It'll make all the difference," he said. "To what?" I asked. Already my appreciation of Hugh was waning. He seemed more arrogant than enlightened, more narrow-minded than liberal. His views on what was good for the crofters and the estate did not coincide with local opinion, in fact, constantly aggravated it. He wondered why jobs weren't completed on schedule, why everyone had to be told things 3 times, why the village policeman failed to catch poachers. I could have told him, but he wouldn't have listened, and even if he had, wouldn't have believed me. I walked alone in the hills, spent days fishing on the loch. The interference of mortality was an anachronism. The land was all land, the rocks all rocks. Man's insistence on making his presence felt, showing proof of his existence, was futile against the weight of this wilderness. My sadness, even anger, that communities once prospered in these glens altered, as I began to realise that perhaps they did not prosper. Even the ruins of the simple steadings were lost. Nothing remained. The silence was not a death in life, as I had supposed, but a life in death, where every living creature was at war. I worked on the book. It was slow. I felt restless. Why did the mountains oppress me? Why did I nurture 5 chickens in a wired sheep pen as if their survival was a personal victory? Anne worried about my isolation. "What is it?" she asked. "I don't know," I said. She was happy. Those were the best days. She would create a sanctuary of love for her baby so that the world outside could be enjoyed with wonder and joy. Again, I was struck by the sentimentality of the image. I was coming across the hill yesterday, on the other side of the river, and I saw you, I said. Yes, she said. Who was with you? The dogs. There was a girl. He's a boy, she smiled at me. Gypsies were camping at the old sawmill. You like that, don't you? Why? When I first came here, I thought you were typical North American. Hey! After adopting stray children, you'll be talking to fish. I don't talk anymore, I catch them. Let's go sometime, all right? When? Next week. There was no gypsy camp at the sawmill. I went there and checked, and so was surprised to see the child again on the loch shore with Anne when I arrived for the fishing expedition. He was playing in the water beside the boat. He had curly black hair hanging down his shoulders and wore an embroidered white shirt tied at the waist. He had no shoes. He was very young. Hearing my step on the shingles, he darted off into the reeds. Hello, Anne said. What's wrong with him? He's shy of men. We both are. I hadn't noticed. She kissed me on the cheek. Are you a safe sailor? She asked. That depends. On what? Your behaviour. She climbed into the boat, taking the rods. I pushed off and jumped in, started the outboard. We sat together as I held the rudder bar, passing Uisgeachan on the far side and going on towards the west, reaching a bay where a burn dashed down the rocks in a silver waterfall. I cut the engine. We drifted close. I flicked my line free and began to cast. The air was warm. A breeze rippled on the surface. There was no sun. We fished 20 yards from the shore, letting the boat glide slowly down with the oars hanging, casting easily with the wind. We caught 3 trout, all over a pound. The sun came out. The clouds scattered. We landed in a narrow inlet where trees bent at strange angles off the high banks. I opened the picnic basket and we lay in the sun eating chicken and smoked salmon sandwiches and drinking beer out of bottles. Anne took off her wind cheater and sweater. She was not fat yet, still small and slight, dressed in jeans and a t-shirt and shiny red PVC boots. Her blonde hair was cut short, skin freckled and brown from the last spell of fine weather. We talked. She told me what she had missed in her life here, how it frightened her at first and made her borrow habits from her mother, a very organised and dominating woman. She laughed about it now. People do that, I said. You don't, she said. I have nothing to lose, I said. You aren't aware of it, she said, but you help me. You have a definite viewpoint, which is good. You say, I don't care what they think. He was determined to do what he feels is right, and I believe my role is to support and encourage him. But I'm losing out right down the line, becoming this other person, the one you call typical North American, like typical French fries. I didn't mean, sure you didn't, but you're right. That's what I am, an unpaid worker in the PR department. No time to sit and discover what it's all about. What is it all about? The baby, a whole lot of stuff, the future, and you feel happy. Don't you? I shrugged. I don't think about it, I said. Maybe you should. I touched her hand. She didn't move. Tell me about the book, she said. I was kneeling, looking down at her. I want to know much more about that. I kissed her. What do you want to know? I asked. Everything, she said. It's not enough, just a little. I kissed her ear, her neck. Shall I begin at the beginning? I said. She sat up and brushed a hand through her hair. The beer's gone to my head, she said. It's gone to mine too. We're on a fishing trip, remember? We've fished. We've done that part. What's the next part? Lying in the grass. We've done that too. She turned. Let's collect the things together, she said. It's too hot, I said. We walked along the side of the hill in the sun. She picked flowers. A week later, I went to stay with Aunt Magda in Aberdeenshire. It was my grandmother's 80th birthday. My mother had written from Turkey asking whether I would mind going, as neither she nor my father could return for it. My grandmother was eager to hear all the news. I told her of Hugh's plans and pretended everything was working well. I said that I was living at the Bothy, which seemed extraordinary to her, and that I was writing a novel, which seemed even more extraordinary. It's a comedy of manners, I said, set in an imaginary Highland glen, concerning a group of crippled children in a big house who become involved with ghosts and goblins and real policemen in search of an escaped convict who is pretending to be the spirit of a long-dead ancestor. Sounds like a winner, my uncle said. On my last evening, when we were alone, Aunt Magda referred to the novel again and said, I'm surprised you aren't tackling something more serious. It is serious, I said. Goblins, she said. I had to say something, I said. I explained the conflicting themes, how their connection affected the way things happened. My own experiences at the castle was a good example. When I stayed there as a child, I had hated it, although I wasn't aware until later what it had been like for her and my mother, what fun they'd had. All I knew was the feeling of my grandparents' disapproval and resentment, which contributed to an atmosphere of permanent gloom. Not resentment against me, but against life itself, the cruelties of fate, and inexplicable tragedy of the world. Aunt Magda listened politely. She thought my analysis naive, although didn't say so directly. They had lived in the nursery as much as I, the only difference being there were more of them. She didn't believe that her father and mother had been hardened by their children's deaths. They were hard from the start. You've destroyed my thesis, I said. Of course I haven't, she said. You're writing fiction. It was then that I asked about Fiona, the sister who drowned. Did you ever question your mother, she asked. Sometimes, I said. What does she tell you? She changes the subject. Perhaps she wants to protect you. She said Fiona was rather sad. She had lovely hair, I remember. She was very imaginative and scatterbrained, but I suspect that was less true of her character than a way of avoiding our parents' displeasure. Being the eldest, she was made responsible, and in order to avoid those constrictions, acted incompetent and vague. She was far from incompetent, in fact. She only pretended to be. When my mother wanted her to do a chore or take a message and she was nowhere to be found, we said, She's playing with Lachlan. My mother thought Lachlan was one of the village children, and of course that upset her. We weren't supposed to play with the village children, or even speak to them. But Fiona insisted that Lachlan lived with us. He was there in the castle. We said, why doesn't he play with us? And she said, he doesn't like playing with lots of people. He only likes playing with me. We knew he was one of her imaginary friends and didn't think about it, but my mother insisted on meeting him. Fiona said that he wouldn't come. He was frightened. In the end, my mother gave up and we left it at that. One day, I met Lachlan. I was tremendously surprised. I'd been in the kitchen garden picking strawberries for lunch. Your mother was there too, but she was faster than me and had gone on ahead. I wandered back through the rhododendron wood when suddenly I came across Fiona sitting in a tree. There was someone else with her. It looked like a boy, a young boy. I remember he had white clothes. He seemed to be wearing a dress. He was like a boy pretending to be a girl. He had long hair like a girl, but he had a boy's face. And when he saw me, he scrambled through the branches and down to the ground and ran off into the bushes. I stood there amazed. I was only 6. I didn't know what was happening. Fiona started throwing fir cones at me. She was furious. I began to cry. Fiona climbed down and took my basket and we walked home together through the bushes. She made me swear not to tell Mama or anyone. She said, swear you didn't see Lachlan. I didn't know he was Lachlan. Finding out like that gave me quite a turn. I swore anyway, and then a few weeks later it was Fiona's birthday. What we did on birthdays was pile presents on the person's plate so that when they arrived for breakfast they were all there, a huge mound of presents, tied with coloured ribbons and string. The presents were opened in front of everyone. Fiona disliked that because it was too public. She disliked Christmas for the same reason. Emotions were too precious to be made fun of. She put her hands in her lap and rubbed them together slowly. I was sharing a room with Fiona, and on that morning, the morning of her birthday, she woke early and began putting on her clothes. There was a noise. I don't know what now. She dropped a shoe or something, and I woke and saw her half-dressed. I told her she couldn't leave. It was her birthday, and we had presents. Everyone. She said that was the reason she was getting up early. She didn't want to disappoint us. She was going to meet Lachlan. He had a present for her too, and she couldn't disappoint him either. If I hadn't seen Lachlan, I would have known she was telling lies. But I had seen him, and I thought perhaps he has got a present for her. It was awful. I didn't know what to do. Fiona held my hands and said, Dear Magda, you must believe me because it's true. I made her promise to be back in time. She said she would. I was full of trepidation. I couldn't understand Lachlan. I couldn't imagine him quite, his life, where he came from, why he looked like he did. But I trusted Fiona. She was so much older, so much on her own. We waited at the breakfast table, my father, mother, the servants, Nanny, all the children. I knew she would have returned if she could. Something must have stopped her. I couldn't think what. My mother took me outside and tried to force me to say where she'd gone, but I wouldn't. I was sent to my room. I stayed there all morning. The doors were locked and no one was allowed to come in. Our Nanny brought me some food at lunchtime. Fiona was still missing. Nanny said, "You don't know where she is, do you?" I said, "No." She said, "Do you think she's run away?" I said, "She wouldn't run away, she promised." Nanny was a very patient and long-suffering woman. She said Fiona was in danger and only I could help. But it was too late. One of the gillies brought her body back. He'd found her in a river. "Did you discover about Lachlan?" I asked. "He must have been a tinker's child," she said. "There used to be a number of people like that in those days, travelling the roads, selling things. Some were gypsies, others were tinkers. We liked the tinkers best. They told wonderful stories and weren't frightening like the gypsies. Often, when we went into the kitchen to see cook, there might be a tinker sitting at the table, having a meal or a cup of tea. They loved children and made a great fuss of us. I remember they smelt of horses. I remember that most of all, their smell. Cook wouldn't have gypsies in because she said they had powers. We wanted to know what those powers were and longed to meet one to find out. But Cook was wrong because tinkers were rogues, very charming and sweet, a bit like the Irish, but not very trustworthy. Already it was dark. We were sitting in a small drawing room and neither of us had thought of switching on a light. The fire glowed with the embers of logs lit 2 hours earlier. The door opened and my uncle entered. "What are you two plotting?" he said. "We had no idea it was so late," Aunt Magda said. Next morning I left early and arrived in the village before lunch. Roger was at the office. He said that Hugh wouldn't be coming in today. He was visiting the Crofters. I drove up the glen past the bare foundations of the freezing factory into the hills. I saw no one. Silence gathered in the blowing grasses, although the hum of a motor was a sound enclosed within its vacuum. The castle was empty. I waited. No one came. I drove on to the bothy. Plates in the sink had been washed and stacked on the shelf. My bed was made with new linen, clothes folded in the chest of drawers. The floor was scrubbed and dusted. I changed into old cords and sweater, pulled on my boots and went out to feed the hens. I noticed that the garden had been weeded. I walked down to the loch. The boat was gone. I wandered along the shore on the near side following the track. The wind was blustery but not cold, the sun flashing between clouds. I walked 2 miles to where the track climbed into the heather above Buchan and Uisgeachan. I rested in a hassock of grass. The loch curved away to the west and I could see almost its whole length. I searched for the boat. It was not there. The waters roared below me. I clambered down and peered over the rock. I saw the boat spinning in the whirlpool, its oars missing, Anne's red boots and wind cheater awash under the seat. I knelt on the cliff top, unable to move, spray spitting, bursting into my face. As I watched, the boat sank. It happened very fast. I crawled back into the heather. I was breathing hard. I stood up and walked along the northern shore. The dark hills grew darker. I shouted, my voice dying in the air. I could have walked to the sea. It would have made no difference. A bird cried over the water, a shrill, high squeal. The wind dropped. I returned, hurrying along the path. When I reached the bothy, night had fallen. I took the van and drove to the castle. The lights were on, the drawing-room door open. Hugh sat in the chair beside the fire reading a newspaper. His eyes were stone. I said, "Anne's dead." He said, "Oh, yes." He was calm and distant, like a man glimpsed through a window of a moving train. We collected brandy from the store cupboard and blankets from the chest on the landing. The moon was full. In the stables was an old boat strapped to the frame of a trailer. We reversed the Land Rover and fixed it to the bar. Oars were standing against the wall. I slipped them in with the rowlocks. Hugh carried the spare outboard across from the garage and I collected a can of petrol. We drove to the loch, unhitched the trailer in the water. Hugh screwed the outboard down and filled it with petrol. I pushed the boat off using one of the oars as a punt pole. Hugh started the engine. I sat in the front. Hugh steered. The light was silvery grey against the black shadows of the shore. We kept close, moved slowly.
I watched the line of rocks and grass, the contours of peat walls. We stopped to investigate a submerged tree trunk. Hugh shouted, listened, shouted again. Waves lapped the bottom of the boat. We continued up the loch. Hugh's face was a skull. 4 hinds bounded away from one of the burns. We stopped again in a bay 2 miles beyond the turn. I opened a brandy and we drank. Wind rippled across the water. It was colder now. We seemed to wait for hours. Neither of us spoke. Hugh started the engine and turned into the centre of the loch. The wind was sharper, waves rolling past. I huddled in my sweater. Hugh steered towards Maugham and Uisgeachan. I expected him to pull away and take us down the last stretch to where the Land Rover stood on the beach, but he didn't. He kept going. In the distance I heard a growling roar. I looked over. We were close to the rocks. I could see spray bursting up the wall. Hugh cut the engine and we drifted. I jumped for the oars, rammed them in, pushed hard, forcing us to stop. I felt the tug of the whirlpool against the wooden spars. I pulled with all my strength. We seemed stuck. The boat began to twist. The shiny rocks loomed above. I fought with the oars. I couldn't see Hugh. He was behind me. I heard the engine whine. The boat rocked. We broke free. The engine stopped again. I turned. Hugh was staring at the pool. Something was down there, struggling in the water. I saw tiny white arms. It was the gypsy child. The boat drifted closer. I screamed. The child spun in the spiral, white shirt billowing like a flower. Hugh threw off his jacket. I caught him by the waist. The boat tipped and plunged. Hugh pushed me back and I fell against the seat. The boat bent with a spin, water flooding us. I jerked a rollock from its pinion. Hugh was about to dive. I hit him on the side of his head and he dropped. The boat was half full of water. I grasped the starting handle and pulled. The engine caught. I gave it full throttle. The board shivered. Suction held us. The engine squealed, roared, and the boat jumped, slewing wide into broken water beyond the hole. I steered into shingle at the corner where the burn came in, stopped the engine, and pulled the blades up before striking stones. I helped Hugh onto the bank. We were soaked to the skin. He moaned. I held him. He was weaker now, his breath gasping, lips stretched, eyes bulging like eggs. I pushed him up the hill. He stumbled. Wisps of cloud shaded the moon. The air was icy. I touched Hugh's arm. It was as stiff as wood. The child was standing beside the boat. He ran towards us. Hugh lifted him into his arms. The child clung to his neck. I couldn't speak. My mind was frozen. Hugh walked to the loch. He pushed the boat out. I fell to my knees. The sky opened. I saw birds flying across the sun. I was in an aeroplane over a desert. The desert was blue like the sea, although it wasn't the sea. There were palm trees and caravans of camels and sand dunes stretching across the whole length of the earth. Suddenly the engine spluttered and coughed and we began to descend. I was alone. There was no one else in the aeroplane. I walked through to the front to find the pilot, but there was no pilot. I sat at the controls. I pulled the joystick. The plane steadied and I began to glide. Behind me, I heard the sound of sobbing. I looked through the cabin door. Anne was sitting on one of the seats. I wanted to comfort her, and yet I couldn't leave the controls. I watched the sand dunes coming up at me. At last, before the crash came, I turned to run, but tripped and fell through the floor. I was in a room with white walls. I heard the sobbing quite clearly. A woman stood at the window. She was small. She seemed very old. I asked where I was, and she said, "You mustn't distress yourself." She brought me soup in a bowl. I drank the soup. Everything became dim. I was in the courtyard of the castle, ringing the bell of the cook's flat. It was night and the moon was shining. No one answered. I walked on to the road and the child was with me. I said, "I didn't forget you." He smiled, resting against my shoulder. There was blood on his hands and arms. I said, "We'll go to the river and wash it off." But the old woman stood in my path. I laid the child in the grass and went with her. She said, "You're safe now." I remembered the child and said we must find him because he'll awake and feel afraid. The old woman said, "We shall talk about that in the morning." The room was full of sun. The old woman stood at the window looking out. I thought, all this has happened before. I'm dreaming. I'm no longer alive, and my dreams are repeating themselves. I asked whether we had talked about the child, and she said yes, and came and sat on a chair beside my bed.
Her voice had a lilting softness, and yet her face was scarred with grief. I said, "Let me touch your hand." She said, "No, that you must never do." Then she told me a story. She said once two brothers lived at the castle. Roderick, the elder, married the daughter of the Lord of the Isles, a beautiful fair girl called Shona. Callum, the younger, was forever racing through the forests, hunting day and night. He was the best horseman, a fearless warrior. Roderick was strong, a leader. He was chief of the clan. In time, a child was born, a son. During the feast of celebration, a woman approached Roderick and told him the child was not his. Roderick asked, "Who are you to tell me this?" The woman said, "I am from the islands." She had been Shona's wet nurse, but was banished as a witch many years earlier for warning her father that she had seen black crows circling the beach at Kyle, and his body with them soaring like an eagle. Later, the Lord of the Isles took a force of young men to attack the farms on the mainland. It was a reprisal for a boat that had been stolen the year before. During the skirmish, the Lord was wounded, captured and thrown from a cliff. The fall broke his back. He lay on the beach 3 days and 3 nights before he died, and the birds stripped the flesh from his bones. Roderick knew the story of the witch's prophecy and was enraged by her appearance at the feast, thinking she brought evil with her, and so ordered that she be taken at once and left on the road beyond the river. She told him, "Your brother has stolen the light from your eye, the blood from your veins, and this darkness you feel in your heart shall remain with you and your house forever." Roderick's love for his brother was as strong as his love for Shona. He tried to forget the warning, and yet a sadness filled him with a terrible longing for peace. The child grew, and his likeness to Callum became unmistakable. Shona comforted Roderick, and when she did so, lying in his arms, whispering his name, he knew the fear was of his own making. One day, 6 years after the birth of the child, he left the castle to make a journey to the western regions. At the head of the glen, where the track crossed the watershed, his horse stumbled and cut its foreleg. The wound was deep. Roderick bathed and bandaged it with a napkin and returned on foot, leading the animal. It was night. He stabled and fed the horse and lay down in the straw and fell asleep. When he awoke, the sun was up. He left the stables and entered the castle. All was quiet. He climbed the stairs and found Shona and Callum together, the child sleeping between them. He dragged Callum from the bed and beat him senseless to the floor. He drew a dagger from his belt and gouged out his eyes. These he brought shiny and trembling to Shona. He carried the body into the courtyard and tied it to the back of the good grey stallion. He returned for the child. Shona pleaded with him for the life of her son. He held the knife to her breast, intending to kill her also, but her beauty was like the lily, and her eyes as the clear sea. He took the child's hand, and together they walked to where the horse stood in the courtyard. He held the boy close so that he would not see the body, and they rode to the loch. He told the child to gather flowers from the shore. He carried Callum's body into the boat and covered it with his plaid. He called the boy and then rowed up the loch to where the waters roared under the cliff. As they neared the whirlpool, he lowered Callum over the side. Although wounded and dying, the water revived him, and he gripped firm to the boat. Roderick gave the flowers to the boy, and lifting him in his arms, tossed him like a grain sack into the heart of Mahan and Uisgeachan. Callum heard the boy's screams and let go, his blind head turning towards the sound. The water sucked them down. It was done. Roderick forced the boat free and rowed back. When he returned and Shona learned of a child's fate, she cursed him and cried out for vengeance to the gods of her father, beat her fists against the wall until her knuckles bled and the bones in her fingers broke, and then she crawled on her knees through marsh stalks and mud to the shingle bank of the river, where she laid her head under the water, and her body was like a swan on the white sands, and fish played in the tresses of her hair. I turned my face to the rocks. I wept. I swam through seas thick with weed, diving and leaping in the sun. Only with strength could Mahan and Uisgeachan be conquered. I arrived at last on the shore, and the shore was like a wild garden, and the child picked flowers, and when his arms were full, came to where I was and gave them to me, and I said, "You have destroyed them," and flung the flowers down. I opened my eyes. The room was changed. "I had to wake you," Aunt Magda said. "It's almost lunchtime."
I lay in bed, floating back and forth, the vividness of the dream fierce within me. I had not moved. I was myself. Nothing had altered. I washed and shaved. I dressed quickly. I felt the exhilaration of a man reprieved from death. I wanted to speak to Anne. I wanted to hear her voice. I went downstairs. The house was still and quiet, and the drawing room empty. I picked up the telephone. There was no answer from the castle, and so I rang the office. Roger said that he had seen Anne earlier up at the loch. "She's gone fishing," he said. "She took one of the children from the gypsy camp."
Thrawn Janet by Robert Louis Stevenson. The Reverend Murdoch Soulis was long minister of the moorland parish of Balwearie in the Vale of Dool, a severe, bleak-faced old man, dreadful to his hearers. He dwelt in the last years of his life without relative or servant or any human company, in the small and lonely manse under the hanging shaw. In spite of the iron composure of his features, his eye was wild, scared, and uncertain, and when he dwelt in private admonitions on the future of the impenitent, it seemed as if his eye pierced through the storms of time to the terrors of eternity. Many young persons coming to prepare themselves against the season of the Holy Communion were dreadfully affected by his talk. He had a sermon on 1 Peter 5 and 8, the devil as a roaring lion, on the Sunday after every 17th of August, and he was accustomed to surpass himself upon that text both by the appalling nature of the matter and the terror of his bearing in the pulpit. The children were frightened into fits, and the old looked more than usually oracular, and were all that day full of those hints that Hamlet deprecated. The manse itself, where it stood by the water of Dool among some thick trees, with the shaw overhanging it on the one side, and on the other, many cold moorish hilltops rising towards the sky, had begun, at a very early period of Mr. Soulis's ministry, to be avoided in the dusk hours by all who valued themselves upon their prudence, and good men sitting at the Clachan alehouse shook their heads together at the thought of passing late by that uncanny neighbourhood. There was one spot, to be more particular, which was regarded with especial awe. The manse stood between the high road and the water of Dool with a gable to each. Its back was towards the Kirk town of Balwearie, nearly half a mile away. In front of it, a bare garden, hedged in thorn, occupied the land between the river and the road. The house was 2 stories high, and 2 large rooms on each. It opened not directly on the garden, but on a causewayed path or passage, giving on the road on the one hand, and closed on the other by the tall willows and elders that bordered on the stream. And it was this strip of causeway that enjoyed among the young parishioners of Balwearie so infamous a reputation. The minister walked there often after dark, sometimes groaning aloud in the instancy of his unspoken prayers, and when he was from home and the manse door was locked, the more daring schoolboys ventured with beating hearts to follow my leader across that legendary spot. This atmosphere of terror, surrounding as it did a man of God of spotless character and orthodoxy, was a common cause of wonder and subject of inquiry among the few strangers who were led by chance or business into that unknown, outlying country. But many even of the people of the parish were ignorant of the strange events which had marked the first year of Mr. Soulis's ministrations, and among those who were better informed, some were naturally reticent, and others shy of that particular topic. Now and again only, one of the older folk would warm into courage over his third tumbler, and recount the cause of the minister's strange looks and solitary life. 50 years syne, when Mr. Soulis came first into Balwearie, he was still a young man, a callant, the folk said, fu' of book learning and grand at the exposition, but as was natural in sae young a man with nae living experience in religion, the younger sort were greatly taken with his gifts and his gab, but old, concerned, serious men and women were moved even to prayer for the young man, whom they took to be a self-deceiver, and the parish that was like to be sae ill-supplied. It was before the days of the moderates, weary for them, but ill things are like good, they baith come bit by bit, a pickle at a time, and there were folk even that said the Lord had left the college professors to their ain devices, and the lads that went to study wi' him would hae done mair and better sitting in a peat bog like their forebears of the persecution, wi' a Bible under their oxter and the spirit of prayer in their heart. There was nae doubt anyway, but that Mr. Soulis had been hour lang at the college. He was careful and troubled for mony things besides the ae thing needful. He had a feck of books wi' him, mair than had ever been seen before in that presbytery, and a sair wark the carrier had with him, for they were like to have smoored in the deal's hag between this and Kilmackerley. They were books o' divinity, to be sure, or so they called them, but the serious were of the opinion that there was little service for sae money, when the hail of God's word would gang in the nook of a plaid. Then he would sit half the day and half the nicht forby, which was scant decent, writing nae less. And first, they were feared he would read his sermons, and syne it proved he was writing a book himself, which was surely no fitting for ane of his years and sma experience. Anyway, it behoved him to get an old decent wife to keep the manse for him and see to his bit dinners, and he was recommended to an old limmer, Janet McClure they called her, and sae far left to himself as to be ower persuaded. There was money advised him to the contrary, for Janet was mair than suspected by the best folk in Balwearie. Lang or that she had had a wane to a dragoon. She hadna come forth for maybe 30 year, and bairns had seen her mumbling to hersel up by the Keys Lone in the gloaming, whilk was an unco time and place for a God-fearing woman. Howsoever, it was the laird himself that had first told the minister of Janet, and in they days he would again a far gate to pleasure the laird. When folk told him that Janet was sib to the deal, it was a superstition by his way of it, and when they cast up the Bible to him and the Witch of Endor, he would threeped down their thrappies that their days were again by, and the deal was mercifully restrained. Well, when it got about the clachan that Janet McClure was to be servant at the manse, the folk were fair mad with her and him together, and some of the good wives had nae better to do than get round her door cheeks and charge her wi' a' that was kent agin her, frae the sodger's bairn to John Thompson's twa kye. She was nae great speaker. Folk usually let her gang her ain gate, and she let them gang theirs. They couldna say a thing, but she could say twa to it, till at the hinder end, the goodwives up and clocht hod of her, and clawed the coats off her back, and put her down the clachan to the water of Dool, to see if she were a witch or no, so more droon. The carlin skirled till all ye could hear at the hanging shaw, and she focht like 10. There was mony a goodwife bore the mark of her niece day, and mony a lang day after, and just in the hettest to the Collishangy, wha should come up for his sins but the new minister. "Women," said he, and he had a grand voice, "I charge you, in the Lord's name, to let her go." Janet ran to him. She was fair wood with terror, and clung to him and prayed him for Christ's sake save her frae the comers, and they for their part told him all that was kent, and maybe mair. "Woman," says he to Janet, "is this true?" "As the Lord sees me," says she, "as the Lord made me, no a word out, for by the bairn," says she, "I've been a decent woman all my days." "Well, you," says Mr. Soulis, "in the name of God, and before me, his unworthy minister, renounce the devil and his works. Well, it would appear that when he asked that, she gave a girn that fairly frichted them that saw her, and they could hear her teeth play dirl together in her shafts. But there was nothing for it but the ae way or the other, and Janet lifted up her hand and renounced the deal before them all. And now, says Mr. Soulis to the goodwives, home with ye, one and all, and pray to God for his forgiveness. And he gave Janet his arm, though she had little on her but a sark, and took her up to the clachan to her ain door like a lady of the land, and her screeing and laughing, as was a scandal to be heard. There were mony grave folk lang over the prayers that night, but when the morn came, there was sic a fear fell upon a' weary that the bairns hid themselves, and even the men folk stood and keekit frae their doors, for there was Janet coming down the clachan. Her, or her likeness, none could tell, wi' her neck thrawn, and her head on each side, like a body that has been hanged, and a girn on her face like an unstreaked corp. By and by, they got used to it, and even speered at her to ken what was wrong, but frae that day forth she couldnae speak like a Christian woman, but slavered and played click wi' her teeth like a pair of shears, and frae that day forth the name of God came never on her lips, while she would try to say it, but it michtnae be. Them that kenned best said least, but they never gied that thing the name of Janet McClure, for the old Janet, by their word, was in muckle hell that day. But the minister was neither to hold nor to bind. He preached about nothing but the folks' cruelty that had given her a stroke of the palsy. He skelped the bairns that meddled her, and he had her up to the manse that same nicht, and dwelled there, a' his lane, with her under the hanging shaw. Well, time gaed by, and the idler sort commenced to think mair lichtly of that black business. The minister as weel thocht, though. He was late at the writing. Folk would see his cannel doon by the Dool water after 12 at e'en, and he seemed pleased with himself and upsetness at first, though a body could see that he was dwining. As for Janet, she cam and she gaed. If she didna speak muckle afore, it was reason she should speak less then. She meddled naebody, but she was an eldritch thing to see, and nane would hae mistreated wi' her for weary glebe. About the end of July there came a spell of weather, the like it was never seen in that countryside. It was lone and het and heartless. The herds couldna win up the Black Hill, the bairns were ower weary to play, and yet it was gusty too, with claps of het wind that rumbled in the glens, and bits of shores that slockened naething. We thocht it but a thunder on the morn, but the morn came, and the morn's morning, and it was aye the same uncanny weather, sair on folks and bestial. Of all that were the waur, nane suffered like Mr. Soulis. He could neither sleep nor eat, he told his elders, and when he wasna writing at his weary book, he would be stravagoing ower the countryside like a man possessed, when a body else was blithe to keep colour ben the hoose. Aboon hanging shaw, in the bield of the Black Hill, there's a bit enclosed grund with an iron yet, and it seems, in the old days, that was the kirkyard of Bowweary, and consecrated by the papists before the blessed licht shone down upon the kingdom. It was a great hope for Mr. Soulis's anyway. There he would sit and consider his sermons, and indeed, it's a bieldy bit. Well, as he came over the west end of the Black Hill day, he saw first twa, and syne four, and syne 7 corby crows fleeing round and round aboon the old kirkyard. They flew lay and heavy, and squawked to either as they gaed, and it was clear to Mr. Soulis that something had put them frae their ordinar. He wasna easy flayed, and gaed stracht up to the walls, and what should he find there but a man, or the appearance of a man, sitting on the inside upon a grave. He was of a great stature, and black as hell, and his een were singular to see. Mr. Soulis had heard tell of black men, mony's the time, but there was something unco about this black man that daunted him. Het as he was, he took a kind of cold groove in the marrow of his banes, but up he spak for all that, and says he, "My friend, are you a stranger in this place?" The black man answered never a word. He got upon his feet, and be good to hearsel on the wall on the far side, but he aye looked at the minister, and the minister stood and looked back, till in a minute the black man was ower the wall and running for the bield of the trees. Mr. Soulis, he hardly kenned why, ran after him, but he was sair for jasket wi' his walk and the het unwholesome weather, and rin as he licked, he got nae mair than a glisk of the black man among the birks, till he won down to the foot of the hillside, and there he saw him eens mair, gown, hap, step and loup, ower the dool water to the manse. Mr. Soulis wasna weel pleased that this fearsome gangrel should mak sae free wi' bow-weary manse, and he ran the harder, and wet shoon, ower the burn and up the walk, but the deil a black man was there to see. He stepped out upon the road. There was naebody there. He gaed ower the garden, but nae black man. At the hinder end, and a bit feared, as was but natural, he lifted the hasp and into the manse, and there was Janet McClure before his een, wi' her Thrawn Craig, and nane sae pleased to see him. And he aye minded since syne when he first he set his een upon her, he had the same cold and deadly grue. "Janet," says he, "have you seen the black man?" "A black man," quoth she, "save us all. Ye're no wise, minister. There's nae black man in all Bowery." But she didna speak plain, ye maun understand, but yammered like a pony with a bit in its moo. "Well," says he, "Janet, if there was nae black man, I have spoken with the accuser of the brethren." And he sat down like ane wi' a fever, and his teeth chittered in his head. "Hoots," says she, "think shame to yoursel, minister," and gied him a drap brandy that she kept aye by her. Syne Mr. Soulis gaed into his study among a' his books. It's a lang, lay, mirk chalmer, perishing cold in winter, and no very dry even in the top of the summer, for the man stands near the burn. Sae doon he sat, and thought of all that had come and gane since he was in Bowery, and his hame, and the days when he was a bairn and ran draffing on the braes, and that black man aye ran into his head like the hour come of a song. Aye, the mair he thought of the black man, he tried the prayer, and the words wouldna come to him, and he tried they say to write at his book, but he couldna mak nae mair of that. There was whiles he thought the black man was at his oxter, and the swat stood upon him cold as well water, and there was other whiles when he came to himsel like a christened bairn and minded nothing. The upshot was that he gaed to the window and stood glowering at dool water. The trees are unco thick, and the water lies deep and black under the manse. And there was Janet washing the clays with her coats kilted. She had her back to the minister, and he, for his part, hardly kenned what she was looking at. Syne she turned round and showed her face. Mr. Soulis had the same cold grue as twice that day afore, and it was borne in upon him what folk said, that Janet was deed lang syne, and this was a boggle in her clay-cowled flesh. He drew back a pickle and he scanned her narrowly. She was tramping in the clays, crooning to hersel, and good guide us, but it was a fearsome face. While she sang louder, but there was nae man born a woman that could tell the words of her sang, and while she looked sidelong down, but there was nothing there for her to look at. There gaed a scunner through the flesh upon his banes, and that was Heaven's advertisement. But Mr. Soulis just blamed himsel, he said, to think sae ill of a poor, old, afflicted wife that hadna a friend for by himsel, and he put up a bit prayer for him and her, and drank a little caller water, for his heart rose agin the meat, and gaed up to his naked bed in the gloaming. That was a nicht that has never been forgotten in Bawiri, the nicht of the 17th of August, 1712. It had been het afore, as I have said, but that nicht it was heter than ever. The sun gaed down among unco-looking clouds. It fell as murk as the pit, no a star, no a breath of wind. You couldna see your hand afore your face, and even the old folk kissed the covers frae their beds and lay pitching for their breath. For all that he had upon his mind, it was gay and unlikely Mr. Soulis would get muckle sleep. He lay and he tumbled, the good colour bed that he got into brunt his very banes whilst he slept, and whilst he wakened, whilst he heard the time and nicht, and whilst the tyke yowling up the muir as if someone was deed, whilst he thought he heard bogles clavering in his lug, and whilst he saw spunkies in the room, he behoved, he judged, to be sick, and sick he was. Little he jaloused the sickness. At the hinder end, he got a clearness in his mind, sat up in his sark on the bedside, and fell thinking aince mair of the black man and Janet. He couldna weel tell how. Maybe it was the cold to his feet. But it came in upon him with a spate that there was some connection between their twa, and that either or baith of them were boggles. And just at that moment, in Janet's room, which was next to his, there came a tramp of feet as if men were wrastling, and then a loud bang, and then a wind gaed racing round the four quarters of the house, and then all was aince mair as silent as the grave. Mr. Soulis was feared for neither man nor devil. He got his tinderbox and lit a candle, and made 3 steps atower to Janet's door. It was on the hasp, and he pushed it open and keeked boldly in. It was a big room, as big as the minister's ain, and plenished with grand old solid gear, for he had nothing else. There was a 4-posted bed with old tapestry and a braw cabinet of ache. That was for the minister's divinity books, and put there to be out of the gate, and a wheen duds of Janet's lying here and there about the floor. But nae Janet could Mr. Soulis see, nor ony sign of a contention. In he gaed, and there's few that wad hae followed him, and looked round, and listened, and there was nothing to be heard, neither inside the manse nor in all Bawiri parish, and nothing could be seen but the muckle shadows turning round the cannel. And then, all at aince, the minister's heart played dunt and stood stock still, and a cold wind blew among the hairs of his head. What a weary sicht was that for the poor man's een, for there was Janet hanging frae a nail beside the old ache cabinet. Her head I lay upon her shoulder, her een was steeked, her tongue projected frae her mouth, and her heels were 2 feet clear aboon the floor. God forgive us all, thought Mr. Soulis. Poor Janet's dead. And came a step nearer to the corpse, and then his heart fair whammelled in his inside. For by what cantrip it would ill beseem a man to judge, she was hanging frae a single nail, and by a single worsted thread for darning hose. It's an awful thing to be your lane at nicht with siccan prodigies of darkness. But Mr. Soulis was strang in the Lord. He turned and gaed his ways out of that room, and locked the door ahint him, and step by step down the stairs as heavy as lead, and set down the candle on the table at the stair foot. He couldna pray, he couldna think. He was dreeping with cold sweat, and nothing could he hear but the dunting of his ain heart. He micht maybe have stood there an hour, or maybe twa, he mended sae little, when a' of a sudden he heard a lay uncanny steer upstairs. A foot gaed to and fro in the chamber where the corp was hanging. Sin the door was opened, though he minded weel that he had locked it, and sin there was a step upon the landing, and it seemed to him as if the corp was looking over the rail and doon upon him where he stood. He took up the candle again, for he couldn't want the licht, and as softly as ever he could, gaed stracht out of the manse into the far end of the causeway. It was aye pitmirk. The flame of the candle, when he set it upon the grund, brunt steady and clear as in a room. Nothing moved, but the dool water seeping and sabbing down the glen, and yon unhaly footstep that came plodding down the stairs inside the manse. He kenned the foot our wheel, for it was Janet's, and at ilka step that came a wee thing nearer, the cold got deeper in his vitals. He commanded his soul to him that made and keepeth him, and, O Lord, said he, give me strength this night to war against the powers of evil. By this time, the foot was coming through the passage for the door. He could hear a hand skirt along the wall, as if the fearsome thing was feeling for its way. The soughs tossed and mained together. A lang sigh came o'er the hills. The flame of the candle was blown about, and there stood the corp of Thrawn Janet, wi' her groggam goon and her black mutch, with a heed eye upon the shoulder, and the girn still upon the face at leaving, ye would have said, deed, as Mr. Soulis well kenned, upon the threshold of the manse. It's a strange thing that the soul of man should be that tarried into his perishable body, but the minister saw that, and his heart didna break. She didna stand there long. She began to move again and came slowly towards Mr. Soulis, where he stood under the soughs. All the life of his body, all the strength of his spirit were glowering frae his een. It seemed she was going to speak, but wanted words, and made a sign with the left hand. There came a clap o' wind like a cat's fuff. Out gaed the candle, the south screeched like folk, and Mr. Soulis kenned that live or die, this was the end o't. Witch, beldam, devil, he cried, I charge you by the power of God, be gone. If you be dead, to the grave. If you be damned, to hell. And at that moment, the Lord's ain hand out the heavens struck the horror where it stood. The old deed desecrated corp of the witchwife, sae lang kept frae the grave and her sidroon by deals, loud up like a brunstein spunk, and fell in ashes to the grund. The thunder followed, peal on dirling peal, the raring rain upon the back of that, and Mr. Soulis louped through the garden hedge and ran with skellach upon skellach for the clachan. That same morning, John Christie saw the black man pass the muckle cairn as it was chapping 6. Before echt, he gaed by the change house and knocked out, and nae lang after, Sandy McClellan saw him gown linking down the braes frae Kilmackerley. There's little doubt, but it was him that dwelled sae lang in Janet's body. But he was a wa at last, and since syne, the deal has never fashed us in Bawiri. But it was a sair dispensation for the minister. Lang, lang, he lay raving in his bed, and frae that hour to this, he was the man ye ken the day.
The Mysterious Bride by James Hogg. A great number of people nowadays are beginning broadly to insinuate that there are no such things as ghosts or spiritual beings visible to mortal sight. Even Sir Walter Scott has turned renegade, and with his stories made up of half and half like Nathaniel Gow's toddy, is trying to throw cold water on the most certain, though most impalpable, phenomena of human nature. The bodies are daft. Heaven mend their wits. Before they had ventured to assert such things, I wish they had been where I have often been, or, in particular, where the Laird of Birkendelly was on St. Lawrence's Eve in the year 1777, and sundry times subsequent to that. Be it known, then, to every reader of this relation of facts that happened in my own remembrance, that the road from Birkendelly to the great muckle village of Balmawhapple, commonly called the Muckle Town, in opposition to the little town that stood on the other side of the burn, that road, I say, lay between two thorn hedges, so well kept by the laird's hedger, so close and so high that a rabbit could not have escaped from the highway into any of the adjoining fields. Along this road was the laird riding on the eve of St. Lawrence in a careless, indifferent manner, with his hat to one side, and his cane dancing a hornpipe on the crutch of the saddle before him. He was, moreover, chanting a song to himself, and I have heard people tell what song it was too. There was once a certain, or rather uncertain bard, yclept Robert Burns, who made a number of good songs. But this that the laird sang was an amorous song of great antiquity, which, like all the said bard's best songs, was sung 150 years before he was born. It began thus: I am the laird of Whinnymuir, I camna here without a cause, and I hae gotten 40 fars in coming o' the no-jo. The nicht it is baith wind and weet, the morn it will be snow and sleet. My shoon are frozen to my feet. Oh, rise and let me in, Jo. Let me in this ae night, etc. This song was the laird singing, while at the same time he was smudging and laughing at the catastrophe, when, ere ever aware, he beheld, a short way before him, an uncommonly elegant and beautiful girl walking in the same direction with him. Aye, said the laird to himself, here is something very attractive indeed. Where the deuce can she have sprung from? She must have risen out of the earth, for I never saw her till this breath. Well, I declare, I have not seen such a female figure. I wish I had such an assignation with her as the Laird of Whinnymuir had with his sweetheart. As the laird was half thinking, half speaking this to himself, the enchanting creature looked back at him with a motion of intelligence that she knew what he was half saying, half thinking, and then vanished over the summit of rising ground before him called the Birky Brow. Aye, go on your ways, said the laird. I see by you, you'll not be very hard to overtake. You cannot get off the road, and I'll have a chat with you before you make the deer's den. The laird jogged on. He did not sing the Laird of Whinnymuir any more, for he felt a sort of stifling about his heart. But he often repeated to himself, she's a very fine woman indeed, and to be walking here by herself. I cannot comprehend it. When he reached the summit of the Birky Brow, he did not see her, although he had a longer view of the road than before. He thought this very singular, and began to suspect that she wanted to escape him, although apparently rather lingering on him before. I shall have another look at her, however, thought the laird, and off he set at a flying trot. No. He came first to one turn, then another. There was nothing of the young lady to be seen. Unless she take wings and fly away, I shall be up with her, quoth the laird, and off he set at the full gallop. In the middle of his career he met with Mr. M'Murdy of Alton, who hailed him with, "Hello, Birkendelly, where the deuce are you flying at that rate?" "I was riding after a woman," said the laird, with great simplicity, reining in his steed. "Then I'm sure no woman on earth can long escape you, unless she be in an air balloon." "I don't know that. Is she far gone? In which way do you mean?" "In this." "Aha, he, nickered M'Murdy, misconstruing the laird's meaning. "Why do you laugh at that, my dear sir?
Do you know her, then? Ho, ho, ho! He, he! How should I, or how can I know her, Birkendelly, unless you inform me who she is?
Well, that's the very thing I want to know of you. I mean the young lady whom you met just now.
You are raving, Birkendelly. I met no young lady, nor is there a single person on the road I have come by, while you know that for a mile and a half forward your way she could not get out of it.
I know that, said the Lord, biting his lip and looking greatly puzzled. But confound me if I understand this, for I was within speech of her just now, on the top of Berkey Brow there, and when I think of it, she could not have been even thus far as yet. She had on a pure white gauze frock, a small green bonnet and feathers, and a green veil, which, flung back over her left shoulder, hung below her waist, and was altogether such an engaging figure that no man could have passed her on the road without taking some note of her. Are you not making game of me? Did you really not meet with her?
On my word of truth and honour, I did not. Come, ride back with me, and we shall meet her still, depend on it. She has given you the go-by on the road. Let us go. I am only going to call at the mill about some barley for the distillery, and I will return with you to the big town.
Birkendelly returned with his friend. The sun was not yet set, yet McMurdy could not help observing that the laird looked very thoughtful and confused, and not a word could he speak about anything save this lovely apparition with the white frock and green veil. And lo, when they reached the top of Berkey Brow, there was the maiden again before them, and exactly at the same spot where the laird first saw her before, only walking in the contrary direction. Well, this is the most extraordinary thing that I ever knew, exclaimed the laird. What is it, sir? Said McMurdy. How that young lady could have eluded me, returned the laird. See, here she is still.
I beg your pardon, sir, I don't see her. Where is she?
There, on the other side of the angle, but you are short-sighted. See, there she's ascending the other eminence in her white frock and green veil, as I told you. What a lovely creature.
Well, well, we have her fairly before us now, and shall see what she is like, at all events, said McMurdy.
Between the Berkey Brow and this other slight eminence, there is an obtuse angle of the road at the part where it is lowest. And in passing this, the two friends necessarily lost sight of the object of their curiosity. They pushed on at a quick pace, cleared the low angle. The maiden was not there. They rode full speed to the top of the eminence, from whence a long extent of road was visible before them. There was no human creature in view. McMurdy laughed aloud, but the laird turned pale as death and bit his lip. His friend asked him good-humouredly why he was so much affected. He said because he could not comprehend the meaning of this singular apparition or illusion, and it troubled him the more, as he now remembered a dream of the same nature which he had, and which terminated in a dreadful manner.
Why, man, you're dreaming still, said McMurdy, but never mind. It's quite common for men of your complexion to dream of beautiful maidens with white frocks and green veils, bonnets, feathers, and slender waists. It's a lovely image, the creation of your own sanguine imagination, and you may worship it without any blame. Were her shoes black or green, and her stockings? Did you note them? The symmetry of the limbs, I'm sure you did. Goodbye. I see you're not disposed to leave the spot. Perhaps she'll appear to you again.
So saying, McMurdy rode on towards the mill, and Birkendelly, after musing for some time, turned his beast's head slowly round and began to move towards the great Muckle village. The laird's feelings were now in terrible commotion. He was taken beyond measure with the beauty and elegance of the figure he'd seen, but he remembered, with a mixture of admiration and horror, that a dream of the same enchanting object had haunted his slumbers all the days of his life. Yet how singular that he should never have recollected the circumstance till now.
But farther, with the dream there were connected some painful circumstances which, though terrible in their issue, he could not recollect so as to form them into any degree of arrangement. As he was considering deeply of these things and riding slowly down the declivity, neither dancing his cane nor singing the Laird of Whinnymuir, he lifted up his eyes, and there was the girl, on the same spot where he saw her first, walking deliberately up the Birky brow. The sun was down, but it was the month of August and a fine evening, and the laird, seized with an unconquerable desire to see and speak with that incomparable creature, could restrain himself no longer, but shouted out to her to stop till he came up. She beckoned acquiescence and slackened her pace into a slow movement. The laird turned the corner quickly, but when he had rounded it, the maiden was still there, though on the summit of the brow. She turned round, and, with an ineffable smile and curtsy, saluted him, and again moved slowly on. She vanished gradually beyond the summit, and while the green feathers were still nodding in view, and so nigh that the laird could have touched them with a fishing rod, he reached the top of the brow himself. There was no living soul there, nor onward, as far as his view reached. He now trembled every limb, and without knowing what he did, rode straight on to the big town, not daring well to return to see what he had seen for 3 several times. And certain he would see it again when the shades of evening were deepening, he deemed it proper and prudent to decline the pursuit of such a phantom any farther. He alighted at the Queen's Head, called for some brandy and water, quite forgot what was his errand to the great muckle town that afternoon, there being nothing visible to his mental sight but the lovely fairy images with white gauze frocks and green veils. His friend McMurdy joined him. They drank deep, bantered, reasoned, got angry, reasoned themselves calm again, and still all would not do. The laird was conscious that he had seen the beautiful apparition, and moreover that she was the very maiden, or the resemblance of her, who in the irrevocable decrees of Providence was destined to be his. It was in vain that McMurdy reasoned of impressions on the imagination, and of fancy moulding in the mind light visions on the passing wind. Vain also was a story that he told him of a relation of his own who was greatly harassed by the apparition of an officer in a red uniform that haunted him day and night, and had very nigh put him quite distracted several times, till at length his physicians found out the nature of this illusion so well that he knew, from the state of his pulse, to an hour when the ghost of the officer would appear, and by bleeding, low diet, and emollients contrived to keep the apparition away altogether. The laird admitted the singularity of this incident, but not that it was one in point, for the one, he said, was imaginary, and the other real, and that no conclusions could convince him in opposition to the authority of his own senses. He accepted of an invitation to spend a few days with McMurdy and his family, but they all acknowledged afterwards that the laird was very much like one bewitched. As soon as he reached home, he went straight to the Birky brow, certain of seeing once more the angelic phantom. But she was not there. He took each of his former positions again and again, but the desired vision would in no wise make its appearance. He tried every day and every hour of the day, all with the same effect, till he grew absolutely desperate, and had the audacity to kneel on the spot and entreat of heaven to see her. Yes, he called on heaven to see her once more, whatever she was, whether a being of earth, heaven, or hell. He was now in such a state of excitement that he could not exist. He grew listless, impatient, and sickly, took to his bed, and sent for McMurdy and the doctor, and the issue of the consultation was that Birkendelly consented to leave the country for a season on a visit to his only sister in Ireland, whither we must now accompany him for a short space. His sister was married to Captain Bryan, younger of Scoresby, and they too lived in a cottage on the estate, and the captain's parents and sisters at Scoresby Hall. Great was the stir and preparation when the gallant young laird of Birkendelly arrived at the cottage, it never being doubted
that he had come to forward a second bond of connection with the family, which still contained 7 dashing sisters, all unmarried, and all alike willing to change that solitary and helpless state for the envied one of matrimony, a state highly popular among the young women of Ireland. Some of the Mrs. Bryan had now reached the years of womanhood, several of them scarcely, but these small disqualifications made no difference in the estimation of the young ladies themselves. Each and all of them brushed up for the competition with high hopes and unflinching resolutions. True, the elder ones tried to check the younger in their good-natured, forthright Irish way, but they retorted and persisted in their superior pretensions. Then there was such shopping in the county town. It was so boundless that the credit of the hall was finally exhausted, and the old squire was driven to remark that, and to be sure, it was a dreadful and terrible concussion to be put upon the equipment of 7 daughters, all at the same moment, as if the young gentleman could marry them all. Then, poor dear soul, he would be after finding that one was sufficient and not one too many. Therefore, there was no occasion, none at all, and that there was not, for any of them to rig out more than one. It was hinted that the lad had some reason for complaint at this time, but as the lady sided with her daughters, he had no chance. One of the items of his account was 37 buckling combs, then greatly in vogue. There were black combs, pale combs, yellow combs, and gilt ones, all to suit or set off various complexions, and if other articles bore any proportion at all to these, it had been better for the lad and all his family that Birkendelly had never set foot in Ireland. The plan was concocted. There was to be a grand dinner at the hall, at which the damsels were to appear in all their finery, a ball to follow, and note to be taken which of the young ladies was their guest's choice, and measures taken accordingly. The dinner and the ball took place, and what a pity I may not describe that entertainment, the dresses, the dances, for they were all exquisite in their way, and outré beyond measure. But such details only serve to derange a winter's evening's tale such as this. Birkendelly having at this time but one model for his choice among womankind, all that he ever did while in the presence of ladies was to look out for some resemblance to her, the angel of his fancy. And it so happened that in one of old Brian's daughters, named Luna, or more familiarly Loony, he perceived, or thought he perceived, some imaginary similarity in form and air to the lovely apparition. This was the sole reason why he was incapable of taking his eyes off from her the whole of the night. And this incident settled the point. Not only with the old people, but even the young ladies were forced, after every exertion on their parts, to yield the point to their sister Loony, who certainly was not the most gentlest nor most handsomest of that good-looking family. The next day, Lady Luna was dispatched off to the cottage in grand style, there to live hand in glove with her supposed lover. There was no standing all this. There were the two, parrocked together like a ewe and a lamb, early and late, and though the laird really appeared to have, and probably had, some delight in her company, it was only in contemplating that certain indefinable air of resemblance which she bore to the sole image impressed on his heart. He bought her a white gauze frock, a green bonnet and feather with a veil, which she was obliged to wear thrown over her left shoulder, and every day after, 6 times a day, was she obliged to walk over a certain eminence at a certain distance before her lover. She was delighted to oblige him, but still, when he came up, he looked disappointed, and never said, "Luna, I love you. When are we to be married?" No, he never said any such thing, for all her looks and expressions of fondest love, for alas, in all this dalliance, he was only feeding a mysterious flame that preyed upon his vitals, and proved too severe for the powers either of reason or religion to extinguish. Still, time flew lighter and lighter by. His health was restored, the bloom of his cheek returned, and the frank and simple confidence of Luna had a certain charm with it that reconciled him to his sister's Irish economy. But a strange incident now happened to him, which deranged all his immediate plans. He was returning from angling one evening, a little before sunset, when he saw Lady Luna awaiting him on his way home. But instead of rushing up to meet him as usual, she turned and walked up the rising ground before him. "Poor sweet girl, how condescending she is," said he to himself, "and how like she is in reality to the angelic being whose form and features are so deeply impressed on my heart. I now see it's no fond or fancied resemblance. It is real, real, real. How I long to clasp her in my arms and tell her how I love her, for after all, that is the girl that's to be mine, and the former a vision to impress this the more on my heart." He posted up the ascent to overtake her, when at the top she turned, smiled, and curtsied. Good heavens! It was the identical lady of his fondest adoration herself, but lovelier, far lovelier than ever. He expected every moment that she would vanish, as was her wont, but she did not. She awaited him and received his embraces with open arms. She was a being of real flesh and blood, courteous, elegant, and affectionate. He kissed her hand, he kissed her glowing cheek, and blessed all the powers of love who had thus restored her to him again, after undergoing pangs of love such as man never suffered. "But, dearest heart, here we are standing in the middle of the highway," said he. "Suffer me to conduct you to my sister's house, where you shall have an apartment with a child of nature having some slight resemblance to yourself." She smiled and said, "No, I will not sleep with Lady Luna tonight. Will you please look around you and see where you are?" He did so, and behold, they were standing on the Birky Brow, on the only spot where he had ever seen her. She smiled at his embarrassed look and asked if he did not remember aught of his coming over from Ireland. He said he thought he did remember something of it, but love with him had long absorbed every other sense. He then asked her to his own house, which she declined, saying she could only meet him on that spot till after their marriage, which could not be before St. Lawrence's Eve come 3 years. "And now," said she, "we must part. My name is Jane Ogilvy, and you were betrothed to me before you were born. But I am come to release you this evening, if you have the slightest objection." He declared he had none, and kneeling, swore the most solemn oath to be hers for ever, and to meet her there on St. Lawrence's Eve next, and every St. Lawrence's Eve until that blessed day on which she had consented to make him happy by becoming his own for ever. She then asked him affectionately to change rings with her in pledge of their faith and truth, in which he joyfully acquiesced. For she could not have then asked any conditions which, in the fullness of his heart's love, he would not have granted. And after one fond and affectionate kiss, and repeating all their engagements over again, they parted. Birkendelly's heart was now melted within him, and all his senses overpowered by one overwhelming passion. On leaving his fair and kind one, he got bewildered, and could not find the road to his own house, believing sometimes that he was going there, and sometimes to his sister's, till at length he came, as he thought, upon the Liffey at its junction with Loch Allen, and there, in attempting to call for a boat, he awoke from a profound sleep, and found himself lying in his bed within his sister's house, and the dark sky just breaking. If he was puzzled to account for some things in the course of his dream, he was much more puzzled to account for them now that he was wide awake. He was sensible that he had met his love, had embraced, kissed, and exchanged vows and rings with her, and in token of the truth and reality of all these, her emerald ring was on his finger, and his own away, so there was no doubt that they had met. By what means, it was beyond the power of man to calculate. There was then living with Mrs. Bryan, an old Scotswoman, commonly styled Lucky Black. She had nursed Birkendelly's mother, and been dry nurse to himself and sister, and having more than a mother's attachment for the latter when she was married, old Lucky left her country to spend the last of her days in the house of her beloved young lady. When the laird entered the breakfast parlour that evening, She was sitting in her black velvet hood as usual, reading The Fourfold State of Man, and being paralytic and somewhat deaf, she seldom regarded those who went or came in. But chancing to hear him say something about the 9th of August, she quitted reading, turned round her head to listen, and then asked in a hoarse, tremulous voice, "What's that he's saying? What's the unlucky callant saying about the 9th of August, eh? To be sure it is St. Lawrence's Eve, although the 10th be his day. It's our true for him and I's kin, poor man. Ah, what was he saying then?" The men smiled at her incoherent earnestness, but the lady, with true feminine condescension, informed her in a loud voice that Alan had an engagement in Scotland on St. Lawrence's Eve. She then started up, extended her shrivelled hands that shook like the aspen, and panted out, "Eh? God preserve him! What an engagement has he on St. Lawrence's Eve! Bind him, shackle him with bands of steel and of brass and of iron. Oh, may he, whose blessed will was pleased to leave him an orphan sae soon, preserve him from the fate which I tremble to think on." She then tottered round the table, as with supernatural energy, and seizing the laird's right hand, she drew it close to her unstable eyes, and then, perceiving the emerald ring chased in blood, she threw up her arms with a jerk, opened her skinny jaws with a fearful gape, and uttering a shriek that made all the house yell and every one within it to tremble, she fell back lifeless and rigid on the floor. The gentlemen both fled out of sheer terror, but a woman never deserts her friends in extremity. The lady called her maids about her, had her old nurse conveyed to bed, where every means were used to restore animation. But alas, life was extinct. The vital spark had fled forever, which filled all their hearts with grief, disappointment, and horror, as some dreadful tale of mystery was now sealed up from their knowledge, which, in all likelihood, no other could reveal. But to say the truth, the laird did not seem greatly disposed to probe it to the bottom. Not all the arguments of Captain Brian and his lady, nor the simple entreaties of Lady Luna, could induce Birkendelly to put off his engagement to meet his love on the Birky Brow on the evening of the 9th of August. But he promised soon to return, pretending that some business of the utmost importance called him away. Before he went, however, he asked his sister if ever she had heard of such a lady in Scotland as Jane Ogilvy. Mrs. Bryan repeated the name many times to herself, and said that the name undoubtedly was once familiar to her, although she thought not for good, but at that moment she did not recollect one single individual of the name. He then showed her the emerald ring that had been the death of Lucky Black. But the moment the lady looked at it, she made a grasp at it to take it off by force, which she had very nearly effected. "Oh, burn it," cried she. "It is not a right ring. Burn it." "My dear sister, what fault is in the ring?" said he. "It's a very pretty ring, and one that I set great value by." "Oh, for heaven's sake, burn it and renounce the giver," cried she. "If you have any regard for your peace here, or your soul's welfare hereafter, burn that ring. If you saw with your own eyes, you would easily perceive that it is not a ring befitting a Christian to wear." The speech confounded Birkendelly a good deal. He retired by himself and examined the ring, and could see nothing in it unbecoming a Christian to wear. It was a chased gold ring with a bright emerald, which last had a red foil, in some lights giving it a purple gleam, and inside was engraven "Elegit," much defaced, but that his sister could not see, therefore he could not comprehend her vehement injunctions concerning it. But that it might no more give her offence, or any other, he sewed it within his vest, opposite his heart, judging that there was something in it which his eyes were withholden from discerning. Thus he left Ireland, with his mind in great confusion, groping his way, as it were, in a hole of mystery, yet with the passion that preyed on his heart and vitals more intense than ever. He seems to have had the impression all his life that some mysterious fate awaited him, which the correspondence of his dreams and day visions tended to confirm. and though he gave himself wholly up to the sway of one overpowering passion, it was not without some yearnings of soul, manifestations of terror, and so much earthly shame that he never more mentioned his love or his engagements to any human being, not even to his friend Macmurdy, whose company he forthwith shunned. It is on this account that I am unable to relate what passed between the lovers thenceforward. It is certain that they met at the Birky Brow that St. Lawrence's Eve, for they were seen in company together. But of the engagements, vows, or dalliance that passed between them, I can say nothing, nor of all their future meetings until the beginning of August 1781, when the laird began decidedly to make preparations for his approaching marriage, yet not as if he and his betrothed had been to reside at Birkendelly, all his provisions rather bespeaking a meditated journey. On the morning of the 9th, he wrote to his sister, and then, arraying himself in his new wedding suit and putting the emerald ring on his finger, he appeared all impatience, until towards evening, when he sallied out on horseback to his appointment. It seems that his mysterious inamorata had met him, for he was seen riding through the big town before sunset with a young lady behind him, dressed in white and green, and the villagers affirmed that they were riding at the rate of 50 miles an hour. They were seen to pass a cottage called Moss-Kilt 10 miles farther on, where there was no highway, at the same tremendous speed. I could never hear that there were any more seen, until the following morning, when Birkendelly's fine bay horse was found lying dead at his own stable door, and shortly after, his master was likewise discovered lying a blackened corpse on the Birky Brow, at the very spot where the mysterious but lovely dame had always appeared to him. There was neither wound, bruise, nor dislocation in his whole frame, but his skin was of a livid colour, and his features terribly distorted. This woeful catastrophe struck the neighbourhood with great consternation, so that nothing else was talked of. Every ancient tradition and modern incident were raked together, compared and combined, and certainly a most rare concatenation of misfortunes was elicited. It was authenticated that his father had died on the same spot that day 20 years, and his grandfather that day 40 years, the former, as was supposed, by a fall from his horse when in liquor, and the latter nobody knew how. And now this Alan was the last of his race, for Mrs. Bryan had no children. It was moreover now remembered by many, and among the rest the Reverend Joseph Taylor, that he had frequently observed a young lady in white and green sauntering about the spot on a St. Lawrence's Eve. When Captain Bryan and his lady arrived to take possession of the premises, they instituted a strict inquiry into every circumstance, but nothing further than what was related to them by Mr. Macmurdy could be learned of this mysterious bride, besides what the laird's own letter bore. It ran thus: Dearest sister, I shall, before this time tomorrow, be the most happy or most miserable of mankind, having solemnly engaged myself this night to wed a young and beautiful lady named Jane Ogilvy, to whom it seems I was betrothed before I was born. Our correspondence has been of a most private and mysterious nature, but my troth is pledged and my resolution fixed. We set out on a far journey to the place of her abode on the nuptial eve, so that it will be long before I see you again. Yours till death, Alan George Sandison, Birkendelly, August 8th, 1781. That very same year, an old woman named Marian Hoare was returned upon that her native parish from Glasgow. She had led a migratory life with her son, who was what he called a bell-hanger, but in fact was a tinker of the worst grade, for many years, and was at last returned to the muckle town in a state of great destitution. She gave the parishioners a history of the mysterious bride, so plausibly correct, but withal so romantic, that everybody said of it, as is often said of my narratives with the same narrow-minded prejudice and injustice, that it was a made story. There were, however, some strong testimonies of its veracity. She said that the first Alan Sanderson, who married the great heiress of Birkendelly, was previously engaged to a beautiful young lady named Jane Ogilvy, to whom he gave anything but fair play, and, as she believed, either murdered her or caused her to be murdered in the midst of a thicket of birch and broom at a spot which she mentioned, and she had good reasons for believing so, as she had seen the red blood and the new grave when she was a little girl, and ran home and mentioned it to her grandfather, who charged her, as she valued her life, never to mention that again, as it was only the nombles and hide of a deer which he himself had buried there. But when 20 years subsequent to that, the wicked and unhappy Alan Sanderson was found dead on that very spot, and lying across the green mound, then nearly level with the surface, which she had once seen a new grave, she then for the first time ever thought of a divine providence, and she added, "For my grandfather Neddy Haw, he died too. There's nobody kens who, nor ever shall." As they were quite incapable of conceiving, from Marian's description, anything of the spot, Mr. McMurdy caused her to be taken out to the Birkie Brow in a cart, accompanied by Mr. Taylor and some hundreds of the town's folks. But whenever she saw it, she said, "Ah, Birkies, the hale kintra's altered noo. There was nae road here then that gaed straight ower the top of the hill. And let me see, there's the thorn where the cushats bigot, and there's the ould birk that I ainst fell off and left my shoes sticking in a cleft. I can tell ye, Birkies, either the deer's grave or bonny Jane Ogilvy's is no 2 yards off the place where that horse's hind feet are standing. Say ye may howk and see if there be ony remains." The minister and McMurdy and all the people stared at one another, for they had purposely caused the horse to stand still on the very spot where both the father and son had been found dead. They digged, and deep, deep below the road, they found part of the slender bones and skull of a young female, which they deposited decently in the churchyard. The family of the Sandersons is extinct. The mysterious bride appears no more on the eve of St. Lawrence, and the wicked people of the great muckle village have got a lesson on divine justice written to them in lines of blood. A Man from Glasgow by W. Somerset Maugham. It is not often that anyone entering a great city for the first time has the luck to witness such an incident as engaged Shelley's attention when he drove into Naples. A youth ran out of a shop pursued by a man armed with a knife. The man overtook him and with one blow in the neck laid him dead on the road. Shelley had a tender heart. He didn't look upon it as a bit of local colour. He was seized with horror and indignation. But when he expressed his emotions to a Calabrian priest who was travelling with him, a fellow of gigantic strength and stature, the priest laughed heartily and attempted to quiz him. Shelley says he never felt such an inclination to beat anyone. I have never seen anything so exciting as that. But the first time I went to Algeciras, I had an experience that seemed to me far from ordinary. Algeciras was then an untidy, neglected town. I arrived somewhat late at night and went to an inn on the quay. It was rather shabby, but it had a fine view of Gibraltar, solid and matter-of-fact across the bay. The moon was full. The office was on the first floor, and a slatternly maid, when I asked for a room, took me upstairs. The landlord was playing cards. He seemed little pleased to see me. He looked me up and down, curtly gave me a number, and then, taking no further notice of me, went on with his game. When the maid had shown me to the room, I asked her what I could have to eat. "What you like," she answered. I knew well enough the unreality of the seeming profusion. "What have you got in the house? You can have eggs and ham." The look of the hotel had led me to guess that I should get little else. The maid led me to a narrow room with whitewashed walls and a low ceiling, in which was a long table laid already for the next day's luncheon. With his back to the door sat a tall man, huddled over a brasero, the round brass dish of hot ashes which is erroneously supposed to give sufficient warmth for the temperate winter of Andalusia. I sat down at the table and waited for my scanty meal. I gave the stranger an idle glance. He was looking at me, but meeting my eyes, he quickly turned away. I waited for my eggs. When at last the maid brought them, he looked up again. "I want you to wake me in time for the first boat," he said. "Si, senor." His accent told me that English was his native tongue, and the breadth of his build, his strongly marked features, led me to suppose him a northerner. The hardy Scot is far more often found in Spain than the Englishman. Whether you go to the rich mines of Rio Tinto, or to the bodegas of Jerez, to Seville, or to Cadiz, it is the leisurely speech of beyond the Tweed that you hear. You will meet Scotsmen in the olive groves of Carmona, on the railway between Algeciras and Bobadilla, and even in the remote cork woods of Merida. I finished eating and went over to the dish of burning ashes. It was midwinter, and the windy passage across the bay had chilled my blood. The man pushed his chair away as I drew mine forwards. "Don't move," I said. "There's heaps of room for two." I lit a cigar and offered one to him. In Spain, the Havana from Jib is never unwelcome. "I don't mind if I do," he said, stretching out his hand. I recognised the singing speech of Glasgow, but the stranger was not talkative, and my efforts at conversation broke down before his monosyllables. We smoked in silence. He was even bigger than I had thought, with great broad shoulders and ungainly limbs. His face was sunburned, his hair short and grizzled, his features were hard, mouth, ears, and nose were large and heavy, and his skin much wrinkled. His blue eyes were pale. He was constantly pulling his ragged grey moustache. It was a nervous gesture that I found faintly irritating. Presently, I felt that he was looking at me, and the intensity of his stare grew so irksome that I glanced up, expecting him, as before, to drop his eyes. He did indeed, for a moment, but then raised them again. He inspected me from under his long, bushy eyebrows. "Just come from Jib?" he asked suddenly. "Yes." "I'm going tomorrow, on my way home, thank God." He said the last two words so fiercely that I smiled. "Don't you like Spain?" "Oh, Spain's all right." "Have you been here long?" "Too long. Too long." He spoke with a kind of gasp. I was surprised at the emotion my casual inquiry seemed to excite in him. He sprang to his feet and walked backwards and forwards. He stamped to and fro like a caged beast, pushing aside a chair that stood in his way, and now and again repeated the words in a groan, "Too long, too long." I sat still. I was embarrassed. To give myself countenance, I stirred the brasero to bring the hotter ashes to the top, and he stood suddenly still, towering over me, as though my movement had brought back my existence to his notice. Then he sat down heavily in his chair. "Do you think I'm queer?" he asked. "Not more than most people," I smiled. "You don't see anything strange in me?" He leant forward as he spoke so that I might see him well. "No." "You'd say so if you did, wouldn't you?" I would. I couldn't quite understand what all this meant. I wondered if he was drunk. For 2 or 3 minutes he didn't say anything, and I had no wish to interrupt the silence. "What's your name?" he asked suddenly. I told him. "Mine's Robert Morrison." "Scotch?" "Glasgow. I've been in this blasted country for years. Got any baccy?" I gave him my pouch and he filled his pipe. He lit it from a piece of burning charcoal. "I can't stay any longer. I've stayed too long. Too long." He had an impulse to jump up again and walk up and down, but he resisted it, clinging to his chair. I saw on his face the effort he was making. I judged that his restlessness was due to chronic alcoholism. I find drunks very boring, and I made up my mind to take an early opportunity of slipping off to bed.
I've been managing some olive groves, he went on. I'm here working for the Glasgow and South of Spain Olive Oil Company Limited.
Oh, yes?
We've got a new process for refining oil, you know. Properly treated. Spanish oil is every bit as good as Lucca, and we can sell it cheaper.
He spoke in a dry, matter-of-fact, business-like way. He chose his words with Scotch precision. He seemed perfectly sober.
You know, Uisgeachan is more or less the centre of the olive trade, and we have had a Spaniard there to look after the business. But I found he was robbing us right and left, so I had to turn him out. I used to live in Seville. It was more convenient for shipping the oil. However, I found I couldn't get a trustworthy man to be at Uisgeachan, so last year I went there myself. Do you know it?
No.
The firm has got a big estate 2 miles from the town, just outside the village of San Lorenzo, and it's got a fine house on it. It's on the crest of a hill, rather pretty to look at, all white, you know, and straggling with a couple of storks perched on the roof. No one lived there, and I thought it would save the rent of a place in town if I did.
It must have been a bit lonely, I remarked.
It was.
Robert Morrison smoked on for a minute or two in silence. I wondered whether there was any point in what he was telling me. I looked at my watch.
In a hurry?
He asked sharply. Not particularly. It's getting late.
Well, what of it?
I suppose you didn't see many people, I said, going back.
Not many. I lived there with an old man and his wife who looked after me. And sometimes I used to go down to the village and play Tresilla with Fernandez, the chemist, and 1 or 2 men who met at his shop. Used to shoot a bit and ride.
It doesn't sound such a bad life to me.
I'd been there 2 years last spring. By God, I've never known such heat as we had in May. No one could do a thing. The labourers just lay about in the shade and slept. Sheep died, and some of the animals went mad. Even the oxen couldn't work. They stood around with their backs all humped up and gasped for breath. That blasted sun beat down, and the glare was so awful you felt your eyes would shoot out of your head. The earth cracked and crumbled, and the crops frizzled. The olives went to rack and ruin. It was simply hell. One couldn't get a wink of sleep. I went from room to room trying to get a breath of air. Of course, I kept the windows shut and had the floors watered, but that didn't do any good. The nights were just as hot as the days. It was like living in an oven. At last, I thought I'd have a bed made up for me downstairs on the north side of the house, in a room that was never used, because in ordinary weather it was damp. I had an idea that I might get a few hours' sleep there at any event. Anyhow, it was worth trying, but that was no damn good. It was a washout. I turned and tossed, and my bed was so hot that I couldn't stand it. I got up and opened the doors that led to the veranda and walked out. It was a glorious night. The moon was so bright that I swear you could read a book by it. Did I tell you the house was on the crest of a hill? I leant against the parapet and looked at the olive trees. It was like the sea. I suppose that's what made me think of home. I thought of the cool breeze in the fir trees and the racket of the streets in Glasgow. Believe it or not, I could smell them. I could smell the sea. By God, I'd have given every bob I had in the world for an hour of that air. They say it's a foul climate in Glasgow. Don't you believe it? I like the rain and the grey sky and that yellow sea and the waves. I forgot that I was in Spain, in the middle of the olive country, and I opened my mouth and took a long breath as though I were breathing in the sea fog. And then, all of a sudden, I heard a sound. It was a man's voice, not loud, you know, low. It seemed to creep through the silence like, well, I don't know what it was like. It surprised me. I couldn't think who could be down there in the olives at that hour. It was past midnight. It was a chap laughing,
a funny sort of laugh. I suppose you'd call it a chuckle. It seemed to crawl up the hill, disjointedly. Morrison looked at me to see how I took the odd word he used to express a sensation that he didn't know how to describe. I mean, it seemed to shoot up in little jerks, something like shooting stones out of a pail. I leant forward and stared. With the full moon, it was almost as light as day, but I'm dashed if I could see a thing. The sound stopped, but I kept on looking where it had come from in case somebody moved. And in a minute, it started off again, but louder. You couldn't have called it a chuckle anymore. It was a real belly laugh. It just rang through the night. I wondered it didn't wake my servants. It sounded like someone who was roaring drunk. "Who's there?" I shouted. The only answer I got was a roar of laughter. I don't mind telling you, I was getting a bit annoyed. I had half a mind to go down and see what it was all about. I wasn't going to let some drunken swine kick up a row like that on my place in the middle of the night. And then, suddenly there was a yell. By God, I was startled. Then cries. The man had laughed with a deep bass voice, but his cries were shrill, like a pig having its throat cut. "My God," I cried. I jumped over the parapet and ran down towards the sound. I thought somebody was being killed. There was silence and then one piercing shriek. After that, sobbing and moaning. I'll tell you what it sounded like. It sounded like someone at the point of death. There was a long groan and then nothing. Silence. I ran from place to place. I couldn't find anyone. At last I climbed the hill again and went back to my room. You can imagine how much sleep I got that night. As soon as it was light, I looked out of the window in the direction from which the row had come, and I was surprised to see a little white house in a sort of dale among the olives. The ground on that side didn't belong to us, and I'd never been through it. I hardly ever went to that part of the house, and so I'd never seen the house before. I asked Jose, who lived there. He told me that a madman had inhabited it with his brother and a servant. "Oh, was that the explanation?" I said. "Not a very nice neighbour." The Scot bent over quickly and seized my wrist. He thrust his face into mine. His eyes were starting out of his head with terror. "The madman had been dead for 20 years, he whispered. He let go my wrist and leant back in his chair, panting. I went down to the house and walked all around it. The windows were barred and shuttered, and the door was locked. I knocked. I shook the handle and rang the bell. I heard it tinkle, but no one came. It was a 2-story house, and I looked up. The shutters were tight closed, and there wasn't a sign of life anywhere. "Well, what sort of condition was the house in?" I asked. "Oh, rotten. The whitewash had worn off the walls, and there was practically no paint left on the door or the shutters. Some of the tiles off the roof were lying on the ground. They looked as though they'd been blown away in a gale." "Queer," I said. I went to my friend Fernandez, the chemist, and he told me the same story as Jose. I asked about the madman, and Fernandez said that no one ever saw him. He was more or less comatose ordinarily, but now and then he had an attack of acute mania, and then he could be heard from ever so far laughing his head off and then crying. It used to scare people. He died in one of his attacks, and his keepers cleared out at once. No one had ever dared to live in the house since. I didn't tell Fernandez what I'd heard. I thought he'd only laugh at me. I stayed up that night and kept watch, but nothing happened. There wasn't a sound. I waited about till dawn, and then I went to bed. And you never heard anything more? Not for a month. The drought continued, and I went on sleeping in the lumber room at the back. One night I was fast asleep when something seemed to happen to me. I don't exactly know how to describe it. It was a funny feeling, as though someone had given me a little nudge to warn me, and suddenly I was wide awake. I lay there in my bed, and then, in the same way as before, I heard a long, low gurgle, like a man enjoying an old joke. It came from away down the valley, and it got louder. It was a great bellow of laughter. I jumped out of bed and went to the window. My legs began to tremble. It was horrible to stand there and listen to the shouts of laughter that rang through the night. Then there was a pause, and after that a shriek of pain and that ghastly sobbing. It didn't sound human. I mean, you might have thought it was an animal being tortured. I don't mind telling you, I was scared stiff. I couldn't have moved if I'd wanted to. After a time, the sound stopped, not suddenly, but dying away, little by little. I strained my ears, but I couldn't hear a thing. I crept back to bed and hid my face. I remembered then that Fernandez had told me that the madman's attacks only came at intervals. The rest of the time, he was quite quiet. Apathetic, Fernandez said. I wondered if the fits of mania came regularly. I reckoned out how long it had been between the two attacks I'd heard. 28 days. It didn't take me long to put two and two together. It was quite obvious it was the full moon that set him off. I'm not a nervous man, really, and I made up my mind to get to the bottom of it. So I looked out in the calendar which day the moon would be full next, and that night I didn't go to bed. I cleaned my revolver and loaded it. I prepared the lantern and sat down on the parapet of my house to wait. I felt perfectly cool. To tell you the truth, I was rather pleased with myself because I didn't feel scared. There was a bit of a wind and it whistled about the roof. It rustled of the leaves of the olive trees like waves shushing on the pebbles of the beach. The moon shone on the white walls of the house in a hollow. I felt particularly cheery. At last, I heard the little sound, the sound I knew, and I almost laughed. I was right. It was the full moon, and the attacks came as regular as clockwork. That was all to the good. I threw myself over the wall into the olive grove and ran straight to the house. The chuckling grew louder as I came near. I got to the house and looked up. There was no light anywhere. I put my ears to the door and listened. I heard the madman simply laughing his bloody head off. I beat on the door with my fist and I pulled the bell. The sound of it seemed to amuse him. He roared with laughter. I knocked again, louder and louder, and the more I knocked, the more he laughed. Then I shouted at the top of my voice, "Open the blasted door or I'll break it down!" I stepped back and kicked the latch with all my might. I flung myself at the door with the whole weight of my body. It cracked. Then I put all my strength into it and the damn thing smashed open. I took the revolver out of my pocket and held my lantern in the other hand. The laughter sounded louder now that the door was opened. I stepped in. The stink nearly knocked me down. I mean, just think. The windows hadn't been open for 20 years. The row was enough to raise the dead. But for a moment, I didn't know where it was coming from. The walls seemed to throw the sound backwards and forwards. I pushed open the door by my side and went into a room. It was bare and white and there wasn't a stick of furniture in it. The sound was louder and I followed it. I went into another room, but there was nothing there. I opened the door and found myself at the foot of a staircase. The madman was laughing just over my head. I walked up, cautiously. I wasn't taking any risks. And at the top of the stairs, there was a passage. I walked along it, throwing my light ahead of me, and I came to a room at the end. I stopped. He was in there. I was only separated from the sound by a thin door. It was awful to hear it. A shiver passed through me and I cursed myself because I began to tremble. It wasn't like a human being at all. By Jove, I very nearly took to my heels and ran. I had to clench my teeth to force myself to stay, but I simply couldn't bring myself to turn the handle. And then the laughter was cut with a knife, you'd have said, and I heard the hiss of pain. I hadn't heard that before, but it was too low to carry to my place, and then a gasp. I heard the man speak in Spanish. "You're killing me, take it away, oh God, help me." He screamed. The brutes were torturing him. I flung open the door and burst in. The draught blew a shutter back, and the moon streamed in so bright that it dimmed my lantern. In my ears, as clearly as I hear you speak, and as close, I heard the wretched chap's groans. It was awful, moaning and sobbing and frightful gasps. No one could survive that. He was at the point of death. I tell you, I heard his broken, choking cries right in my ears. And the room was empty. Robert Morrison sank back in his chair. That huge, solid man had strangely the look of a lay figure in a studio. You felt that if you pushed him, he would fall over in a heap on the floor. And then? I asked. He took a rather dirty handkerchief out of his pocket and wiped his forehead. I felt I didn't want to sleep in that room on the north side, so heat or no heat, I moved back into my own quarters. Well, exactly 4 weeks later, about 2 a.m, I was waked up by the madman's chuckle. It was almost at my elbow. I don't mind telling you that my nerve was a bit shaken by then, so next time the blighter was due to have an attack, next time the moon was full, I got Fernandez to come and spend the night with me. I didn't tell him anything. I kept him up playing cards till 2 a.m, and then I heard it again. I asked him if he heard anything. Nothing, he said. There's somebody laughing, I said. You're drunk, man, he said, and he began laughing too. That was too much. Shut up, you fool, I said. The laughter grew louder and louder. I cried out. I tried to shut it out by putting my hands to my ears, but it wasn't a damned bit of good. I heard it, and I heard the scream of pain. Fernandez thought I was mad. He didn't dare say so because he knew I'd have killed him. He said he'd go to bed, and in the morning I found he'd slunk away. His bed hadn't been slept in. He'd taken himself off when he left me. After that, I couldn't stop in Uisgeachan. I put a factor there and went back to Seville. I felt myself pretty safe there, but as the time came near, I began to get scared. Of course, I told myself not to be a damn fool, but you know, I damned well couldn't have helped myself. The fact is, I was afraid the Soons had followed me, and I knew if I heard them in Seville, I'd go on hearing them all my life. I've got as much courage as any man, but damn it all, there are limits to everything. Flesh and blood couldn't stand it. I knew I'd go stark staring mad. I got in such a state that I began drinking. The suspense was so awful, and I used to lie awake counting the days, and at last I knew it had come. And it came. I heard those sounds in Seville, 60 miles away from Uisgeachan. I didn't know what to say. I was silent for a while. When did you hear the sounds last? I asked. 4 weeks ago. What do you mean by that? It's not full moon tonight. He gave me a dark, angry look. He opened his mouth to speak and then stopped as though he couldn't. You would have said his vocal cords were paralyzed. And it was with a strange croak that at last he answered, Yes, it is. He stared at me, and his pale blue eyes seemed to shine red. I have never seen in a man's face a look of such terror. He got up quickly and stalked out of the room, slamming the door behind him. I must admit that I didn't sleep any too well that night.
Tego Kane and the Corpse by Douglas Hyde. There was once a grown-up lad in the county Leitrim, and he was strong and lively, and the son of a rich farmer. His father had plenty of money, and he did not spare it on the son. Accordingly, when the boy grew up, he liked sport better than work, and as his father had no other children, he loved this one so much that he allowed him to do in everything just as he pleased himself. He was very extravagant, and he used to scatter the gold money as another person would scatter the white. He was seldom to be found at home, But if there was a fair or a race or a gathering within 10 miles of him, you were dead certain to find him there. And he seldom spent a night in his father's house, but he always used to be out rambling. And like Sean Bui long ago, there was Graugach Calin Imralach Alenia, the love of every girl in the breast of his shirt. And it's many a kiss he got, and he gave, for he was very handsome, and there wasn't a girl in the country but would fall in love with him, only for him to fasten his 2 eyes on her, and it was for that someone made this ran on him. Look at the rogue, it's for kisses he's rambling. It isn't much wonder, for that was his way. He's like an old hedgehog. At night he'll be scrambling from this place to that, but he'll sleep in the day. At last he became very wild and unruly. He wasn't to be seen day or night in his father's house, but was always rambling or going on his ceilidh from place to place and from house to house, so that the old people used to shake their heads and say to one another, "It's easy seen what will happen to the land when the old man dies. His son will run through it in a year, and it won't stand him that long itself." He used to be always gambling and card-playing and drinking, but his father never minded his bad habits and never punished him. But it happened one day that the old man was told that the son had ruined the character of a girl in the neighbourhood, and he was greatly angry, and he called the son to him and said to him quietly and sensibly, "Avik," says he, "you know I loved you greatly up to this, and I never stopped you from doing your choice thing, whatever it was, and I kept plenty of money with you, and I always hoped to leave you the house and the land, and all I had after myself would be gone. But I heard a story of you today that has disgusted me with you. I cannot tell you the grief that I felt when I heard such a thing of you, and I tell you now plainly that unless you marry that girl, I leave house and land and everything to my brother's son. I never could leave it to anyone who would make so bad a use of it as you do yourself, deceiving women and coaxing girls. Settle with yourself now whether you'll marry that girl and get my land as a fortune with her, or refuse to marry her and give up all that was coming to you, and tell me in the morning which of the two things you have chosen." "Och, Domno Shiri, father, you wouldn't say that to me, and I such a good son as I am. Who told you I wouldn't marry the girl?" says he. But his father was gone, and the lad knew well enough that he would keep his word too, and he was greatly troubled in his mind, for as quiet and as kind as the father was, he never went back on a word that he had once said, and there wasn't another man in the country who was harder to bend than he was. The boy did not rightly know what to do. He was in love with the girl indeed, and he hoped to marry her some time or other, but he would much sooner have remained another while as he was, and follow on at his old tricks, drinking, sporting, and playing cards. And along with that, he was angry that his father should order him to marry, and should threaten him if he did not do it. "Isn't my father a great fool?" says he to himself. "I was ready enough, and only too anxious to marry Mary, and now, since he threatened me, faith, I've a great mind to let it go another while." His mind was so much excited that he remained between two notions as to what he should do. He walked out into the night at last to cool his heated blood, and went onto the road. He lit a pipe, and as the night was fine, he walked on, until the quick pace made him begin to forget his trouble. The night was bright, and the moon half full. There was not a breath of wind blowing, and the air was calm and mild. He walked on for nearly 3 hours, when he suddenly remembered that it was late in the night, and time for him to turn. "Musha, I think I forgot myself," says he. "It must be near 12 o'clock now." The word was hardly out of his mouth when he heard the sound of many voices and the trampling of feet on the road before him. "I don't know who can be out so late at night as this, and on such a lonely road," said he to himself. He stood listening, and he heard the voices of many people talking, but he could not understand what they were saying. "Oh, Wirra," says he, "I'm afraid. It's not Irish or English they have. It can't be they're Frenchmen. He went on a couple of yards further, and he saw well enough by the light of the moon a band of little people coming towards him, and they were carrying something big and heavy with them. Oh, murder, says he to himself. Sure it can't be that they're the good people that's in it. Every rib of hair that was on his head stood up, and there fell a shaking on his bones, for he saw that they were coming to him fast. He looked at them again, and perceived that they were about 20 little men in it, and there was not a man at all of them higher than about 3 feet, or 3 feet and a half, and some of them were grey, and seemed very old. He looked again, but he could not make out what was the heavy thing they were carrying, until they came up to him, and then they stood all round about him. They threw the heavy thing down on the road, and he saw on the spot that it was a dead body. He became as cold as the death, and there was not a drop of blood running in his veins when an old little grey maneen came up to him and said, "Isn't it lucky we met you, Taig O'Kane?" Poor Taig could not bring out a word at all, nor open his lips if he were to get the world for it, so he gave no answer. "Taig O'Kane," said the little grey man again, "isn't it timely you met us?" Taig could not answer him. "Taig O'Kane," says he, "for the 3rd time, isn't it lucky and timely that we met you?" But Taig remained silent, for he was afraid to return an answer, and his tongue was as if it was tied to the roof of his mouth. The little grey man turned to his companions, and there was joy in his bright little eye. "And now," says he, "Taig O'Kane hasn't a word. We can do with him what we please. Taig, Taig," says he, "you're living a bad life, and we can make a slave of you now, and you cannot withstand us, for there's no use in trying to go against us. Lift that corpse." Taig was so frightened that he was only able to utter the 2 words, "I won't," for as frightened as he was obstinate and stiff, the same as ever. "Taig O'Kane won't lift the corpse," said the little maneen with a wicked little laugh, for all the world like the breaking of a lock of dry kippines, and with a little harsh voice like the striking of a cracked bell. "Taig O'Kane won't lift the corpse. Make him lift it." And before the word was out of his mouth, they had all gathered round poor Taig, and they all talking and laughing through each other. Taig tried to run from them, but they followed him, and a man of them stretched out his foot before him as he ran, so that Taig was thrown in a heap on the road. Then, before he could rise up, the fairies caught him, some by the hands and some by the feet, and they held him tight in a way that he could not stir with his face against the ground. 6 or 7 of them raised the body then and pulled it over to him and left it down on his back. The breast of the corpse was squeezed against Taig's back and shoulders, and the arms of the corpse were thrown around Taig's neck. Then they stood back from him a couple of yards and let him get up. He rose, foaming at the mouth and cursing, and he shook himself, thinking to throw the corpse off his back. But his fear and his wonder were great when he found that the 2 arms had a tight hold round his own neck, and that the 2 legs were squeezing his hips firmly, and that however strongly he tried, he could not throw it off, any more than a horse can throw off its saddle. He was terribly frightened then, and he thought he was lost. "Ochone, forever," said he to himself. "It's the bad life I'm leading that has given the good people this power over me. I promised to God and Mary, Peter and Paul, Porrig and Breege, that I'll mend my ways for as long as I have to live, if I come clear out of this danger, and I'll marry the girl." The little grey man came up to him again and said to him, "Now, Taigeen," says he, "you didn't lift the body when I told you to lift it, and see how you were made to lift it. Perhaps when I tell you to bury it, you won't bury it until you're made to bury it." "Anything at all that I can do for your honour," said Taig, "I'll do it," for he was getting sense already, and if it had not been for the great fear that was on him, he would never have let that civil word slip out of his mouth. The little man laughed a sort of laugh again. "You're getting quiet now, Teig," says he. "I'll go bail, but you'll be quiet enough before I'm done with you. Listen to me now, Teig O'Kane, and if you don't obey me in all I'm telling you to do, you'll repent it. You must carry with you this corpse that is on your back, the Temple Damus, and you must bring it into the church with you, and make a grave for it in the very middle of the church, and you must raise up the flags and put them down again the very same day, and you must carry the clay out of the church and leave the place as it was when you came, so that no one could know that there had been anything changed. But that's not all. Maybe that the body won't be allowed to be buried in that church. Perhaps some other man has the bed, and if so, it's likely he won't share it with this one. If you don't get leave to bury it in Temple Damus, you must carry it to Carrigad Vicaris and bury it in the churchyard there. And if you don't get into that place, take it with you to Temple Ronan. And if that churchyard is closed on you, take it to Imlog Fada. And if you're not able to bury it there, you've no more to do than take it to Kilbreedge. And you can bury it there without hindrance. I cannot tell you what one on these churches is the one where you will have leave to bury the corpse under the clay, but I know that it will be allowed you to bury him at some church or other of them. If you do this work rightly, we will be thankful to you, and you will have no cause to grieve. But if you are slow or lazy, believe me, we shall take satisfaction of you." When the grey little man had done speaking, his comrades laughed and clapped their hands together. "Glick, glick, whee, whee," they all cried. Go on, you have 8 hours before you till daybreak, and if you haven't this man buried before the sun rises, you are lost." They struck a fist and a foot behind him and drove him on in the road. He was obliged to walk, and to walk fast, for they gave him no rest. He thought himself that there was not a wet path or a dirty boreen or a crooked contrary road in the whole county that he had not walked that night. The night was at times very dark, and whenever there would come a cloud across the moon, he could see nothing, and then he used often to fall. Sometimes he was hurt, and sometimes he escaped, but he was obliged always to rise on the moment and to hurry on. Sometimes the moon would break out clearly, and then he would look behind him and see the little people following at his back, and he heard them speaking among themselves, talking and crying out, and screaming like a flock of seagulls, and if he was to save his soul, he never understood as much as one word of what they were saying. He did not know how far he had walked when at last one of them cried out to him, "Stop here." He stood, and they all gathered around him. "Do you see those withered trees over there?" says the old boy to him again. "Temple Damus is among those trees, and you must go in there by yourself, for we cannot follow you or go with you. We must remain here. Go on boldly." Teig looked from him, and he saw a high wall that was in places half broken down, and an old grey church on the inside of the wall, and about a dozen withered old trees scattered here and there round it. There was neither leaf nor twig on any of them, but their bare crooked branches were stretched out like the arms of an angry man when he threatens. He had no help for it, but was obliged to go forward. He was a couple of 100 yards from the church when he walked on, and never looked behind him until he came to the gate of the churchyard. The old gate was thrown down, and he had no difficulty in entering. He turned then to see if any of the little people were following him, but there came a cloud over the moon, and the night became so dark that he could see nothing. He went into the churchyard, and he walked up the grassy old pathway leading to the church. When he reached the door, he found it locked. The door was large and strong, and he did not know what to do. At last he drew out his knife with difficulty and stuck it in the wood to try if it were not rotten, but it was not. "Now," says he to himself, "I have no more to do. The door is shut, and I cannot open it." Before the words were rightly shaped in his own mind, a voice in his ear said to him, "Search for the key on the top of the door or on the wall." He started. "Who was that speaking to me?" he cried, turning round, but he saw no one. The voice said again in his ear, "Search for the key on the top of the door or on the wall." "What's that?" says he, and the sweat running from his forehead. "Who spoke to me?" "It's I, the corpse that spoke to you," said the voice. "Can you talk?" said Taig. "Now and again," said the corpse. Taig searched for the key, and he found it on top of the wall. He was too much frightened to say any more, but he opened the door wide and as quickly as he could. And he went in, with the corpse on his back. It was as dark as pitch inside, and poor Taig began to shake and tremble. "Light the candle," said the corpse. Taig put his hand in his pocket as well as he was able and drew out a flint and steel. He struck a spark out of it and lit a burnt rag he had in his pocket. He blew it until it made a flame, and he looked around him. The church was very ancient, and part of the wall was broken down. The windows were blown in or cracked, and the timbers of the seats were rotten. There were 6 or 7 old iron candlesticks left there still, and in one of these candlesticks Taig found the stump of an old candle, and he lit it. He was still looking round him in that strange and horrid place in which he found himself when the cold corpse whispered in his ear, bury me now, there is a spade, and turn the ground." Taig looked from him, and he saw a spade lying beside the altar. He took it up, and he placed the blade under a flag that was in the middle of the aisle, and leaning all his weight on the handle of the spade, he raised it. When the first flag was raised, it was not hard to raise the others near it, and he moved 3 or 4 of them out of their places. The clay that was under them was soft and easy to dig, but he had not thrown up more than 3 or 4 shovelfuls when he felt the iron touch something soft, like flesh. He threw up 3 or 4 more shovelfuls from around it, and then he saw that it was another body that was buried in the same place. "I'm afraid I'll never be allowed to bury the 2 bodies in the same hole," said Taig in his own mind. "You corpse there on my back," says he, "will you be satisfied if I bury you down here?" But the corpse never answered him a word. "That's a good sign," said Taig to himself. "Maybe he's getting quiet." And he thrust the spade down into the earth again. Perhaps he hurt the flesh of the other body, for the dead man that was buried there stood up in the grave and shouted an awful shout, "Ho, ho, ho! Go, 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 or you're a dead, dead, dead man!" And then he fell back into the grave again. Taig said afterwards that of all the wonderful things he saw that night, that was the most awful to him. His hair stood upright on his head like the bristles of a pig. The cold sweat ran off his face, and then came a tremor all over his bones until he thought that he must fall. But after a while he became bolder. When he saw that the second corpse remained lying quietly there, and he threw in the clay on it again, and he smoothed it overhead, and he laid down the flags carefully as they had been before, "It can't be that he'll rise up any more," said he. He went down the aisle a little further, and drew near to the door, and began raising the flags again, looking for another bed for the corpse on his back. He took up 3 or 4 flags and put them aside, and then he dug the clay. He was not long digging until he laid bare an old woman without a thread upon her but her shirt. She was more lively than the first corpse, for he had scarcely taken any of the clay away from about her when she sat up and began to cry, "Ho, ho, you bodach! Ha, you bodach! Where has he been that he got no bed?" Poor Taig drew back, and when she found that she was getting no answer, she closed her eyes gently, lost her vigour, and fell back quietly and slowly under the clay. Taig did to her as he had done to the man. He threw the clay back on her and left the flags down over her head. He began digging again near the door, but before he had thrown up more than a couple of shovelfuls, he noticed a man's hand laid bare by the spade, By my soul, I'll go no further then, said he to himself. What use is it for me? And he threw the clay in again on it, and settled the flags as they had been before. He left the church then, and his heart was heavy enough. But he shut the door and locked it, and left the key where he found it. He sat down on a tombstone that was near the door, and began thinking. He was in great doubt what he should do. He laid his face between his two hands, and cried for grief and fatigue, since he was dead certain at this time that he would never come home alive. He made another attempt to loosen the hands of the corpse that was squeezed round his neck, but they were as tight as if they were clamped, and the more he tried to loosen them, the tighter they squeezed him. He was going to sit down once more when the cold, horrid lips of the dead man said to him, Carrick ad vic oris, and he remembered the command of the good people to bring the corpse with him to that place if he should be unable to bury it where he had been. He rose up and looked about him. I don't know the way, he said. As soon as he had uttered the word, the corpse stretched out suddenly its left hand that had been tightened round his neck, and kept it pointing out, showing him the road he ought to follow. Taig went in the direction that the fingers were stretched, and passed out of the churchyard. He found himself on an old, rutty, stony road, and he stood still again, not knowing where to turn. The corpse stretched out its bony hand a second time, and pointed out to him another road, not the road by which he had come when approaching the old church. Taig followed that road, and whenever he came to a path or road meeting it, the corpse always stretched out its hand and pointed with its fingers, showing him the way he was to take. Many was the crossroad he turned down, and many was the crooked boreen he walked, until he saw from him an old burying ground at last, beside the road, but there was neither church nor chapel, nor any other building in it. The corpse squeezed him tightly, and he stood. Bury me in the burying ground, said the voice. Taig drew over towards the old burying place, and he was not more than about 20 yards from it, when raising his eyes he saw hundreds and hundreds of ghosts, men, women, and children, sitting on the top of the wall round about, or standing on the inside of it, or running backwards and forwards and pointing at him while he could see their mouths opening and shutting as if they were speaking, though he heard no word, nor any sound among them at all. He was afraid to go forward, so he stood where he was, and the moment he stood, all the ghosts became quiet and ceased moving. Then Taig understood that it was trying to keep him from going in that they were. He walked a couple of yards forwards, and immediately the whole crowd rushed together towards the spot to which he was moving, so they stood so thickly together that it seemed to him that he never could break through them, even though he had a mind to try. But he had no mind to try it. He went back, broken and dispirited, and when he had gone a couple of 100 yards from the burying ground, he stood again, for he did not know what way he was to go. He heard the voice of the corpse in his ears saying, Temple Ronan, and the skinny hand was stretched out again, pointing out the road. As tired as he was, he had to walk, and the road was neither short nor even. The night was darker than ever, and it was difficult to make his way. Many was the toss he got, and many a bruise they left on his body. At last he saw Temple Ronan from him in the distance, standing in the middle of the burying ground. He moved over towards it, and thought he was all right and safe, when he saw no ghosts nor anything else on the wall, and he thought he would never be hindered now from leaving his load off him at last. He moved over to the gate, but as he was passing it, he tripped on the threshold. Before he could recover himself, something that he could not see seized him by the neck, by the hands, and by the feet, and bruised him, and shook him, and shocked him, till he was nearly dead. And at last he was lifted up and carried more than 100 yards from that place, and then thrown down in an old dyke, with the corpse still clinging to him. He rose up bruised and sore, but feared to go near the place again, for he had seen nothing the time he was thrown down and carried away. "You corpse, up on my back," said he. "Shall I go over again to the churchyard?" But the corpse never answered him. "That's a sign that you don't wish me to try it again," said Taig. He was now in great doubt as to what he ought to do, when the corpse spoke in his ear and said, "Imlog, father." "Oh, murder," said Taig. "Must I bring you there? If you keep me long walking like this, I'll tell you I'll fall under you." He went on, however, in the direction the corpse pointed out to him. He could not have told himself how long he had been going when the dead man behind suddenly squeezed him and said, "There." Taig looked from him and saw a little low wall that was so broken down in places that it was no wall at all. It was in a great wide field in from the road, and only for 3 or 4 great stones at the corners that were more like rocks than stones, there was nothing to show that there was either graveyard nor burying ground there. "Is this Imlog, father? Shall I bury you here?" said Taig. "Yes," said the voice, "but I see no grave or gravestone, only this pile of stones," said Taig. The corpse did not answer, but stretched out its long, fleshless hand to show Taig the direction in which he was to go. Taig went on accordingly, but he was greatly terrified, for he remembered what had happened to him at the last place. He went on, with his heart in his mouth, as he said to himself afterwards, but when he came to within 15 or 20 yards of the little low square wall, there broke out a flash of lightning, bright yellow and red, with blue streaks in it, and went around about the wall in one course, and it swept by as fast as the swallow in the clouds. And the longer Taig remained looking at it, the faster it went, till at last it became like a bright ring of flame around the old graveyard, which no one could pass without being burned by it. Taig never saw from the time he was born, and never saw afterwards, so wonderful or so splendid a sight as that. Round went the flame, white and yellow and blue sparks leaping out from it as it went, and although at first it had been no more than a thin, narrow line, it increased slowly until it was at last a great broad band, and it was continually getting broader and higher and throwing out more brilliant sparks, till there was never a colour on the ridge of the earth that was not to be seen in that fire, and lightning never shone, and flame never flamed that was so shining and so bright as that. Taig was amazed. He was half dead with fatigue, and he had no courage left to approach the wall. There fell a mist over his eyes, and there came a suron in his head, and he was obliged to sit down upon a great stone to recover himself. He could see nothing but the light, and he could hear nothing but the whir of it as it shot round the paddock faster than a flash of lightning. As he sat there on the stone, the voice whispered once more in his ear, "Kilbride," and the dead man squeezed him so tightly that he cried out. He rose again, sick, tired, and trembling, and went forward as he was directed. The wind was cold, and the road was bad, and the load upon his back was heavy, and the night was dark, and he himself was nearly worn out, and if he had very much farther to go, he must have fallen dead under his burden. At last the corpse stretched out his hand and said to him, "Bury me there." "This is the last burying place," said Taig in his own mind, and the little grey man said I'd be allowed to bury him in some of them, so it must be this. It can't be, but they let him in here. The first faint streak of the ring of day was appearing in the east, and the clouds were beginning to catch fire, but it was darker than ever, for the moon had set, and there were no stars. Make haste," said the corpse, and Taig hurried forward as well as he could to the graveyard, which was a little place on a bare hill, with only a few graves in it. He walked boldly in through the open gate, and nothing touched him, nor did he either hear nor see anything. He came to the middle of the ground, and then stood up and looked round him for a spade and shovel to make a grave. As he was turning round and searching, he suddenly perceived what startled him greatly: a newly dug grave right before him. He moved over to it and looked down, and there at the bottom he saw a black coffin. He clambered down into the hole and lifted the lid, and found that, as he thought it would be, the coffin was empty. He had hardly mounted up out of the hole and was standing on the brink when the corpse, which had clung to him for more than 8 hours, suddenly relaxed its hold on his neck and loosened its shins from round his hips, and sank down with a plop into the open coffin. Teig fell down on his 2 knees at the brink of the grave and gave thanks to God. He made no delay then, but pressed down the coffin lid in its place and threw in the clay over it with his 2 hands. And when the grave was filled up, he stamped and leaped on it with his 2 feet until it was firm and hard, and then he left the place. The sun was fast rising as he finished his work, and the first thing he did was to return to the road and look out for a house to rest himself in. He found an inn at last, and lay down upon a bed there and slept till night. Then he rose up and ate a little, and fell asleep again till morning. When he awoke in the morning, he hired a horse and rode home. He was more than 26 miles from home where he was, and he had come all that way with the dead body on his back in one night. All the people at his own home thought that he must have left the country, and they rejoiced greatly when they saw him come back. Everyone began asking him where he had been, but he would not tell anyone except his father. He was a changed man from that day. He never drank too much. He never lost his money over cards, and especially he would not take the world and be out late by himself of a dark night. He was not a fortnight at home until he married Mary, the girl he had been in love with, and it's at their wedding the sport was, and it's he was the happy man from that day forward, and it's all I wish that we may be as happy as he was.
A Strange Goldfield by Guy Boothby. Of course, 9 out of 10 of every intelligent persons will refuse to believe that there could be a grain of truth in the story I'm now going to tell you. The 10th may have some small faith in my veracity, but what I think of his intelligence I'm going to keep to myself. In a certain portion of a certain Australian colony, 2 miners went out prospecting in what was then, as now, one of the dreariest parts of the island continent, chanced upon a rich find. They applied to government for the usual reward, and in less than a month 3,000 people were settled on the field. What privations they had to go through to get there, and the miseries they had to endure when they did reach their journey's end, have only a remote bearing on this story, but they would make a big book. I should explain that between Railhead and the field was a stretch of country some 300 miles in extent. It was badly watered, vilely grassed, and execrably timbered. What was even worse, a considerable portion of it was made up of red sand, and everybody who has been compelled to travel over that knows what that means. Yet, these enthusiastic seekers after wealth pushed on, some on horseback, some in bullock wagons, but the majority travelled on foot. The graves and the skeletons of cattle belonging to those who had preceded them punctuating the route and telling them what they might expect as they advanced. That the field did not prove a success is now a matter of history. But that same history, if you read between the lines, gives one some notion of what life must have been like while it lasted. The water supply was entirely insufficient. Provisions were bad and ruinously expensive. The men themselves were, as a rule, the roughest of the rough, while the less said about the majority of the women the better. Then typhoid stepped in and stalked like a destroying angel through the camp. Its inhabitants went down like sheep in a drought, and for the most part rose no more. Where there had been a lust of gold, and there was now panic, terror. Every man feared that he might be the next to be attacked, and it was only the knowledge of those terrible 300 miles that separated them from civilization that kept many of them on the field. The most thickly populated part was now the cemetery, Drink was the only solace, and under its influence such scenes were enacted as I dare not describe. As they heard of fresh deaths, men shook their fists at heaven and cursed the day when they first saw pick or shovel. Some, bolder than the rest, cleared out just as they stood. A few eventually reached civilization. Others perished in the desert. At last, the field was declared abandoned, and the dead were left to take their last long sleep, undisturbed by the clank of windlass or the blow of pick. It would take too long to tell all the different reasons that combined to draw me out into that most distressful country. Let it suffice that our party consisted of a young Englishman named Spicer, a wily old Australian bushman named Matthews, and myself. We were better off than the unfortunate miners insomuch as we were travelling with camels, and our outfits were as perfect as money and experience could make them. The man who travels in any other fashion in that country is neither more nor less than a madman. For a month past we had been having a fairly rough time of it, and were then on our way south, where we had a reason to believe rain had fallen, and in consequence grass was plentiful. It was towards evening when we came out of a gully in the ranges and had our first view of the deserted camp. We had no idea of its existence, and for this reason we pulled up our animals and stared at it in complete surprise. Then we pushed on again, wondering what on earth place we had chanced upon. "This is all right," said Spicer with a chuckle. "We're in luck. Grog, shanties and stores, a bath and perhaps girls." I shook my head. "I can't make it out," I said. "What's it doing out here?" Matthews was looking at it under his hand, and as I knew that he'd been out in this direction on a previous occasion, I asked his opinion. "Beats me," he replied, "but if you ask me what I think, I should say it's Garunia, the field that was deserted some 4 or 5 years back." "Look here," cried Spicer, who was riding a bit on our left. "What are all these things? Graves, as I'm a living man. Here, let's get out of this. There are hundreds of them, and before I know where I am, old Polyphemus will be here on his nose." What he said was correct. The ground over which we were riding was literally bestrewn with graves, some of which had rough, tumble-down headboards, others being destitute of all adornment. We turned away and moved on over safer ground in the direction of the field itself. Such a pitiful sight I'll never want to see again. The tents and huts in numerous cases were still standing, while the claims gaped at us on every side like new-made graves. A bullock dray, weather-worn but still in excellent condition, stood in the main street outside a grog shanty, whose signboard, strange incongruity, bore the name of the Killarney Hotel. Nothing would suit Spicer but that he must dismount and go in and explore. He was not long away when he returned. It was with a face as white as a sheet of paper. "You never saw such a place," he almost whispered. "All I want to do is get out of it. There's a skeleton on the floor in the back room with an empty rum bottle alongside it." He mounted, and when his beast was on its feet once more, we were on our way. Not one of us was sorry when we left the last claim behind us. Half a mile or so from the field, and the country begins to rise again. There's also a curious cliff away to the left, and as it looked like being a likely place to find water, we resolved to camp there. We were within 100 yards or so of this cliff when an exclamation from Spicer attracted my attention. "Look," he cried, "what's that?" I followed the direction in which he was pointing, and to my surprise I saw the figure of a man running as if for his life among the rocks. I have said the figure of a man, but as a matter of fact, had there been baboons in the Australian bush, I should have been inclined to have taken him for one. "This is a day of surprises," I said. "Who can that fellow be? And what makes him act like that?" We still continued to watch him as he proceeded on his erratic course along the base of the cliff. Then he suddenly disappeared. "Let's get on to camp," I said, "and then we'll go after him and endeavour to settle matters a bit." Having selected a place, we off-saddled and prepared our camp. By this time it was nearly dark, and it was very evident that if we wanted to discover the man we had seen, it would be wise not to postpone the search too long. We accordingly strolled off in the direction he had taken, keeping a sharp lookout for any sign of him. Our search, however, was not successful. The fellow had disappeared without leaving a trace of his whereabouts behind him, and yet we were all certain that we had seen him. At length we returned to our camp for supper, completely mystified. As we ate our meal, we discussed the problem and vowed that on the morrow we would renew the search. Then the full moon rose over the cliff, and the plain immediately became well nigh as bright as day.
I had lit my pipe and was stretching myself out upon my blankets when something induced me to look across at a big rock, some half-dozen paces from the fire. Peering around it and evidently taking an absorbing interest in our doings was the most extraordinary figure I've ever beheld. Shouting something to my companions, I sprang to my feet and dashed across at him. He saw me and fled. Old as he apparently was, he could run like a jackrabbit, and though I have the reputation of being fairly quick on my feet, I found that I had all my work cut out to catch him. Indeed, I'm rather doubtful as to whether I should have done so at all had he not tripped and measured his length on the ground. Before he could get up, I was on him. "I've got you lost, my friend," I said. "Now, you just come along back to the camp and let's have a look at you." In reply, he snarled like a dog, and I believe he would have bitten me had I not held him off. My word, he was a creature more animal than man, and the reek of him was worse than any of our camels. From what I could tell, he must be about 60 years of age, well below the middle height, had white eyebrows, white hair, and a white beard. He was dressed partly in rags and partly in skins, and went barefooted like an aborigine. While I was overhauling him, the others came up, whereupon we escorted him back to the camp. "What wouldn't Barnum give for him?" said Spicer. "You're a beauty, my friend, and no mistake. What's your name?" The fellow only grunted in reply. Then, seeing the pipes in our mouths, a curious change came over him, and he muttered something that resembled, "Gimme." "Wants a smoke," interrupted Matthews. "Poor beggar's been without for a long time, I reckon. Well, I've got an old pipe so he can have a draw." He procured one from his pack saddle, filled it up, and handed it to the man, who snatched it greedily and began to puff away at it. "How long have you been out here?" I asked, when he had squatted himself down alongside the fire. "Dunno," he answered, this time plainly enough. "Can't you get back?" continued Matthews, who knew the nature of the country on the other side. "Don't want to," was the other's laconic reply. "Stay here." I heard Spicer mutter, "Mad, mad as a March hare." We then tried to get out of him where he hailed from, but he had either forgotten or did not understand. Next we inquired how he managed to live. To this he answered readily enough, "Carnies." Now, the carny is a lizard of the iguana type, and eaten raw would be by no means an appetizing dish. Then came the question that gives me reason for telling the story. It was Spicer who put it. "You must have had a lonely time of it out here," said the latter. "How do you manage for company?" "There's a field," he said. "It's sociable a field as any you'd find." "But the field's deserted, man," I put in, "and has been for years." The old fellow shook his head. "As sociable a field as ever you saw," he repeated. "There's Sailor Dick and Frisco, Dick Johnson, Cockney Jim, and 100 of them. They're taking it out powerful rich in the Golden South, so I heard when I was down at the Killarney a while back." It was plain to us that the old man was, as Spicer had said, as mad as a hatter. For some minutes he rambled on about the field, talking rationally enough, I must confess. That is to say, it would have seemed rational enough if we hadn't known the true facts of the case. At last he got on his feet, saying, "Well, I must be going. They'll be expecting me. It's my shift on with Cockney Jim." "But you don't work at night," growled Matthews from the other side of the fire. "We work always," the other replied. "If you don't believe me, come and see for yourselves." "I wouldn't go back to that place for anything," said Spicer. But I must confess that my curiosity had been aroused, and I determined to go, if only to see what this strange creature did when he got there. Matthews decided to accompany me, and not wishing to be left alone, Spicer at length agreed to do the same. Without looking round, the old fellow led the way across the plain towards the field. Of all the nocturnal excursions I have made in my life, that was certainly the most uncanny. Not once did our guide turn his head, but pushed on at a pace that gave us some trouble to keep up with him. It was only when we came to the first claim that he paused. "Listen," he said, "and you can hear the camp at work. Then you'll believe me." We did listen, and as I live we could distinctly hear the rattling of sluice boxes and cradles, the groaning of the windlasses, in fact the noise you hear on a goldfield at the busiest hour of the day. We moved a little closer and, believe me or not, I swear to you, I could see, or thought I could see, the shadowy forms of men moving about in that ghostly moonlight. Meanwhile, the wind sighed across the plain, flapping what remained of the old tents and giving an additional touch of horror to the general desolation. I could hear Spicer's teeth chattering beside me, and for my own part, I felt as if my blood were turning to ice. "That's the claim, the Golden South, away to the right there," said the old man. "And if you'll come along with me, I'll introduce you to my mates." But this was an honour we declined, and without hesitation. I wouldn't have gone any further among those tents for all the wealth of the Indies. "I've had enough of this," said Spicer, and I can tell you I barely recognised his voice. "Let's get back to camp." By this time our guide had left us and was making his way in the direction he had indicated. We could plainly hear him addressing imaginary people as he marched along. As for ourselves, we turned about and hurried back to our camp as fast as we could go. Once there, the grog bottle was produced, and never did 3 men stand more in need of stimulants. Then we set to work to find some explanation of what we had seen, or had fancied we saw, but it was impossible. The wind might have rattled the old windlasses, but it could not be held accountable for those shadowy grey forms that had moved about among the claims. "I give it up," said Spicer at last. "I know that I never want to see it again. What's more, I vote that we clear out of here tomorrow morning." We all agreed, and then retired to our blankets, but for my part, I do not mind confessing, I scarcely slept a wink all night. The thought that that hideous old man might be hanging about the camp would alone be sufficient for that. Next morning, as soon as it was light, we breakfasted, but before we broke camp, Matthews and I set off along the cliff in an attempt to discover our acquaintance of the previous evening. Though, however, we searched high and low for upwards of an hour, no success rewarded us. By mutual consent, we resolved not to look for him on the field. When we returned to Spicer, we placed such tobacco and stores as we could spare under the shadow of the big rock where the mystery would be likely to see them, then mounted our camels and resumed our journey, heartily glad to be on our way once more. Garunya Goldfield is a place I never desire to visit again. I don't like its population.